What's up, meatbags? It's the often imitated, never duplicated Tony TGD coming at you with another Gabbing with Geeks. That was a little bit of Tom McDonald, politically incorrect. And of course, we're being joined by someone who is also politically incorrect. You know him as Bad Take Bob. What's up, Bob? How's it going?
How's it going, dude? What's up? What's up?
I was going to introduce you as the Master of Rhyme and the Merchant of Grime, but I thought Bad Take Bob was better.
Is this because of last week?
Nah.
Not at all. No salt at all.
So, Bob, how has your week been going?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. Pretty interesting on the old YouTubes.
What you been up to on the old YouTubes?
Nothing much. I've been streaming a little bit this week again. Trying to keep up with the latest news and gossip going on regarding the Arcade 1-Up situation.
Oh, that was a whole fiasco.
Yeah, it was.
And we're going to be talking about it later tonight.
Yeah, I'll save my talk on that later.
I seen you were playing, the new Cuphead DLC or some shit?
Yeah, that was absolutely brutal. Like, it's stupidly hard.
Is it stupidly hard, or are you just bad at games, Bob?
Oh, nah, anyone will tell you Cuphead's hard.
I haven't played it yet. I'm going to get it just to see how hard it is.
Yeah, the DLC is quite a deep learning curve above the standard base game. The base game kind of eases you in with a couple of easy bosses and it gets progressively harder. But I guess the DLC is meant to be played straight after the main game because it's just crazy hard.
Finbarr says Bob thought better of the date and decided to spend the night with the homies.
For a bit, I don't know if I can stay for the whole of the show. I'll probably be on for Gabbing with Geeks. I don't know about Gaming with Geeks because I might have a date tomorrow.
That's you're not going to elaborate upon that, Bob?
Well, I might have a dinner date tomorrow. I don't know what else to say.
You can say where you met this lovely young woman. I'm assuming she's a young woman.
Well, yeah, no. I think knowing that I've got a date is enough for the interwebs.
Bob, don't be embarrassed, Bob. It's okay.
No, I'm not embarrassed. A gentleman never tells, though, do they?
She's a little heavy. Is that what it is?
No.
Kind of a big girl.
No, but I like my girls thick.
I mean, no shame in your game. We've all popped a few buffaloes back in the day, you know.
Jesus, what is this? A fucking Inquisition?
I'm just saying, fat girls are like mopeds. They're all fun and games as long as the homies don't see you riding one, right?
Jeez.
As for me, wow, my week on YouTube, my week in general has been outstanding. First off, my boss decided to go on vacation at work, which means I didn't actually have to do anything because I didn't have nobody breathing down my neck. So I just chilled and relaxed for a whole week, which is usually what I do anyway. So it's not like I do any work. But then on YouTube, we stumbled upon this whole Arcade 1-Up Illuminati. It's really weird stuff. And we're going to talk about it later tonight, so we're going to get into it more later. We got like 40 to 50 new subscribers in the last couple of days, Bob. It's insane.
That's wild.
So if you are new, welcome to the channel. We do things a little bit differently around here. We are old school. We don't hold nothing back. Uncensored, unfiltered, unchained. That's how we like to do it around here. Like Finbarr says, definitely bros before hoes.
Faux show.
We're going to be talking about a lot of things tonight. We already mentioned Arcade 1-Up, but we're also going to be talking about the new episode of She-Hulk. That would be episode 7. Andor had its 4th episode. We're going to have a little discussion about that. Of course, we have to talk about Google Stadia shutting down. We talked about it when it was on the ropes. And now it looks like that's it. They're going to call it a day. And of course, you might have heard about this, Bob, but Overwatch 2 is going to be spying on you.
Yeah, I heard little bits of this.
So we got to get into that. Of course, we're going to go through our fan polls. We might talk a little bit about the Intellivision Amico. I think there's a little bit of interesting news. And really, that's it. Depending on who else shows up, Gary, if he comes in, we might talk a little about some indie stuff. If Ninja comes in, we might talk about some Ninja stuff. I don't know. What the hell does Ninja Kitty talk about when he gets in here?
Apart from talking smack, how cheap it is on Steam versus Nintendo Switch.
Yeah, so really, basically nothing. He adds nothing to the conversation. He just comes here to fuck around. But we love him anyway. And of course, our resident film school alumni, Blinded Braille. He's eating right now. He's got his little bowl of ramen noodles, scooping it up, doing the little college thing. He'll be here shortly. And we might have a guest or two to help us talk about a few things. Are you excited, Bob? I know I'm excited.
Very excited. Always excited for Gabbing with Geeks.
And of course, we got to say hello to our lovely, lovely fans that are here right now. We got Finbarr Saunders, Haunted Wisp. I seen Mr. Beefy. I know he's there. StreamElements bots, our #1 favorite viewer. And of course, we got several lurkers, probably some new faces. Don't be shy. Say hi. We don't censor anybody in the chat. We let anything go. As long as you're respectful to the other people in the chat, you can say whatever you want. You can insult me. You can insult Bob. You can insult Bob twice. I mean, whatever you want to do. So where do you want to start, Bob? What topic do you think we should ease into?
Andor. Or do you want to wait for the other lads for Andor?
I mean, pretty much everything is like a wait for. We'll wait for Blinded because he's a big Star Wars guy. I think we'll talk about Overwatch too. That seems to be the safest one. And what's up? We got Papa Brad's Gaming. Bob Sucks. It's a little bit. Can't argue with Potion Sword Run. He was my wingman for the infamous one-up stream that we did the other day. Oh man, that was a wild time. Papa Brad here, he been not tweeting, but putting us in his community tab, letting people know to come check us out from the Arcade One-Up community. So big thanks for that. I did see that. Just subbed to the channel. Fantastic news.
Welcome.
You're going to love it here. We don't talk just Arcade One-Up. We don't just talk video games. We talk all things geek. We try to get everything in, though mostly it is gaming news because I am a gaming journalist. I write about games. I talk about games. I play games sometimes. Despite what Bob might tell you, I am an actual gamer. So there will always be something here for somebody. I came clean too. Came clean about what, Papa Brad? We'll get into it later if you're still here. I see Sweet and Tender Hooligans here, and he's got a question, and it's not about crab legs. He says, if DJC ends up seeing the light and realizes Amico was a scam and that Tommy used him, would you be willing to bury the hatchet in his head and go on a stream and talk Amico with him? I'm always a willing participant, even if I don't like you, even if I hate you, even if I can't stand you, and the very sight of you makes me want to vomit in my own mouth. I'll still go on stream with you. I still have a discussion with you because I can do that. I mean, I was on stream with Tommy Tallarico. I did interview him despite all of the animosity that was there. What's up, Jackal is in the house. Papa Brad says, I am a newer YouTuber. Thank you for educating me. No problem. Like I said, we are not lawyers. We're not giving financial advice. We're not giving legal advice here. But we do know a little things. We know some things about some things, and we like to spread that knowledge. But always make sure that you check with your legal representative. Make sure that you check with the applicable laws in your area. Don't just take our word for it, right? Because at the end of the day, we are just some assholes on the internet.
Yeah, and always check Google for to search and check things and YouTube terms of services. It's quite easy to Google shit up, man.
Yeah. And it is ridiculous the amount of things that people just do completely wrong because they see other people do it. One of the things that we are going to talk about is a few YouTubers that are in the arcade one-up space have been doing some giveaways that they're not quite legal, or at
Yeah.
least they're not quite within terms of service. And we'll talk about that too, because like I said, we like to educate people. We like to discuss topics that people often overlook. And one of those is definitely not this following topic, which is Overwatch 2 will spy on you. What the? When I read this, Bob, I was flabbergasted. Fucking flabbergasted.
Well, it is Blizzard, so why am I not surprised?
Yeah, but this goes beyond like anything that you might assume. This is an article from Game Rant. I'm going to pull it up right here. We're going to dive into it. And we're going to discuss it. It says Overwatch 2 will record voice chat, requires a phone number to play. Blizzard details some ways it will combat disruptive players, i.e., people who like to have fun and don't necessarily want to be PC or politically correct or friendly and nice. People who want to trash talk is what they're talking about here, which includes voice chat recordings and a phone number requirement. It says Overwatch 2 has detailed its quote-unquote defense matrix initiative to deal with cheaters and generally disruptive players, though part of this is going to require everyone, that's right, everyone, not just people who are flagged, not just people who were banned previously, not just people who were reported, but every single player that plays the game to add a phone number to their account and consent. That means you have to agree from jump to their voice chat possibly being recorded. When they say possibly, what they really mean is they are going to record every single voice chat that you have. I can guarantee it. Overwatch 2 will launch in early access on October 4th as a free-to-play game, and this will bring with it significant changes to Blizzard's hero shooter. Do you think this, just knowing this, Bob, do you think this is going to negatively impact the amount of people willing to play Overwatch?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've already seen PlayStation roll something out like this with their PlayStation chats, and people weren't happy. And this is not, people aren't going to be happy about having to add their phone number and having their voice chat recorded. So no, it's not going to be good.
I think this might just kill Overwatch completely. Let's see. Real quick, hold on. The most notable change is Overwatch 2 dropping to 5 players per team, which in turn has caused a domino effect of balance tweaks and other changes. Tanks have gone through the biggest change in Overwatch 2, with changes made to make them more powerful since the new setup only has 1 tank per team. Well, not necessarily, right? You could. Are they going to require it like 1 tank, one?
I think so. I think they're going back to that original format where Overwatch started, where you have to pick a class each.
That's lame. Because the way it is now, right? You can just basically join any game. You don't have to worry about it. It doesn't matter who you main, who other people main, because you just pick whoever the hell you want, right? But being forced to play a specific class, I'm not going to. I was already not going to play because they want my phone number, but I mean, now you're really pushing it.
Yeah.
But while there are major changes coming to Overwatch 2's launch from a gameplay standpoint, there are also changes coming in the way Blizzard tackles its security. With the launch of Overwatch 2, Blizzard is implementing SMS Protect to help verify the ownership of any given Battle.net account. This means that players must attach a phone number to their Battle.net account in order to play Overwatch 2 across PC and consoles. Which makes no sense. Because they could easily figure out who you are based on your console, where you're at, your location. It's not like you're VPNing. Phone numbers can only be used once, and players cannot have multiple accounts with the same phone number. Prepaid phones and VoIP can't be used, Bob.
That's BS. That is actual BS. Like prepaid phones. Do you know how many people use prepaid phones in the UK and don't have contract phones.
Yeah, I think in a lot of places there are people with just prepaid phones.
I was on prepaid phone up until like a couple of months ago because I was kind of forced into a deal with my media provider. And yeah, I've only had a contract phone for the last couple of months, and I was very happy on prepaid.
Yeah, I think Brazil, which for some reason has been watching our content for, is like the third biggest um, country. I think there a lot of them are on prepaid phones, if I remember correctly. Sweet and Tender says, "Is this the game with the anti-homeless benches?" Yes, yes, it is. And this is the one. Also, Potion Sword Run says prepaid phones are for drug dealers. You a drug dealer, Bob?
Shh. No.
No, that's if you have a prepaid phone and a beeper. Got to have the beeper. It's a combination.
Yeah. No, I just got a great deal with GiftGaff. It was £6 a month for like unlimited minutes and unlimited text, so I can't turn that down on prepay.
It says those that own the box version of the original Overwatch will be required to add a phone number to keep playing once Overwatch 2 launches as well. Blizzard's intention with this is to make it difficult for banned players to return to the game, as well as provide a failsafe in the unforeseen event of an account compromise.
Right. So that's their excuse to get everyone's phone number so they can start pushing advertisement text messages.
I was just about to say, do you think that they're going to actually send you text messages? Like, hey,
Yeah,
Overwatch 2 event coming up. Overwatch 2 holiday thing.
Probably. Most likely. There's probably going to be an opt-out option, but you'll probably have to text a reply to opt out.
Bob is the greatest drug grader in the world. He is. It says the phone number requirement will be in Overwatch 2 at launch, and some point after launch, Blizzard will also be introducing audio transcriptions. This will allow Blizzard to, quote, collect a temporary voice chat recording of a reported player and transcribe what they're saying through text-to-speech programs. Hopefully, everyone talks with really weird accents so that the voice-to-chat or voice-to-text-to-speech programs don't fucking know what you're saying, right? So if you sound like Evil Knievel or Leo, you might be good. They might not know what the fuck you're saying. This text is then analyzed by Blizzard's chat review tools to search for disruptive behavior. Ooh, what do you think disruptive behavior means, Bob?
Trash talking, racism, all that sort of stuff.
Blizzard has said that the audio recordings will be deleted after the transcription, while the text file will be deleted within 30 days. Do you trust anything Blizzard says? They said they weren't sexually harassing employees, and we know that was bullshit.
Yeah, no, I don't trust Blizzard at all.
Blizzard stresses that voice chat data will not be stored, quote, long term, and so players will need to report disruptive chat behavior right away. So did you hear what that said, Bob?
Yeah.
Did you catch the double talk in there?
Yeah, they're basically saying, oh yeah, we're going to record your voice chat data. So if you've got a problem, report it straight away. But that means like they're going to be recording it when it isn't disruptive voice behavior, doesn't it?
Right. Because at first, in the first bit of this paragraph, it says this will allow Blizzard to collect a temporary voice chat recording of a reported player. Right? So that made it sound as if like you report them and then it's going to start collecting data on that person to see what's going on, right?
Yeah.
But in this bottom part, it's basically saying it's going to be running recording the whole time. And then you report them and then they pull that data. So it might be like a 2-hour, say, delay. So that they keep recording you. And then after 2 hours, it starts dropping off as the new recordings come in.
Well, it doesn't say that, does it? It could be 24 hours recording.
I was just giving the 2 hours as an example, as a hypothetical.
Because Blizzard says that the audio recording will be deleted after the transcription. So that doesn't mean until it's reported and transcribed. Does that mean it's just going to stay there?
Possibly. That's going to take up a lot of server space, no?
Audio can be compressed quite a lot.
Can it? But
Yeah.
Overwatch had what, like 100,000, 200,000 players at one point.
Mm, yeah.
Seems like a lot of. And maybe not everybody uses voice chat. Maybe that'll help them out.
Yeah.
Anyway, it says by requiring a phone number to play the game and creating temporary recordings of voice chat, the idea is that Blizzard will be able to more easily combat cheaters and disruptive players. How much do you want to bet, Bob, that Blizzard is going to be caught? I'm going to say, give it 6 months, 6 to 8 months after Overwatch 2. There will be an article or some sort of admission from Blizzard that, hey, in addition to collecting disruptive player data, we also were just listening in to see what sort of things that people were buying, and we were selling that information to places like Google. You know,
Oh my god. Well, it's going to be in the. It won't be long. It won't be long. Less than 6 months probably, because it'll be in the terms of service, won't it? What they're going to do with the voice recordings. These are just the headlines we're getting now.
yeah. Uh, However, there may be some concern that these systems will be abused somehow, or that some players will be falsely blamed, as that has happened with other games. It will be interesting to see how the Overwatch community reacts to these changes, as previous reports of video game recording voice chat have not been received well. Looks like we might have to start watching some Overwatch community YouTubers and see what they have to say about this kind of thing. See if they're shilling. See if maybe Blizzard has greased their palms a little bit.
Yeah. This doesn't sound good. I don't like it at all. I mean, I can understand from. I know how disruptive online games can be. My brother plays a lot of Rocket League, and people are getting banned for X amount of days, left, right, and center, for saying like the mildest crap. But
I
this
don't.
seems excessive.
I don't understand. In a day and age where we have a button to mute other people, why you got to ban them?
Well,
Right?
I
If
think it's.
you don't like what I'm saying, just mute me. Then you don't have to hear me.
Yeah, I think it's because games get a reputation as being toxic, which drives off people from playing. So this could be trying to
But
curb some of
yeah, but
that.
they could just, if you report me. Okay, here's my perfect world scenario. You report me for being an asshole on voice chat, right? And
Yeah.
then Overwatch just restricts my ability to use voice chat.
Yeah.
Simple, right? Oh, you want to be an asshole? Now you're temporarily voice chat muted. Like we
Yeah,
just
but
fucking hard mute you.
what about false flags? What if you got false flagged by
Well,
someone?
it would be the same thing. What I'm saying is like they would listen in, see if it's a false flag or not. And if they determine that yeah, I've been an asshole, they mute me for 30 days. They don't have to ban me, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Because
But I mean,
what's the problem? The problem isn't that I'm playing the game. The problem is that I am saying things that you don't like, right? Now,
yeah.
if I'm being if I'm throwing matches or if I'm doing stuff like killing my own team and stuff like that, I could see then you banning me from the game, right? You're just being a dick all the way around, right?
Yeah, I believe that's also included in terms of services these days with a lot of online games, that you're not supposed to be a toxic player, throw matches, and even like you're supposed to be not toxic, and like there's all guidelines about voice chat and online communications.
Man,
So it's all in the TOS, but I don't know, man. Like I don't know what the best solution is.
maybe only allow voice chat with your own team.
Yeah, but then what about if you get lobbied with randoms and you want to communicate with randoms?
But what I'm saying, like, if they're on your team, if they're, of the 5 players, you're not yelling. I think they already restrict that you can't yell at the other team, right?
Yeah, you can only normally chat to your team.
So, I mean,
They already
uh,
restrict you to your team, so
people are too soft. That you know what the solution is to toughen people up again.
well, I think it's also they also mention combat cheaters and disruptive players. So if they have to have a contract phone and link to their account, then they can be
Look, if
proper
somebody's
banned.
being a fucking idiot. And they're like, not on the point. And I'm like, fucking get on the point, you fucking moron. Right? Like, I shouldn't be banned, right? Because they should ban you for just being bad at the game. Like, you know what? You're right. He was mad. But he was mad because you fucking suck. So we're going to ban you instead. That's what I want to see happen.
Right.
Don't ban me for yelling at you for being a bad player. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I just don't trust their recording or their programs which are going to analyze it, that there's no human intervention, or it doesn't sound like there's much human intervention at this stage. So I don't know how reliable their automated systems are going to be either.
No, it's going to be terrible. It's going to be a shitstorm. I give it 9 months before they just stop it. Especially since, like I said, there's going to be a lot of people who are not able to play because they don't have contract phones. There's going to be a lot of people who just refuse to play because they don't want to give out their phone number.
And I just wonder how extreme they're going to go with it. Are they going to send text messages to cheaters and hackers, or warnings to their phone, like you've been disruptive or been cheating in a game and you receive a text message on your phone? That's a bit threatening, isn't it?
Yeah. Blinded Braille says, I think it's more about stopping cheaters and hackers than shit talking. No, because they said ban players. It's going to help them stop banned players from getting new accounts. The hackers and cheaters is just the excuse. That's just to get them in the door. Like, see, guys, we're not bad. We're just trying to protect you from hackers. It's about hackers and cheaters. And Blinded, I know you're an Arcade 1-Up shill now, but get your ass out of the chat and into the panel. What the hell? This is terrible. I don't look forward to it. I was actually looking to get back into Overwatch. I was like, well, Overwatch 2 is starting. I'll jump back in right from the beginning of the new game, see how that goes. Now, I don't know. I don't know so much.
Yeah, well...
I also think with Blizzard's reputation, there's going to be at least one. Mark my words. There's going to be at least one case where someone at Blizzard had took a phone number of somebody and they're sending them unsolicited messages. Mark my words. It's going to be one. All right. That's enough of that. I guess since Blinded still isn't here to talk Andor, man, I guess we'll just have to
Google Stadia.
I guess we'll go to Google Stadia. Bob, did you know Google Stadia is shutting down?
No. Since when?
Just recently they announced. I know, because it's so funny, because I think, I want to say it's like 6 months ago.
Yeah.
We were just talking about Google Stadia, and they said, hey, we're not shutting down. Despite rumors to the contrary, we're not dead. It's not going anywhere. It's not shutting down. And I remember saying, yeah, I gave it to the end of the year. This is just, they're just fucking riding it out to the end of the year. You remember that, Bob?
Yeah. Reading ahead, it looks like they continuing till January just to spite you.
Just to spite me. Just making it past the new year. I don't think that counts. If they've announced shutdown now and they start giving refunds, I think the refunds are just going to go through the year. This comes from The Verge. Google is shutting down Stadia. That sucks for the dude with the Google Stadia tattoo.
Oof.
The Amico shill got himself a little Google Stadia tattoo, little Best Buy blog, Canada. Google Stadia tattoo, made his tweets private. He didn't want people to bug him over this.
Who's that? Not.
I think it was John Scar.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
Small time Amico shill. Not one of the main.
Okay.
All right, so this is from Jay Peters and Alex Krantz. They need 2 people to write this article?
Probably the way these journalists are these days with these websites. They need them to check each other's spelling and grammar.
Yeah, that was true. Google is refunding all Stadia purchases, hardware, software, and DLC. Members of the Stadia team will be quote, carrying this work forward, unquote, in other departments at Google. How are they carrying this work forward? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Google is shutting down Stadia, its cloud gaming service. The service will remain live for players until January 18, 2023. Google will be refunding all Stadia hardware purchases through the Google Store, as well as all games and add-on content purchased from Stadia's store. Google expects those refunds will be completed in mid-January. Does this mean that if I just buy a bunch of shit from Google Stadia right now, that I can then like get a refund?
That's what I was just wondering. Like, probably. But how long do you get to keep the games? Like, they'll probably deny your access
until the system. They said until January 23rd. So I imagine they would just, or until the 18th, they would just, fuck it. And then once the servers all go down, Google Stadia is off anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Right. So maybe this might be a time checking on the times when they were doing the refunds for people just to like buy a bunch of games, try them out for a few months, and then get their money refunded.
That'd be so fucked up. Like Google Stadia just has a huge fucking spike because everybody's like, fuck it, I'm gonna get refunds anyway.
And then Google cancels the cancellation of Stadia.
Yeah. that would fuck everybody over. Like, shit, I bought like $1,000 worth of games thinking I was getting a refund, and now Google's canceled Stadia. Canceled the cancellation. Says a few years ago, we also launched a consumer gaming service, Stadia. Stadia Vice President GM Phil Harris said in a blog post. And while Stadia's approach to streaming games for consumers was built on a strong technology foundation, it hasn't gained the traction with users that we expected. So we made the difficult decision to begin winding down our Stadia streaming service. Employees on the Stadia team will be distributed to other parts of the company. Sad day. Harrison says Google sees opportunities to apply Stadia's technology to other parts of Google, like YouTube, Google Play, and its AR efforts, and the company also plans to, quote, make it available to our industry partners, which aligns with where we see the future of gaming headed, unquote, he wrote. Do you think they're going to partner up with, like, Sony?
Maybe
Microsoft?
I don't see Sony really, because Sony bought on Live and they're actually trying to figure out a PlayStation 3 emulator for the PlayStation 5 at the moment. They've hired an emulation team. So they might go with Microsoft, but Microsoft already has the Azure cloud infrastructure system. So I don't see either of them going for it. Maybe Nintendo, because their online and cloud services are shit.
Yeah, this is true. Google detailed some of the finer points of the shutdown in a FAQ. Refunds will automatically be made through the Google and Stadia stores. You won't have to return any hardware. Wow, you get to keep the hardware. That's a thing.
Mod it.
Stadia Pro subscriptions will not be eligible for a refund, but you will not be charged during the shutdown period and can access games you might have redeemed as a Pro user until everything is wound down. Google has closed the Stadia store. Damn it! So you can't buy games or in-game transactions. They closed the loophole, Bob. They saw it coming. They're like, oh, shit, we got to close this shit. Says the writing has been on the wall for Stadia for a while now. Most recently, when Logitech announced its new cloud gaming handheld last week, and Stadia was one of the few cloud gaming services not mentioned. But Stadia has been facing rumors of its demise practically from the start. And Google has a habit of killing projects only a few years after they launch. And Stadia, a cloud gaming service from a company with few ties in the gaming industry, seemed like a prime candidate for an early demise. Someone said that the reason that Google Stadia died, Bob, was because people thought that Google Stadia was going to die.
Right.
And let me explain. Let me expound on that. What they were basically saying was that because people thought that Google was going to die, that people wouldn't invest into Google Stadia, buying hardware, games, and stuff, and so that the system never had a chance to take off because no one wanted to risk it. Right? Everyone was being risk averse to Google Stadia.
Right. I gotcha.
All right. It says last year rumors abound it would shut down after the number of games released to the platform slowed, and the company shuttered its in-house game development studios. When those rumors popped up again this year, Google insisted that Stadia was not shutting down. Rest assured, we're always working, bringing more great games to the platform in Stadia Pro. The company said in a tweet, which was true until today. Microsoft, which has also invested heavily in cloud gaming, declined to comment. NVIDIA, which makes the GeForce Now cloud gaming service, and AT&T, which uses the Stadia tech to power a couple game trials, didn't immediately respond to a request for comment. And that's all she wrote.
Rip Google Stadia. Farewell and forgotten.
Ooh. Hunter Whiff said all monetization shut down yesterday. I only bought 2 games and 1 controller. Signed up for the monthly pro membership. Fuck my life. Damn.
Oof.
Yeah. So do you think this is a good thing for gamers, or do you think this is a bad thing? Is this
good thing, because I don't think cloud gaming is there yet, and trying to push an inadequate service now is a bit folly. And sometimes too many options is a bad thing, and if one of the options is not great, then get rid of it.
Blinded said Google turned down a Death Stranding 2 saying no one plays single-player games.
Ugh.
Well, I mean, people play single-player games. I don't know how many people play Death Stranding, though, because that game sucks.
Ooh, hot take.
It's not a hot take. You're just fucking walking around. It's all confusing. Kojima lost his fucking mind, okay? I know this isn't a Kojima segment here, but that boy done lost his fucking mind. Okay? I don't know how he come up with that shit. He smoked some good shit before he just started writing down aliens that come and from another dimension, and then they pretend to be you, but they're not really you, but then you're linked to them, and then there's like a goddess, and you're on a beach that's in your mind, but then it's going to restart the world. I was like, what the fuck is all this shit?
Oh, have you finished Death Stranding? Have you played it?
Played it. I had to like Google it and read the wiki just to know what the fuck was going on.
Oh.
And that was just like the first 10 minutes. Despite it being a simple, hey, go walk over there and deliver some packages. You're a fucking UPS guy on drugs.
Right.
Here's a can of Monster and fucking fancy shades that we all got licensing for, and go deliver some packages. Back on topic. Google Stadia shutting down. I think this is a good thing for gamers. Like Bob said, technology is not there. We're not there for cloud gaming just yet. On top of the fact, Google Stadia is basically a live service, right? And live service is not what we want. We want to own our games. We want to be able to have them when the system shuts down, when the company goes out of business. We want to keep playing our games. And something like Google Stadia, obviously, you're not going to be able to. At least they are giving you your money back. Probably because they just want to avoid the lawsuit. They already knew. They're like, shit, just give them the money back because we're going to get sued up the fucking ass for this shit. It's not even worth the headache. Anything else, Bob?
I do think cloud gaming is going to be the future of gaming at some point, but probably not for a good 5 to 10 years at this rate. Maybe a generation or two. And I think Microsoft's going to be in the lead with that as they're establishing their Game Pass model and getting more and more developers under their banner. So I could see Xbox moving into cloud gaming first. And I've tried xCloud on mobile and it works really well. So how can Google Stadia compete with that when it comes free with Game Pass Ultimate?
Can't compete. Well, thankfully, they don't have to compete anymore because they are shutting down. Shed a tear, pour one out for the Google Stadia homies. It's all over. It's all over but the crying. Yeah. And of course, we have a special guest. You might know him as the Scottish Casanova, the man with the voice that sounds like haggis, hot haggis. Finbarr, what's going on, Finbarr?
Evening, Tony. Good morning, Bob.
Evening. Good morning.
My voice doesn't sound... What did you say my voice sounds like, Tony?
Hot haggis.
I've been told it sounds like helium escaping from a balloon. But I'll take the hot haggis.
So, how you been? How's the week been treating you?
No, I've been working hard, Tony. That's why I've been MIA for 2 weeks. Obviously, we've had a death in the royal family, so things have been a bit hectic at work.
That's it, because Bob said that the death hasn't affected him at all.
No, I'm military, so it affects me.
Oh,
But it means another medal. It means another medal next year, so hey, it's all good.
nice.
So how many does that make now? How many medals have you earned?
Earned is a strong word. Next year I'll have 6 on my chest. That's not bad.
He said 6, everybody. I know it sounded like he said he'll have sex on his chest. But
Not very often, no.
So we're still waiting on Blinded. Apparently he decided he wants to eat instead of being on the stream. I don't know what that boy's problem is.
Boo, who needs food, man?
Well, who needs a date, right, Bob?
Well, I'm still hoping to try to get that date. That's not till tomorrow, though. But
I thought you already had the date, Bob.
no, I'm having the date tomorrow.
No, I mean, you said you're still hoping to have the date, as if she might cancel on you if you're afraid it's not going to happen.
I might cancel on her. It depends on how tired I am. Depends if I can be bothered.
I don't think I've ever canceled a date, no matter how tired I was.
I've never had to.
Luke said, too many people with shitty internet for cloud gaming to be the main way of gaming. Yeah, exactly. 56K warning says, I'm tired, babe. Tired.
Low.
Yeah.
If she goes for the D, take it, Bob. Take it. She's gonna put you in that Amazon position.
Snoo. Death by snoo.
Death by Snooze. By the way, One's Biceps agrees. Death Stranding is awful.
Okay, I won't play it then.
What'd you think of Death Stranding? Have you played that, Finbar?
No, I haven't played it, but I've seen it. I've seen people live streaming it. I think it looks fucking weird. There's a. Do you carry like a big stack of parcels on your back or something like that, and you need to stay balanced?
Yeah.
And you're going over rough terrain.
Yeah.
That sounds like the most boring game ever.
Yeah.
I know the graphics are nice. I've seen the graphics; they look nice, and it looks a bit Metal Gear Solid-y, but I can't imagine it. Do you remember the part in Shenmue where you have to move crates around the warehouse?
Yeah.
It reminds me of that.
Yeah, it's pretty much.
You take a week off work to sit and play these games, to basically go to work for a week in a game, and earn nothing.
Well, I mean, yeah, no. I mean, it's the same way if you play like a farming game. I mean, technically, farm work is hard work, but when you do it in the game, it's just so relaxing and fun.
Yeah, it's true. Farmville on Facebook, you remember that?
Yeah. That was big on Facebook. Everybody loved Farmville.
You should try Job Simulator then on VR, Tony. You'd probably like that.
I've never tried VR, so I don't know if I would like that.
VR is fun.
Bo knows Tecmo says Bo doesn't like Death Stranding. Bo only plays Tecmo Super Bowl. Welcome, Bo. Good authority that is the real Bo Jackson. Just trying to fool you. We're going to give it a couple more minutes. And if Blinded's not here, I guess we're just going to jump into the She-Hulk talk. Have you seen the coverage that we done of the Arcade 1-Ups, Finbar?
No, I've been out of the loop. I don't know what's been going on.
Oh, it's crazy. So I was alerted by our good friend Genovi. Genovi said, hey, check this out. And he tweeted at me. It was basically the new, Arcade 1-Up is coming out with an NFL Blitz. I think it's like NFL Blitz Legends or something. It basically has Blitz 99, and Blitz 2000 on it. Now, they're advertising it as having online play. Except it doesn't have online play yet. They said they're working on it. We're going to get it. Don't worry, guys. We're going to get it. Mid-October. It'll have online. So then they claim, well, it wasn't supposed to be released. That they sent the units out, and that these retailers just decided to start putting them out on the shelf, start selling them early. So it wasn't their fault. So I'm looking into this, and suddenly there's an Illuminati cult. There's a Tommy Tallarico-esque figure named John D at the center of it. There's shilling. There's sponsored streams that haven't been reported as such. Weird giveaways. It's just all kind of craziness. It's like Amico all over again, right? I think it was Samuel Clemens who said, history doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes. That's what we're having here. We have a situation where history is rhyming the fuck out of itself. But then, me, Potion, Gen X, kind of retro, bro. Just give him a little credit. And we were covering this, and shit came to a head on a live stream. We had, apparently there's arcade 1-ups, and there's the Illuminati, and we had both sides on the stream, and people were yelling at each other. It's crazy.
Well, at least when the Amico well runs dry, you've got another well to pull from. As soon as you say NFL, you lose me, Tony. I don't
watch the NFL either. But Blitz is it was an arcade football game that was less football, more arcadey.
American football.
Yeah, American. That's the only kind of football there is.
Yeah.
Not
sure,
soccer.
Bob, yeah.
I'm not talking soccer here.
Try tell Bob that.
Bob, are you a soccer hooligan?
Yes. Yes.
I used to have this boss.
Millwall.
I swear to God, when I was like, I want to say like 28, I was working at this place, and we had a boss. He was English, and I remember we were just fucking around with him. We were like, oh, so you were a soccer hooligan back in England? And he's like, oh yeah, mate. I was down there with Millwall. He was like, yeah, I was with Millwall, and he's telling us how he's like, yeah, one time we were waiting outside the stadium, and they were remodeling, so we picked up the tiles, and we're fucking flinging these tiles up, and they're crashing down through because of the train stations. Like, they're crashing down through the fucking top of the train station. They're hitting people in the fucking head. I'm like, dude, the fuck? He's like, we went in there, we're just beating these people. I'm like, you're my boss? What the fuck is this shit? People from England are crazy, Bob, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, don't mess with us, man. We'll throw tiles at you.
And over a soccer match?
Oh, yeah.
Well, they want to try a Rangers Celtic match in Glasgow. That's a different level.
So we're joined here apparently by the great comedian
Shab.
What's up, Shab?
Hi, Blindy.
I'm good. I'm making all these crappy jokes.
You bend it like Beckham, dog? Yeah. He wasn't a Green Street hooligan. He was the other team. He was the other guys. He was the bad guys. One Inch Bicep says, Amico Gate is Little Richard, and Arcade 1-Up Gate is Johnny B. Bad. Like 3 people will get that. So you ready, Blinded? How was your week?
It was pretty okay. Nothing eventful.
You still in school? Still in college?
I took a break this semester.
You were going to what, like film school or something?
I was going to regular university and doing crim and film.
Yeah, you can expound on your answers. You don't have to like. I feel like I'm pulling teeth today from everybody.
Well, I like keeping private, so I don't like to. I like to be more mysterious.
All right then. Have you been following the 1-Up scene? What we've been talking about here?
Yeah, I saw that stream. That stream was fucking hilarious.
It was crazy.
Which stream was this, Tony? Tony, what stream was it on so I can go back and watch it while I'm washing dishes or something?
It's called Exposing a 1-Up Shill Live.
Can you DM me the link? Can you?
Yeah, I'll send you the link.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was
tell the truth, stream. Mike. Yeah, that shit was crazy. Fucking Rexer. And apparently, there's more stuff. Apparently, every day, like I get more and more information, and people are sending me stuff like, "He fucking lied to you on stream. I got proof that he was lying what he said." I was like, "Oh fuck."
Oh, really?
God damn.
Yeah. So it's gonna be crazy. It's going to get even crazier.
When are we discussing that now, or are we saving that for later?
We're saving that. Just give a little preview. Just wetting the palate a little, Bob.
Okay.
Just tickling the taint. Just getting it ready. Because right now, we got to talk She-Hulk. Because that's why we brought our expert, our Marvel expert, Finbarr Saunders here. She-Hulk episode 7.
Yes, sir.
Have you guys seen it? Did you
Hell
love
yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, loved it.
So what would you say? Was this a better episode or worse episode than last week, Bob?
Better episode.
Better episode, definitely.
Yeah.
I've seen some people say
yeah.
that they hated this episode. That that's it. They're done with She-Hulk. This episode.
Bro, there's like two more episodes left.
Yeah, Soy Boys, man. Like the episode was really good. Like a few things clicked with me with the show, and I felt that it kind of grounded the character a bit more and showed us a vulnerable side to She-Hulk. And I think that was kind of the original intent with the original cut of She-Hulk, having the reveal of She-Hulk at the end with Bruce Banner and the training, and then showing like her development and coping with her powers and stuff. So I feel a lot got lost in translation when they reshuffled the episodes, because I don't like now I'm thinking with the beginning as it is, it doesn't really work with the rest of the show as it's panning out.
Yeah, if they'd waited until now to do that origin, it would have been better. It would have. I think it would have. These last 2 episodes. So that previous episode, what one was the one with the Daredevil helmet? Was that 5? The end of 5?
Yeah.
Right. So at the end of that one, and the Daredevil helmet pops up. You're waiting for the next episode, 6, and 6 was such a letdown because of that. Because they teased
I've never said that 6 was a letdown.
No, I like 6.
6. Yeah. Okay. No, but it was like, do you remember South Park season 2 episode 1? Terrence and Phillip not without my anus.
Yeah,
Does anybody remember that? Do you remember the outrage that caused?
Oh yeah.
I laughed at everybody who thought that was. I thought, what a fucking bunch of idiots.
I thought it was a good episode though.
I have never been as mad about a TV show as I was when episode 6 started and she turned to the camera and said, "Oh, it's a self-contained wedding episode." I was going to tear the TV off the wall. And then this episode, even though this was a bit better, but it moved the story forward like 1 inch because of the intelligentsia thing at the end.
Yeah.
The rest of it was all filler again. Even though they had it was good. They had Porcupine, El Aglia, and Manbull in it. It was quite good that they popped up. But apart from that, nothing much happened.
Well, it's funny that Bob mentioned the reshuffling of the episode orders, because I feel like we like the first couple of episodes had the little post credits, and then suddenly they just stopped, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's because of the order shuffling. I think when they originally filmed them, there was probably stuff that would lead into, the next episode, or that are now contradicting things that happened in the first episode, because there was probably like some post-credit scenes that wouldn't make sense anymore because, we already know her origin. We already know how she got the blood and all that other thing, right?
Mm.
Like even this,
sorry, Tony, the stinger where Captain America fucks, that would have happened here.
That would happen in the next one. Because there still would be one more, because it was supposed to be episode 8.
But what I mean is the post-credit scenes would have started a bit later on in the episodes rather than as early as they happened.
Yeah. Like I said, with the whole stealing of the blood, there would have been like a little mystery to it, right? Like, why are they stealing the blood? What the hell's going on, right? Why would the blood have any meaning, right? Especially when she's not the She-Hulk, right? Because originally they tried to steal her blood when she was in She-Hulk form. In this episode, he stole her blood when she was Jennifer Walters, right?
Mm.
So I think that was like supposed to be like, oh, why would he do that? What's going on? And then you would get the episode where, oh, she got Bruce Banner's blood when he was Bruce Banner, not from the Hulk, because the blood has the DNA, and they would have explained everything leading into the finale.
Yes, I get you. Yes, that would make more sense.
But now
I
you
don't
already
think-
know, and so it's like
I don't think he stole her blood. I think what happened was she squatted on his face and he scraped it off into a test tube while she's asleep.
Well,
That's
well,
what I
here-
think.
You think he got Cleveland Steamer?
well, here's
Don't
what
think
I'm
he
going to
was that
say.
far.
Do you think that she burns her tampons now?
Probably not.
Because they could just go to the trash and get her blood.
True.
Yeah.
Just saying. It's a thing. All right. So Papa Brad says, is She-Hulk worth watching overall? Do you guys like it? Overall, I love it. I'm a huge Marvel simp, though. I pretty much love anything Marvel. Even when I don't love it, I'll watch it week after week. I sat through every episode of The Inhumans, and that show was fucking terrible. But every week I sat there.
Good God.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? Bob, She-Hulk worth watching?
Yeah, I would say so. But again, I'm a complete simp for the MCU. I'll watch any crap they put up. I'll have my criticisms of it, but I still think She-Hulk is pretty good for the TV shows, and like I'm really enjoying it. I kind of wish they'd gone for a even more like grounded origin story and spread out her learning her powers and getting used to it and incorporated some of that. And like we'd seen her struggling with how much strength she's got now. I would have liked to see a bit more of that incorporated in, but mostly I think it's a good story and I'm enjoying it.
What about you, Blinder? What do you think?
I think it is average, like, which is fine, I guess, because the other Marvel shows weren't that great either. But my problem with it is it's like a Marvel show and then it's also a comedy, but it doesn't really feel like a comedy. And it also doesn't feel like an MCU show. So that's kind of my issue with it.
I prefer the comedy in this than I do in Thor: Love and Thunder. Thor: Love and
Oh,
Thunder
definitely.
was so cringe and so, I don't know, campy. It was way
But
too far.
sometimes there's jokes that just don't land. And it's not that
Yeah.
it's cringe. It's just that, like, I see what you did there, but it wasn't that funny. You know what I mean?
Agreed.
I like Love and Thunder, and I like She-Hulk. What do you think, Finbar? Is it worth watching?
Yeah, I think they've all been worth watching. If you've got a subscription to Disney Plus, you're watching it anyway. But there's
Except
just a
Moon Knight.
no. I would say Moon Knight was one of the better ones because it was more self-contained than anything else. There wasn't much links to anything else.
It's
I enjoyed
nothing like Moon Knight.
No,
That's
it's
the
not. I
problem.
agree. Comic-wise, yeah, I know. I agree with that. But nothing. I don't think anything really has been. Off
Comic
the top of my head, I
accurate.
don't think. Yeah, I don't think
Well,
anything's been.
Moon Knight was like a big departure. That was just unacceptable, especially that last episode. But I digress.
Yeah, but I still thought it was worth watching. This is worth watching as well. There is the odd filler episode that like there always has been with all these shows. But I'm hoping we're going to get 2 solid episodes of Daredevil next, and if not, that
Yeah,
TV's
hopefully.
down off that wall. But
I
I
think
would say,
Daredevil's going to be the finale.
sorry, Tony. What I would say about Love and Thunder, I agree. I think Ragnarok was a bit of lightning in a bottle. Pardon the pun. And they tried to copy it again when they were doing Love and Thunder, and I just think they fucking forced it too hard, and they should have just
Yeah.
done something different.
Yeah.
It was just
There-
like Ragnarok redo.
There's lots of parts I liked about Love and Thunder, but there was just as many I disliked. I thought the ending with Love was really bad. I don't know why they brought in Eternity as a child now, a child with the power of eternity, and is the son of Gore, the God Butcher, resurrected. It's so weird. I don't get that.
I don't think she has the power of eternity, Bob.
She does.
Yeah.
They mention it at the end. She's like got some. They mention it right at the end, like she's got some sort of powers from eternity.
Yeah, she got powers for being a god, but she don't got the powers of eternity.
Well, we don't know that yet. She probably does, though.
That would be
She-
OP as fuck.
No, I think that she's going to be literally love. In the
Yeah, I
Marvel,
don't think she's eternity.
in the Marvel comics, Bob, and
Right.
for the viewers who might not be familiar with it, all the characteristics have like an associated god. So there's love and hate, chaos and
Right.
order. So I think she's literally love.
Right. Don't like it. But she's going to be OP.
I feel like they would just get rid of her character anyway.
They can't because that's Hemsworth's daughter.
I mean, it's not like she's going to appear in another movie anytime soon.
Is nepotism the right word?
Is that his actual kid in real
Yeah.
life?
Yes.
Oh, right.
All right, so this is just one of many tweets. It says, women are not like this. The writers of She-Hulk have shown that by inserting themselves and their experiences onto the character. Well, the writers are female, so that's kind of weird. But, they have created the most awful, hypocritical, self-absorbed, narcissistic MCU character of all time.
Isn't that the point of her arc?
Yeah, but I don't think she was really narcissistic in this episode. I think she was just...
No.
Like,
Have you ever watched Iron Man movies? Like, that guy is self-absorbed, narcissistic, and pretty awful most of the time.
Yeah,
she
but
was
it's
just like-
excusable because it's a guy.
Yeah.
Come on, Bob.
But she was in this episode. There was no real narcissism. There was not. She was just like, "This dude's not calling me back. What the fuck, right?" Like she
Yeah.
seemed really cringe and like hopeless. Like you're the She-Hulk, but you're still like waiting for a dude to come call you on the phone, right?
Yeah, but like at that age, at her age, what I'm assuming the character is, you don't like have a relationship like she does and then like just ghost someone after sex. It's like so rude.
Well, yes, Bob. It's rude, I guess, but I mean, it happens.
It happens, but it seems to happen a lot to Jennifer Walters. Like, she's struck out with 2 guys now. I know that guy had ulterior motives because he was with the intelligentsia, but still.
Well, I think both of them were, Bob, because the one dude. Remember when she gets attacked by the wrecking crew?
Mm-hmm.
One of them has a mask on. But why would he have a mask on? Well, none of the other guys were hiding their identity, but they specifically chose to hide one guy's face
Right.
because Jennifer Walters would have recognized him. So I believe the dude that she went on the date with that was like really obsessed with the She-Hulk and then showed up back at the law firm, I think that's him.
Right. That's weird.
And then I think one of the other dudes is going to take over as the new Wrecker. I think they're going to get rid of him and bring someone else in as a new Wrecker.
Maybe the guy that ghosted her.
Yeah. And they'll probably use her blood to give them super strength so that they're strong. Since they're not going the whole magical Norn stones.
Well, the rumor is that they're going to use the blood, and it's somehow going to affect, like, all these other characters are possibly going to be Hulk-ified, I guess, right? Like, it's going to lead to Red Hulk and maybe a bomb. So that's the rumor, at least.
I don't see how it would lead to a bomb because they haven't even introduced Rick Jones.
Oh, I know, but I mean, like, in the future, if they do.
It opens up that doorway if they introduce a couple of new Hulk creatures.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I got an article here written by Rory Mellon. Not Saggy Mellons, friend of the show, but Rory Mellon. He says, I stopped watching She-Hulk, and it changes the way I think about the MCU.
Okay.
Says I've made no secret of my growing dissatisfaction with the MCU, and She-Hulk Attorney at Law, the latest slice of the interconnected comic book universe, has done precious little to reverse my Marvel fatigue. I should clarify up front that I don't think She-Hulk is a bad show. It's just very bland. Bland would make it a bad show, right? Am I confused what bad and bland means?
Yes.
Because I don't remember ever anyone going, I love this. It's so bland. This food is delicious. This is the most bland thing I've ever. No, bland is bad. So if you call it bland, you're calling it bad. You can't have it both ways, Mr. Rory. It's like he's trying to soften it. Like, no, I don't think it's bad. It's just dumb. Anyway, and that's become an increasingly common trend with the MCU, particularly in the TV space. The glut of Disney Plus shows have rapidly worn me down to the point where I only finish the likes of Hawkeye and Moon Knight out of a sense of obligation to stay in the loop rather than because I genuinely wanted to see how these series concluded. However, the 1-2 punch of Ms. Marvel and She-Hulk convinced me that I really don't need to watch everything MCU. It's perfectly okay, even preferable to pick and choose the stuff that captures your attention and skip the rest. Ms. Marvel was a fucking great show.
Yeah. I was actually really surprised at how good it was.
So it's like, for as much as everybody has crapped on Ms. Marvel as a character, I loved her in the Avengers game. I know the Avengers game sucks, and I'm like probably the only person playing it still, but I did love the characterization in the Avengers game of Ms. Marvel, and the TV show fucking knocked it out of the park.
Yeah.
Still didn't watch that.
Oh, you got it. It's good.
It's really good.
It's less superhero-y and more like just a show about a girl, right?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you'd like it for like the cinematography. There's a lot of cool effects and stylization, especially in the earlier episodes. I think it kind of like wanes out towards the end. But like the first couple of episodes, there's a lot of stylized cinematography and effects and stuff.
Blind, did you probably want like the changes that they've made from the comic book character? Because
No, I was
they
ranting about that.
totally, yeah, they've totally gone away from Inhuman to Mutant.
And the mutant, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't
We were-
like it. I'd rather
We
they
were
stuck-
saying
I'd
that
rather
it
they-
doesn't make
yeah.
sense.
her power set as well is completely different from the comics.
Hmm.
Well, that's because they gave her like the nega bands,
Yeah.
so she could still sort of stretch, but it's like the energy is stretching with her.
Which
They
is
don't
so
really
much BS.
Yeah, they don't really explain why her arm stretches. And it's not like just an energy thing that comes out, but whatever. 56K warning says, or stop over analyzing everything and you'll start to enjoy things.
Maybe.
All right. Let's continue on from Tom's guide. However, we went right through that. Having now put this new approach into practice in recent weeks, I'm suddenly and surprisingly more excited about Marvel than I was before. I walked away from She-Hulk. Earlier this summer, I very nearly stopped watching Moon Knight. I'm fully aware that my dislike of the Oscar Isaac-fronted show is a controversial take, but the show lost me in the malaise of its middle episodes.
So one thing I want to ask. So he watched. Oh, never mind. It sounds like he watched a couple of shows. He watched Moon Knight. What was the one before? Did he say Miss Marvel?
No, he skipped Miss Marvel.
Oh,
He watched Hawkeye.
Hawkeye, Moon
Hawkeye
Knight.
was bland.
Yeah, Miss Marvel was targeted at a younger audience. So, and then he's like quit out on She-Hulk. That's like 2 shows. He's crying over nothing.
He could just stop watching them. I mean, I feel like the shows haven't moved the needle besides Loki.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I would argue WandaVision did as well. Moved the needle.
Gosh, I mean, after Doctor Strange, I would say not really.
But it moved the needle into the
In
place
terms of
for
a
Doctor
story.
Strange.
Yeah.
Well, you needed WandaVision to happen for
Doctor Strange.
for Doctor Strange to make sense, because to move her character through that arc.
Where were we? After some passionate, to put it mildly, reactions to my various articles expressing my disappointed. What the?
My disappointed.
Have we gone 1 week without reading an article without some sort of typo in it?
No, I don't think so.
Where's the editors? The fuck?
And
There are no
This
You
is
can't
Tom's guide. This isn't like some, again, rinky-dink website, right?
I don't think they can hire editors anymore. I don't think there's money in the budget the way
I think it's
God
not PC.
damn.
It's not PC to tell people that they've messed up, right? They're like, "Oh, excuse me, sir. If it's not too much trouble, can you fix the grammar in this? Oh, no, you can't? Oh, sorry. I don't want to be phobic. I don't want to mess up your lived experience. Expressing my disappointment with the show, I pushed on and finished the series. Then next up came Miss Marvel. And to be honest, I found the first 2 episodes pretty refreshing. I loved Iman Vellani in the central role of Kamala Khan, and significantly lower stakes appealed to me after so many MCU projects where the hero needs to prevent some global catastrophe or world-ending threat. Fortunately, the shine started to wear in the subsequent episodes, and as of the time of writing, I've still got 2 episodes left of the series. I've struggled in recent weeks to summon the enthusiasm to finish the series. My motivation wasn't helped by having the ending spoiled for me courtesy of social media, but that's the risk we take while aimlessly internet scrolling these days. You know what's funny is it does start off pretty low stakes, but by the end of the series, it's pretty much like the world will be destroyed if Kamala Khan save the day.
I think that's the problem with all of those MCU shows.
Yeah, I rapidly escalated in like the last 2 episodes. It's crazy.
In steps She-Hulk, the latest MCU show, and is.
And is.
I don't want to be the grammar police.
Yeah, you do.
I do. I sort of do. And it is currently 2/3 of the way into a 9-episode run. I hate to sound like a broken record here, but after an initially promising first episode, the next 2 chapters in Jennifer Walters' story left me pretty underwhelmed. The fourth wall breaking humor felt uninspired, and Walters' ability to turn into a big green rage monster so far appears almost unnecessary to the story. A strange narrative decision in my eyes. Again, I think the expectation going into the show was people heard the word Hulk and were like, "Oh, it's going to be fucking balls to the wall action, and she's going to be beating people up." And that wasn't She-Hulk, especially not the fucking burn run. And I don't even think the slot run was like that.
No, there's really. I mean, recently they made She-Hulk more like Hulk. That went way fast.
Well, I think the original run, like the Savage She-Hulk run, when she first came out, I think it was more action. But then, like I said, Byrne took over, and they kind of wanted to differentiate her from the Hulk, so they gave her this like. Because remember, originally she would turn from Jennifer Walters into the Hulk, into the She-Hulk, just like the Hulk. But then she has that graphic novel where she gets kidnapped, gets hit with some laser beams, as you do, and then I'm stuck permanently in the She-Hulk form. And by the end of that book, she's like, I don't care because I like being She-Hulk. So, and then
I feel like that's going to happen
into the MCU. I think so too. Says, since watching those first 3 episodes as soon as they hit Disney's streaming service, I've fallen behind as the weekly rollout continues ahead full steam. You know, it's really dumb too. It's only like 23 minutes. Like, it's not even a big time investment for you to be like, I can't watch this. Like,
yeah,
it's a bit of an entitled viewpoint to have for a reviewer in it. If he's reviewing Marvel MCU stuff, it's kind of his job to watch it.
Yeah. And instead of feeling a desperate urge to catch up to avoid having the climax spoiled for me as happened with Miss Marvel, I actually feel really pleased I've let She-Hulk pass me by. Almost like a weight has been lifted. I don't feel the compulsion. Was it?
I said, like, good for him. Who cares?
Yeah, this is like one of the weirdest articles because it's like pat me on the back for not watching a show, guys.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
Says, I don't feel the compulsion to carry on watching She-Hulk the same way I did with a show like House of the Dragon. The latter has me almost physically itching for each new installment. That sounds like you got like a lice problem, because I've never physically itched to watch the show. Insane. But it's been very rare for an MCU show to give me that same feeling. And unfortunately, She-Hulk definitely has it. I mean, he says that, right? Like if there's like thousands of MCU shows. There's been like 5?
I think there's been 6.
So WandaVision, Loki,
What If,
Falcon. I guess we'll
Hawkeye.
Okay. Miss Marvel. Yeah,
Moon
there's been
Knight,
6.
Miss Marvel. Yeah.
So 7 if you count What If, 6 if you don't count What If.
You've got to count What If.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that?
You have to count What If.
Yeah, it's true. She-Hulk definitely hasn't. If my overriding reaction to a TV show is basically a shrug, then it's probably a good sign to go and watch something else instead. Make the MCU your own. Up until this point, I've been worried that if I skipped a piece of MCU content, be that a movie or a TV show, I would fail to fully understand some future Marvel project. And perhaps that will prove to be the case. Maybe something from She-Hulk will be the key to defeating Kang in the next Avengers movie. Yeah, she's going to twerk him to death. But I realized that watching a TV show purely because of FOMO is a waste of my own time and isn't sustainable in the long run. Now, to his credit, I will say that one of the problems with the MCU has always been that it was too connected, right?
Yes.
Like the comic books, you could read a Spider-Man comic for 30, 40 issues, at least before. I don't know how it is now. At least before. You could read like 30, 40 issues of Spider-Man, and it has no effect on anything that's happening in Captain America or Iron Man or Silver Surfer, right? It isn't until the events come together in like some big world event that you're like, oh, okay, I kind of got to read all the little tangential books or whatever. And then if you would read something like Avengers, you still didn't have to read. Like I didn't have to read Black Panther. You didn't have to read Iron Man and Luke Cage. Whatever you needed to know in the Avengers comic was in that one comic.
Mm-hmm.
And I always thought that was kind of the problem with the MCU. Like, yeah, it's good that it's connected, but it should be more nods and not like you have to watch Iron Man to know what's going on in this other thing. You have to watch Moon Knight to know what's going to go on in fucking Blade, right? Like,
the thing is, though, like it worked when there was just movies. Now there's TV shows, and there's like 4 of them that come out every year. So it is very confusing to now keep up with the TV shows and the movies when they're all sort of not all connected within that same year. So,
plus, they're on Disney Plus. So if you don't have Disney Plus, you're out of the loop. Which is probably why they've pushed back Armor Wars from being a TV show. I don't know if you guys have heard, but it's going to be a full-fledged movie.
Yeah.
Which is great.
I think it is. I'm on the fence. We'll talk about that after this.
Mm-hmm.
No, it has to be a good thing. It's got to be good.
And a rumor
the action
that's
scenes
going along with that one. A big rumor.
Well, says I don't need to watch every single piece of MCU content in an attempt to stay within an increasingly unwieldy loop. I can pick and choose the parts of the universe that interest me. For example, I'm really looking forward to Black Panther Wakanda Forever, because if you didn't say that, everybody would attack you on Twitter. But have next to zero interest in the upcoming series Echo. If I start a new MCU show on Disney Plus and it doesn't grab me, surely it makes logical sense to bow out once I'm sure the series isn't for me. That's the approach I'd take to any non-MCU show, after all. If you were going to bow out to these shows, right, this is my own advice, just watch the first episode and the last episode at least. Because whatever you need to know is going to be covered in those 2 episodes.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Or just watch Gabbing with Geeks and we'll tell you what happened.
Yeah.
You get the recap.
Yeah, you get the recap. I don't think we need to read the rest of this. Basically, he's just, hey, I'm not going to watch
Nothing burger.
Yeah. I did see a few YouTubers were using this article to say, look, guys, see, people don't like the MCU no more. They're bowing out. She-Hulk has made people leave the MCU. Because this one guy doesn't want to watch it no more. As for the recap, we haven't really talked about what the episode was about, so I'll give you the quick and dirty. Basically, the Abomination's device, his inhibitor, goes on the fritz. So the parole officer says, hey, Jennifer, I need you to come help me go watch, make sure that, he's not fucking killing people and shit. Meanwhile, we find out that Jennifer Walters has met somebody. They've been dating. They've been having a good time, eating fries. It's the dude from the wedding. They've been building up, the whole, will they kiss? Oh, no, they had the first kiss. And she kind of wants to invite him in, but she doesn't want to invite him in. And eventually, they do the deed. He doesn't die, because apparently she does the deed as Jennifer Walters. I'd be scared. Like, she'd change in mid-thing and just fucking crush the shit out of my hips and my waist, and I just...
Yes, please.
I don't know. Break your dick off?
That'd be one way to go.
Anyway, So they sleep together. She gets up in the morning and dude is left. Snuck off in the middle of the night, never to be seen again. And then we get a montage of her being sad and trying to will the phone to make him text her back. But of course, he doesn't. She goes off to the island to meet the abomination. Finds out, hey, he just kind of,
Vibing.
He's just vibing. He apparently was going after his favorite chicken, got electrocuted in the fence, and made the thing go on the fritz. No big deal. He wasn't escaping. He likes it there. And then we meet the cast of colorful characters who are on the island with him. They don't really say if they've been sentenced there. They're sort of how they found him, why they've joined his sort of semi-cult. But we meet El Aguila / the Matador. They kind of smushed the two characters together. Man Bull, who's more man than bull than he was in the comics. In the comic, he was pretty much a Minotaur. Saracen, who's not a vampire in the comics. They said he's a vampire, but is he really? It's hard to tell because he was out during the day, right? Like, unless vampires work differently in the MCU.
Possibly.
Maybe it was supposed to be like a joke on Blade.
Maybe he's a reverse vampire.
Yeah. But I think my opinion is the whole reason they made him a vampire is so he could keep talking about blood, and so that eventually
the audience.
Yeah, like, oh, maybe he wanted your blood, and it's like, ha ha, joke, because he did want her blood, just not because he's a vampire. And of course, Porcupine, who never takes off his costume. And did I leave anybody out?
No.
Man Bull, Saracen, Porcupine.
The guy from the Wrecking Crew.
Oh yeah, and the Wrecker's there. Because he did go to jail, right? He said he went to jail and then he ended up on the island. It's weird. So anyway, so they go there. It's just basically she's vibing. Everyone's figuring out their stuff, going through their therapy, and eventually they rope her into, say, hey, well, you're stuck on the island. We fucked up your car. You might as well enjoy it. She wanders into the thing looking for cell phone reception. They convince her to therapy herself. Eventually she realizes she's a strong, independent woman who don't need no man. Deletes his phone number. That's pretty much the whole episode, right? It's a lot of talking, a lot of jokes, a lot of fun. And then we find out in the stinger at the end that he, in fact, did steal her blood. She's lying on her stomach with her back exposed, and he picks up his phone and he texts somebody 3 emojis. It was like blood,
needle, and
stuff.
a vial.
Yeah, green vial, needle, implying that he has taken her blood. And again, I think this leads into that because they tried to take her blood as She-Hulk, and now he's taking her blood as Jennifer Walters. You were supposed to be like confused, and then they would explain it because the origins now in the first episode, it kind of fucks up the flow. And that's where we're left off. Like I said,
Tony? Who are we thinking that is? Do we think it's the leader?
Oh, I think it's the leader
because
so. The Intelligentsia is in the comics the leader, Egghead, the Wizard, a couple other Super Adaptoid, I think. So I think it's definitely going to be the leader. Maybe some of the other scientists of the MCU. Maybe some like AIM scientists they'll throw in there, or like Venko or somebody. But it is definitely going to be the leader. I think it's going to lead into the World War Hulk
and Captain America 4.
Yeah, and Captain America, New World Order, new World Order.
You think we're going to get a Tim Blake Nelson cameo?
Oh, in the show, yeah. I want to know which version are they going to go. Are they going to go with the straight, like rectangle head straight up, or are they going to go with the like massive brain-looking head?
That's the
big
one I want.
Brain.
Yeah,
I want to see big brain.
Well, I mean, both of them have a big brain. The other one's just a vertical brain.
I'd be stoked.
I think
if
it's
we
going to
got
be
MODOK
the
in as well.
vertical. Oh, MODOK is in Ant-Man.
Yeah, but I mean, so he could show up here, so he's on his way.
Yeah.
And I want him to look like comic MODOK. I think he does, doesn't he? From that teaser, from that Ant-Man teaser, he looks just like comic.
Well,
Somewhat. There's a twist involved with him I won't get into. So
you can get into it. What's the twist? For
the twist is it's actually the guy who was Yellow Jacket in the first movie. And he's stuck in the quantum realm. Yes.
Oh. Are they going to do... Have we seen AIM yet in the MCU? Are they going to do that with MODOK?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
we did. Where was it again?
with Killian.
Iron Man.
Yeah, in Iron Man 3.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Oh,
I didn't
he
really
was
do
AIM.
much with that.
All right.
So that's why I said they could have an AIM scientist there. They could have, depending on where Ant-Man falls into as far as the timelines, and depending on the Ant-Man ending, because the quantum realm, if, let's say that at the end of Ant-Man, fucking MODOK gets shot out into the quantum realm, right? Like he could just pop up, and then the leader finds him, like, boom, you're in the intelligentsia now, right?
And
like
that would be
Finbarr
another
says,
Hydra connection.
so they could introduce him here, and then like you're like, what the fuck is this guy? Why is MODOK here? Then you understand, because then you got to watch Ant-Man.
Ant-Man.
Oh no, I thought it was a good episode. I know there's a lot of people complaining. There was really no action. There's like one little fight scene between Matador / Aguila and Manbull. El Aguila is a mutant in the comics. He has bioelectrical electricity that he shoots by holding his sword. And they did show that off in the episode. So, another mutant.
But so is also, I don't know if you talked about this last week, so is also the guy from last week. God, what's his name now? Mr. Immortal. Mr. Immortal. He's also a mutant in the comics.
Yeah.
So but they're not talking about them as mutants yet.
I think they will soon.
I didn't like what they did with Mr. Immortal, to be honest.
Nah, it's a bit silly, but
yeah. But
at least he's there.
Maybe we'll have the Great Lake Avengers show up.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think that's everything we got to say about She-Hulk. But I want to talk a little bit about Armor Wars is going to be a movie. I'm not sure it's a good thing, and I'm going to tell you what. But before I do, Finbarr, you said it's definitely a good thing. Why do you think it's a good thing? It's a movie.
Well, looking at Falcon and the Winter Soldier as an example, there wasn't a lot of action in it. There was a couple of really good action scenes. And what was it, spread over 6 episodes? Is that how many it was? It was 6.
Yeah.
So, but if it's a 2 hour, like let's say 2 hour, 10-minute film, there's going to be, I reckon, a few more big budget action scenes than what there would have been in a TV show. There's a lot of people complaining about, me especially, filler episodes in the TV shows. Get rid of them and just make it a 2 hour, 10-minute film with action heavy. It's essentially an Iron Man film. So it needs to be action heavy. You can't be having any of these episodes where nothing happens. Yeah. There has to be. There must be a reason why they've changed direction with it and went with a film.
Can I say the rumor?
Show. And I have to trust. You have to trust the way they're going.
Yeah, you could say the rumor.
I don't believe this rumor, but the rumor is it's because they're going to bring back Robert Downey Jr.
I believe this as well. I believe this as well. And if I can go off on a tangent slightly, Tony, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead. We'll blow you up for this. Go ahead.
I believe Robert Downey Jr. is coming back for Secret Wars, and I believe Chris Evans is and Scarlett Johansson is as well. And the reason I believe that is because from we've already had Kang in one form or another, and you're going to get him again in Quantumania. That's Phase 5. You're going to have him all the way through Phase 5 and most of Phase 6. And I believe by the time you'll get to the Kang Dynasty, which you'll be the main antagonist in. I don't think it's going to be another Thanos situation where he's the main antagonist in Secret Wars. I think the main antagonist in Secret Wars is going to be God Emperor Doom.
No.
And I think, because I think they're gonna borrow elements from the 80s Secret Wars, but they're probably going to go more lean heavily towards Jonathan Hickman's Secret Wars.
Wow.
Yeah,
Where
it's gonna be like a mix.
because they've talked about multiverse ending incursions, and this is what's going to happen. It will be Battle World for Secret Wars, and I think when you get that, I think you're going to. And I know that Iron Man and Captain America and Black Widow didn't play any part really in Hickman's run, but that's why I think they're going to merge both. And I also think they're going to take the symbiote suit from the 80s one and bring that into the Secret Wars film. That's how Spider-Man gets the symbiote suit.
Well, I mean,
I've been thinking about it, how they're going to get to it, and I think we're going to get sick of Kang by the time that comes around, and they're going to have to pump something fresh into it. I think you're going to start seeing Doctor Doom or elements of Doctor Doom be introduced.
Sure.
Since we're talking slight spoilers, I think I don't know if the rumor's true that Lucia von Bardis is in Black Panther 2. Has anybody heard that?
Yeah, that's the rumor.
So she shows up in that. That's it already started, and I don't want a Fantastic Four film to be Doctor Doom's origin again.
No.
I'm sick of seeing that. I want it to come in first before them.
Yeah, same.
And I'm kind of hoping. Sorry, Bob. I'm kind of hoping that the Fantastic Four film, and I know it's probably not popular because I think we've talked about before about things pre-Iron Man not making any sense. I'm hoping that the Fantastic Four have been stuck in the quantum realm since the 60s.
Oh.
And they're going to get out. And I don't think we're going to get... What's the guy's name? The guy who was in The Office that got cast. Krasinski?
Yeah,
I don't think it's going to be him. I think they're going to recast.
No.
Yeah. So I think Armor Wars could have worked as a series. Hear me out now. If every episode was self-contained, where he goes after a different armored villain to get the technology back, right? Like almost a villain of the week. Oh, we got to head to this location because they fucking got the armor. Then he has an action scene, fights a dude, gets the armor back. Now we got to go over here. Every
episode would need to be action heavy though, Tony, and I don't think
I don't think they can do that.
I don't think they got the budget, yes, but I think that if done correctly, because Armor Wars was where he was basically going around retrieving his armor technology from all the different people who were using it. It's not like a one-off, like, oh, there's one guy who has my armor, then we go get it, and that's the end of it, right? And I don't think that you could do that in a movie because it's just going to be like that. It's going to be like, oh, that guy has armor technology, we're going to go stop him. And then, because I think it's going to lead from Riri Williams' Ironheart series, because they got Stane's son in there. So I think that's going to lead into, oh, now she's got armor. Remember you told us, Tony, that no one else can get your technology because you're so fucking smart. But then it's going to be like, oh, she's got it. He's got it. Then they'll probably, like if Doom gets introduced, oh, fucking Doom got armor. So then that's going to lead into the Armor Wars. And it's not going to be like the comics at all. It's going to be, it's like own thing.
It's got to be going into phase 6 now, surely.
And I have a feeling that Robert Downey Jr. is coming back for Armor Wars. And I think it's going to be that he's going to be like a program that Riri Williams is going to find a program of him on a disc somewhere, and it's going to be like a hologram Tony. He's going to do all that. But then we'll get Iron Lad show up. Who's Kang.
Kang, yeah.
And then something will happen where the Iron Man suit that has the Tony AI and the Iron Lad fucking meld. No shit, Robert Downey Jr.'s back.
So yeah, it probably is too big a story to be done in a TV show then. Or too important a story, I should say.
Well, I mean, there was also other big news that Hugh Jackman is going to come back.
Oh, yeah.
He's probably going to be in Secret Wars now. So...
Well, we got Deadpool 3 with Wolverine. I mean, I really like Finbar's hypothesis and lay of the land because it kind of fits in with what I'm thinking. Because with the incursion, if they're doing Secret Wars, that kind of leads into incursions and Battle World. I want to see Battle World on the big screen so badly, even though they're going to botch it. And that'd be a great way for them to bring in so many characters they've got access to now. Like they could bring in the mutants through Battle World and the reuniting of the world. They could bring in.
But I think that's too big. again, I think this is a thing. Like, if you were gonna do Battle World, right? I don't want one movie. I want several.
It
movies.
is going to be.
No, but I'm
It's
talking
gonna
about.
be that,
I want like 8-9 movies. I want like a fucking like it'll be like Secret
Jeez.
Wars, Ant-Man, and then like you follow Ant-Man as he's going through different parts of Battle World. Secret
Tony,
War,
you don't know.
Spider-Man.
Tony, you don't know what's between. I think they've got two things slated between the Kang Dynasty and Secret Wars.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is,
revealed what they are.
Secret Wars is so big for them to like. We've merged all the realities. We had a fight, now it's over, right? I want to see fucking the different fucking realities fighting each other, the different fucking people. I want to see the Maestro trying to take over Battle World. I want to see different people challenging Doom.
You might still get that. You might still get that in between. So the Kang Dynasty.
I mean, it's Marvel though. I mean, look at the squandered potential of Endgame.
Look at the squandered potential of Civil War. Like there was no leader. Like Civil War, one movie. Yeah, there was no like factions. There was no sides. There was no like an ongoing conflict.
Yeah, I think the best we'll get is something that's a series that's on Disney Plus that takes place in between Kang and Secret Wars. That's like the best they'll do us.
Yeah.
I'm just like I want more than what they're giving me.
Well, you're not going to get it because they're going to want you wanting more.
I know.
Yeah.
I think that's it for the MCU talk this week. Thank you for joining us, Finbarr.
One more thing, Tony, before you boot me. Red Hulk. Somebody was mentioning it earlier on, Bob. I think blinded. Harrison Ford. Has anybody heard this one?
I heard it and I don't believe it.
You don't believe it?
No, he's too fucking old.
He's retiring after the next Indiana Jones.
He's not actually retiring. He's retiring the character. He's not done with acting though. So I think they wheeled him into a room. They patted him on the head and said, "Yeah, Harris, we'll have a conversation about you playing an MCU character. Don't worry. You want a warm glass of milk and a Snuggie?" And they patted him on the head. I mean, the thing is, I think he could be in it just for like one movie because you don't need him to stay as Thunderbolt Ross.
Well, that's why I thought they would just. That's why I thought they would just resurrect William Hurt and CGI him. I don't understand why they need this.
I don't think they have to do any of it. I mean, they could hire somebody to do the Red Hulk voice, right? Mm-hmm. And you could just have them talking about Thunderbolt Ross, like in the She-Hulk thing, right? Thunderbolt Ross is missing, yada yada yada. Then you see you see a dude in the military uniform, like from the back, and then he just fucking grows into the Red Hulk, and then the leader pops out like, "It's work, gentlemen. Mm-hmm. We've created our own Hulk."
Well, in the comics, he just appeared out of nowhere anyway. There was a big mystery about who he was for a while. So yeah, he just turned up.
Yeah, that was sick. That went on way too long, though.
It went on way too long, and originally he looked identical to the Hulk. He was just red, and then slowly but surely they're like, okay, now we got to change.
They turned him into
Ross. And then they introduced, oh, by the way, you know all the stuff you knew about Doc Samson? Hey, we fucking lied to you for 70 years. He actually was he has 3 personalities because everybody has 3 personalities. And the Doc Samson you knew and loved was actually his id. And now his ego is taken over and he's fucking super strong and can battle the Hulk.
Bruh.
And I was like, what the fuck is this shit? So hopefully, like I said, they don't need a Thunderbolt Ross. They don't need to replace him. They could he's turned into the Red Hulk. Or he just goes missing, and then you're like, we all know what it means. And then you kind of get this mystery of what happened to Ross, maybe through 1 or 2 movies, and then the Red Hulk shows up, or like you have like some destruction, like they're like, oh shit, the Hulk is rampaging, and then like Bruce is like Jennifer Walters will be like, no, Bruce ain't even on Earth, right? You're like, who is it? And then you see the Red Hulk, and then that's it.
All I know is if they recast, they better recast fucking T'Challa.
Yeah, this is another thing as well. Why is it okay to recast General Ross and not T'Challa? That pissed me off.
Hypocrisy. That's all it is.
I think they fucked up with that one, to be honest.
Yep.
I wanted the.
Yeah.
I think his name is Aldous Hodge, the guy that's playing Hawkman in Black Adam. I wanted him to do it. I thought he would have been awesome.
Yeah, he wouldn't be that bad.
Now we're going to have a fucking 3-hour tear fest about him dying off screen. That fucking wound me up. I wanted Namor to kill him as well. and they're not even doing that.
Hmm. I honestly think he's gonna come back after this movie. They're gonna have their cake and eat it too.
Yeah, well, they can because they're doing multiverse, so they can bring him back.
Hmm.
They've got it,
I
right?
think
'Cause
they
you've got
should just recast him.
Yeah, exactly. Because they've got they've got there was this so much all the stuff when he was in New York as well. They've got to go through all that. Storm, he's got to marry. They've got to do all
Well,
that. You can't just.
Have you heard the rumor about who they're going to recast as T'Challa?
Is that a white
No.
guy?
C. Thomas Howell.
Yeah.
Well, there's already rumors of Wanda returning as well.
Yeah, she was always gonna return.
Yeah,
though.
that's a given, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
They should have recast. I know there would always be backlash if they recasted T'Challa, but if they did it when he died, like I said the other day on Max's stream, like a month after he died, recast him. By now, backlash would have been over. They would have been mad at something else, right? Like,
Or people should, like what people are saying, they should have just not done Black Panther 2.
Yeah, delayed it.
Do something on Disney Plus with Wakanda and don't show him. Right? Like it's not that hard. But
The
they just
problem
want to
they
make
had-
money.
Sorry, Blindy. The problem they had is that they were in pre-production when he died, and I think they had,
Yeah, but even if you're in pre-production, you could push off production, right? Like they pushed this movie back like 3-4 times.
I mean, Amiko's been in pre-production for like 2 years, so
Nah.
it's on the launch pad.
yeah. Just another viewer says, so can we get a rating on She-Hulk so far? I think it's a 7.
6 out of 10.
I'll get a 6. I'll give it a 6 until Daredevil
Yeah.
shows up. It's getting a 6.
I'll give it a 7.
So 6.5 if we split the difference between the 4 panel members.
There was so much Marvel news that you didn't even get to half of it.
What
Save,
else
save
is
it
it?
for next week.
Blade. All the
yeah.
drum
Oh,
work,
yeah.
Yeah, it's a shit show.
I don't really see. Everyone gets so excited about shit like, oh, the director's not directing. Oh, okay, whatever. I don't give a shit. I don't even care
Well,
who the
they're
fuck the director
rewriting.
is on a movie, right? Like that's just me. I'm like, I don't give a shit who you are. If the movie's good, the movie's good. I don't give a shit if it's fucking Scorsese.
I don't think the movie's
if
going
it's
to be good.
fucking Del Toro, if it's some other person. See, I don't even know that many directors. I got 2.
I think Mahershala Ali's going to walk.
I think so too. I think so.
Really? That bad?
Yeah, he's not. Apparently, he's not happy with how slow it's going.
Oh.
Oh,
Bring
I
back
heard,
Wesley Snipes.
from what I heard, and this is no offense to anybody,
Mhm.
but from what I heard is the previous director and Ali, very Muslim, very they're friends, very stout Muslims, and I think that they weren't comfortable with all the Catholicism in a vampire story. I know, shocking, right?
I don't think that's true though.
It's the rumor.
Because I think he was Mahershala Ali got the director fired because his ideas they were trying to fix the script, right? And because the script is really bad apparently, and the director came up with ideas, and Mahershala Ali was like, I don't really like these ideas, and he fought for someone else to come in.
Could be. I also heard a rumor they were going to set it in like the 1600s or something.
Yeah. I mean, that would have been interesting, but there was also another rumor. There's so many rumors about this. There was that it was supposed to be like this Blade comic that got canceled back in like 2016, and it was like him training this like his daughter, right? And so they were going to use that plot line, but that comic never existed. There's barely any Blade comics too, which is weird.
They should go with the original version of Blade. With the like brown jacket, and like the stakes,
the green glasses and stuff. Yeah, but that would piss off people, I'm sure.
Everything pisses people off, though.
Yeah,
this is true. Any other Marvel news that we missed? Blinded.
I think that's it. It was a lot of news.
Well, I think we can move on now. It's almost 2 hours. Damn, we talk way too long on Marvel. Thank you for joining us, Finbar.
Thanks for having me, boys.
Yeah,
always, 6 out of 10 Evil Knievel. Thanks, buddy. Yeah.
Good chatting to you again, Finbarr.
Cheers, guys. We'll see you next week.
I was just going to say, next
See ya.
week we'll have you back on to talk
That'll
more
be
She-Hulk, more MCU. You are
and
the expert.
hopefully Daredevil's here.
Hopefully.
If not, I'll be minus 165-inch television.
All right. Thank you for joining us. Kicking you out now.
Now on to the next man-child series.
Ooh, you want to go Andor? You want to go Arcade 1-Up?
Oh, okay,
No,
do
let's
that.
get Andor out the way
Oh,
because
okay.
Out the way. Damn.
I mean, there's not much to talk about, so
yeah,
I guess
it's not
Andor,
much to talk
episode
about at
4
all.
was the biggest waste of my time.
Oh, thank God you agree.
It
wasn't
a
that bad.
episode. It wasn't bad. There just wasn't anything going. Like nothing really happened. Right?
No, there was one thing that was like in the background. I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then that was it.
Well, what's his name? Again, Skarsgård fucking nails it. Fucking knocks it out of the park.
Yes.
Apparently, he wears a wig. He lives on Coruscant, wears a wig. He runs like an art museum. That's a front because he's also in contact with Mon Mothma, who's a senator who's helping the rebellion. And they sort of mentioned, she said that she knows somebody who can help them, right? And I think, and I could be wrong, but by the time frame of the show and everything, I think she's alluding to Princess Leia. Am I wrong?
Wouldn't she be a key?
No, because the show is 5 years before Star Wars. And she's like, what, like 15 in Star Wars? So she'd be 10. But Amidala
She's
was like 12.
15 in Star Wars? What? I thought she was like 18 or something.
No,
that doesn't make sense.
I'm pretty sure she was like 15.
No. That means her and Luke are 15? What?
Yes.
No. That's not right. Look this up.
She was 16 years old before the events of New Hope.
It says here she was 19 during A New Hope.
Yeah, there's no way that they were like 15. That doesn't.
Well, I mean, she was like 30 years old in real life, but I mean, I don't make the time frames. I'm pretty sure though, they changed shit around. Either way, so she's like 19, so she's like 15 here, 14, 15.
Yeah, they're
That's
both
old
19.
enough.
They're both 19. Yeah, Finbarr says she's 19. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, there's no way she's 15.
Okay, so she's 19 in Star Wars. That means she's 14 now, which means that she's old enough. She could be a senator. She's old enough to be a senator because I think Amidala was like 15 when she was the senator, right? In the first.
Well, why would she be a senator though? Isn't her parents they're still alive, right? So
I don't know. Jimmy Smith is. They don't really mention him in the first Star Wars. I think he's dead.
yeah, isn't he the one? He's still on the planet when it gets blown up.
Is he? But I think she's taken over as senator by that time, no? Because he addresses her as senator when they're on the not the Death Star, but when they're on the ship at the beginning, doesn't he?
I don't think he says that.
And everyone, we're just losing our fucking street cred, our fucking geek card is getting pulled.
Well, this is like the fault of fucking Star Wars lore. It's all over the fucking place.
It says right here, it says in Star Wars, she's a princess of the planet Alderaan, a member of the Imperial Senate, and an agent of the Rebel Alliance. So she's a senator in Star Wars. So she could have taken over the dad's seat. And that's how she gets into the rebellion is through Mon Mothma. Because maybe Jimmy Smits takes a step back so he can do more rebellion stuff. It's like, oh, Princess Leia.
Oh, her mom dies. I think her mom might have died.
So, either way, I think that's because they didn't name the person, right? She was alluding to that there was going to be some help, and she didn't name the person. So that's the only conclusion. Like, why wouldn't they name the person? Oh, because somebody we know. It's going to be one of those, oh my god moments, right?
Hmm.
Like, why would they like? Oh, yeah, it's Bill. Bill was the guy I was talking about. You're like, what the fuck was that about? Like, why would you do that? Why would
Well,
you?
they were. What the heck? Sorry. Distraction.
That was weird. You want me to come back in and school you on Star Wars too? No. Either way, I think that's who it was. But what Andor episode 4, to get back on track, pull the train back around to the station. He basically is told, hey, you can join up with the rebellion, which is made up of many different factions that apparently are fighting with each other. They're not all on the same page yet. Not just yet. You can help us really stick it to the Empire, or I can just drop you off somewhere and you can take your chances out there. Or you can try to kill me and take my ship. But I don't think you're going to do that. And after some very tense back and forth, he basically says, okay, I'm in. What are we doing? And he tells them we're doing a heist. We're going to steal the entire payroll for a whole sector. Apparently, the Empire has advanced technology, but they don't have computers. They don't use actual, digital uploads. They don't got like direct deposit for their troops. So they're gonna go in and they're gonna steal. Because and I'm saying this because they go, we're going to upload crates or whatever. Like we're gonna upload crates into this transporter, and then we're gonna steal this fucking the money and take off. So apparently it's like physical money that they've been handing out to like not even paychecks, right? It's not even paychecks you got to sign for. Like this is the future. They're advanced. They got starships, but somehow they're still using paper money. I don't fucking know.
Well, maybe it's like all currency is based on something, isn't it? So maybe whatever they're mining gets converted or sold into credits. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. But they're going to steal it. They're going to steal this money, and basically they're going to pay him $200,000 for his trouble. What I think that they're going for is they're going to he's in it for the money, and then he's going to bond with these other guys, and then slowly but surely he's going to be down for the cause.
Yeah. But this episode overall was boring as fuck. Nothing happened in it. It was terrible.
Yeah. Bob, give us a recap while I take care of this other stuff.
So basically, a whole lot of nothing happens. There's a conversation on the ship while your man is Skarsgård's transporting Andor about. He lands on this planet, talks to some feral woman who they're doing this feral looking woman.
She looked like a normal woman. She didn't look like she was raised by wolves or anything, Bob.
Well, she may as well have been. She was all in what would you call that? Like camo gear, ready for ground warfare, whatever. And he goes and meets up with the group of people who are going to be robbing this paycheck thing, and it ends kind of boringly.
Yeah, there's a team of 6 people that he's joining. He's going to be the 7th member. Basically, Skarsgård is in charge, but she's in charge of the mission. But Skarsgård told Andor that she's actually the boss. So it's really confusing for no reason, just to be confusing. I don't know. Like I said, a whole lot of nothing happened. Basically, he's slipping into this position to help the rebels steal this money. And they kind of went over the plan. Apparently, this planet, for whatever reason, has this special event that happens once every 3 years. And there's all kind of explosions. But there's a big hole in the sky where the explosions aren't happening, but it closes after a couple minutes. So they're going to fly this rusty transporter through this hole before it closes, so that the other ships can't find them because of all the explosions, which is stupid because as soon as it gets stolen, right, don't they just pick up the phone and go, hey, transporter stolen. Here's the ID on it, and send those fucking things, that are in space. They don't have nothing patrolling in space. There's no like floating space stations. Like we have space stations. We have the fucking International Space Station. That's right. Apparently, Star Wars doesn't have those. They're on the planet or not, or they're just fucking not anywhere, right?
It's their payroll planet. It's their like where they mine all the money. Like surely you'd have a Star Destroyer in orbit just in case.
That's what I'm saying, right? You can just pick up the phone and like, hey, send out the TIE fighters. Someone's stealing the money.
Yeah.
But apparently, I guess the Empire is so up their own ass.
The Empire is really stupid.
They don't believe anyone would ever attempt to steal this. So they just
even besides all of this, what they were saying in this episode kind of just proves that they're stupid. Like they didn't even believe that rebellion would happen right under their nose. So,
and then we got the little the Empire people were kind of jockeying for position. So we're getting a lot of that political intrigue in our Star Wars. What I think is going to happen is we're going to find out that the star system that they're stealing is from the okay. So let me rewind. The thing that was stolen, that Andor stole, that was recovered from the scene in the first 3 episodes, that belongs to this female Empire. I don't like
Imperial
paper pusher. She's an Imperial paper pusher, right? Office worker. They do have office jobs apparently. So that's like her jurisdiction, but it was found in this other dude's star system. So it's his jurisdiction. So they're jockeying over whose jurisdiction. Apparently she wants it, and then so she wants to take that whole star system jurisdiction because she's claiming that she needs to find out who stole it, where it's from. He's like, no, fuck you. It's my jurisdiction, and this little rinky dink thing that got stolen. Too bad, right? So what I think is going to happen is we're going to find out that this planet is in the dude's jurisdiction. So after they steal it, he's going to get fucking demotion, and then she's going to get the jurisdiction that she wanted, so she can then go off and chase Andor in them, right?
And then she would be working with the cops then.
Speaking of the cops, they got fired. They all got fired. The fat dude, the skinny dude, and the guy who was not even there. He's like, fuck, I wasn't even around. They're like, yeah, that's the problem. You went on vacation. They fucked it all up. So he's coming back. He went to go live with his mom. They didn't get arrested. I guess they wanted to try to sweep it under the rug. So they just kind of fired them quietly. Like, hey, don't cause trouble. Go back. Get the fuck out of here. You're gone. You're fired. And they took over jurisdiction. The Empire's like, dude, the fucking corpos are out. Empire troopers are in. Good job. You fucked it up. That's basically all that happened. Like I said, there was a lot of talking, not a lot of action. No action, really?
No action at all. They showed the what's his name, Star Killer, the Star Killer helmet in the background.
Yeah,
that was kind of interesting.
Which is weird because they said they weren't going to have any Easter eggs or anything in the show. And then, like 4th episode in, they're like, "Fucking Easter egg."
Yeah, I think that came from people who knew nothing about Star Wars, so kind of makes sense.
So you think that the dude, Lieutenant Geeks, you think he's going to jump back in now? He's like, "Oh, fuck, I'm back in on Star Wars. There's Easter eggs. Fucking back in."
I wouldn't be surprised. They see that and they're like, "Oh man, there might be more of this," and then they complain and then they jump off and then repeat.
Rinse and repeat.
Yeah.
So Andor, not much going on. I think we're gonna have another 3-episode arc where it's nothing going on, then more fucking nothing going on, and then heist. And I think it's gonna continue that way. There's gonna be another episode with nothing going on, and some kind of heist.
Yep. We got how many episodes left? What, 8?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope they don't stretch everything out. It feels like I know what they're going for, right? And it feels like they're taking the slowest route to get there, right? Like, I know you want to show that he doesn't care so much, and then he's going to go through these experiences, and then he's going to learn to get along with the rebellion and love them and be passionate about it, and build it up until fucking Rogue One, right? But I don't need fucking 3 seasons for this shit.
3 seasons, Jesus.
You could have had a montage of him like
Isn't
watching...
it 4 seasons? It's a lot more than that.
It was
'Cause
supposed to
this
be
is
5.
building up. Yeah, it's supposed to be 5.
Yeah, so like I said, a montage, a 10-minute montage of him going into places. You see him like leaving planets and like being chased, and then like people dying, and then like slowly you see him like going from like being one of the troops to like now he's kind of leading a little party. Now he's leading a bigger party. Now he's fucking stealing bigger stuff. 10-minute montage, and he would have had that's all you needed. Fucking one season, 6 episodes. I could have knocked it out. Disney, call me. You're fucking it up.
It still doesn't make much sense why they picked Andor. And like 4 episodes in, they don't really
We know
explain
why they
that.
picked Andor.
Well, why? I don't know.
Why
It's
Disney
just
picked
random.
Andor, or why the Empire picked Andor?
No, like why did Disney pick Andor?
Because he's Mexican.
No, man.
Let's not mince words, right? They looked at all the characters and went, we want one of the minority characters to make a show. This guy's a good actor. Diego Luna, fuck it, give him a show.
That's the problem with Star Wars.
That's the problem with Disney.
Yeah, it's a problem with Disney.
No, I mean Lucasfilm in general. They just are fucking up Star Wars.
Because really, in all due reality, not a single person from Rogue One really deserved a movie, right? I
No.
say that the only people I wanted to see were the Donnie Yen character, but even then, it's a stretch as to what is there like to really tell the story.
Yeah.
Right? Like
They
maybe a
were only
one-off.
interesting because they died in the ending. That was the only reason. Yeah.
Well, I think they're only interesting because there's a mystery there, right? It's like, oh, what did he do? Why is he on this planet? He knows fucking Star Wars kung fu. What's going on? He's dead. Okay, right? Like you give him a backstory, then it's like, the mystery's gone. Like Han Solo.
Yeah.
Han Solo, no backstory. He just shows up. It's fucking Han Solo, shooting people. He's fucking shooting first. He's kicking ass, taking names. He's got some backstory. You know, he knows fucking Lando. He smuggles some shit. He's a fucking drug dealer. And the next thing you know, you love him. And then they give you a backstory, and you're like, what the fuck is this shit? I don't care.
I actually like Solo.
It was good, but I'm saying
I
like
do not like Solo.
It wasn't
I didn't-
necessary.
I didn't like how they gave him his name, and there's a few issues I had with it, and some stuff didn't make sense. But generally, I quite liked it.
I liked it. Woody Harrelson's character in Solo the best. I think his character was good, and it showed kind of a like this is a Han Solo without Princess Leia's,
Influence.
influence. That's the word I'm looking for, right? But
Yeah.
other than that, there really wasn't nothing. It was an unnecessary. Because even with like Chewbacca, like you're like, oh, he met Chewbacca, and you're like, oh, is that how he met him? But why didn't Chewbacca tell him about fucking Yoda and shit? Right? I'm still confused how Chewbacca fought next to Yoda after was it episode 3 of Star Wars?
Mm-hmm.
But he never tells Han like, hey Han. I know Obi-Wan Kenobi and all them, and I know the Jedi, and they're real, and they're not fake. And does he actually understand? Maybe that's the thing. Maybe Han Solo doesn't actually understand Chewbacca, and he's just pretending this whole time, right? It's like, that was a happy so I guess whatever he said was good, right? Just making it up.
Yeah, and in Solo, it's obvious that Chewie's going to be hungry, so that's an easy guess.
Yeah, so
He's just winging it, bro.
maybe that's what it is. Hopefully, maybe they'll tell us that one day. Like, yeah, Han Solo doesn't actually know what the fuck Chewbacca's saying. No one knows what he's saying.
Well, he's dead.
Who,
When he
Chewbacca?
was alive, no one knew what he was saying. No one speaks Wookiee, right? Just don't make him mad. That's all we know.
When did Chewbacca die?
No, I said Han Solo. I
Oh,
meant
sorry.
Han Solo.
My bad.
Finbarr says Vader needed a movie, but thankfully he's got a few already.
I don't think any of these characters deserve anything. It just seems like we're just like really drag on, and it's like nothing has been interesting or fun in Star Wars except for Mandalorian.
Yeah, I guess.
Who was that one guy that they brought back with CGI for Star Wars?
Right. Tarkin. Yeah.
Tarkin.
He deserves his own movie. Give me a CGI
God.
Tarkin all day.
He just does paperwork the entire movie. Yells at people Oh man.
That's what I want to see. I want to see The Office, but it's Star Wars. Grand Moff Tarkin as Michael Scott. Give me that. Whoever's in charge of the Peter Cushing estate, sign off. Finbarr says, I want a remaster of Solo with Shamook doing Harrison Ford deepfake on Alden Edwards' face from one of the few clips.
Yeah, it's so weird how like you have the Solo movie and then we have Luke Skywalker on these TV shows. It's like why recast Han Solo? It feels so weird.
What I don't get is they're doing all these spin-off shows. Why not do a fucking... Well, obviously, probably the price and getting Mark Hamill to reprise his role. Why not do like a proper series on bloody Luke Skywalker, which is what everyone probably really wants.
I honestly think they're going to do that. Mark Hamill's not that expensive.
True.
He'll probably come back. So,
You think they're going to kill Baby Yoda in the next season of The Mandalorian?
No, I don't think so.
I mean, you can't have Baby Yoda exist and then like, oh yeah, he's never going to ever be a Jedi. He's never going to get involved in Star Wars. We're going to shuffle him off onto this planet and never mention him again. And that's how we get
like
episode 7, 8, 9.
Ahsoka. You know, like Ahsoka wasn't really much during the Clone Wars, and then now she's like this big character. So I think that's what's going to happen with him someday.
And we never get to find out what happens with Darth Maul. They just tease him at the end of Solo.
Mm-hmm.
Well, isn't that leading on from one of the series where he survives and has spider legs and gets real legs eventually, I think.
Maybe he's in Ahsoka. I mean, it would kind of make sense.
Maybe he is now. I think they actually had the intention of making a Solo 2. Then it bombed.
Well, good. It was not a good movie. It was boring. I could care less. Like, yeah, I didn't need to see any of this.
Well, I mean, technically, we don't need to see anything of anything, right? But it wasn't great. I liked it. Like I said, I like Woody Harrelson's character in Solo, but I didn't like Emilia Clarke. I'm not a big fan of Emilia.
And Donald Glover was like disappointing.
Oh, he definitely
extremely disappointing.
The whole thing with Lando was disappointing. Like,
yeah,
he doesn't have. There's nobody has that fucking Billy D swagger. Donald Glover didn't. He didn't have it. Wasn't it?
Mm-mm.
And the thing with the ship, where like the robot is like melded into the fucking Millennium Falcon, it's never mentioned again in any other Star Wars thing.
I completely forgot about that. Yes, the annoying droid. God fucking damn.
Which is funny because that would make sense as to how what's her name? Rey can fly the Millennium Falcon so good because she's not actually flying it. It's actually the fucking droid.
Femputer.
Femputer. Oh man.
Do you know who the voice of Femputer is, Bob?
No.
You honestly don't know who the voice of Femputer is from Futurama?
Oh, Futurama, no.
It's B. Arthur.
No way.
Everyone's favorite Golden Girl.
Nice. No wonder Bender wanted to hit that.
Bruh.
B. Arthur's a sexy lady. Don't let anybody tell you different. All right, I think we can move on now to what most people are here for.
Me selling one arcade one up. That's what I'm going to do.
Well,
we got to talk about this very hot topic. Super hot. You ready for it, gentlemen? We got to talk about the Ripperverse.
Oh, God damn it. He faked us out.
As you might be aware, Eric July has his own comic book. Isom #1, and it has shipped.
Yes. Did you finish it?
Maybe it shipped.
There's
actually some controversy about the shipping of the book.
Oh. Shock horror.
Well, because apparently he has thousands and thousands and thousands of pre-orders, right? But only a handful of books have come out. Not a lot of people posting about getting their books. I think maybe less than 100. There was a few YouTubers, like really low-level YouTubers, who got the book. And then nobody is actually talking about what the book is about.
Well, there's one guy who put out like probably the more like it was favorable, but it also had like a lot of negatives that he kind of like downplayed.
Yeah. I've seen like reviews where it's like it's really good. It's an interesting story that tells things about a world and a universe that superheroes live in. I'm like, okay, but what's it about? Like, what's his power? What can Isom do? Apparently,
That's the problem with the book.
apparently you get 96 pages, and he never tells you what Isom's superpower is.
Yep.
Shut up.
Yeah, he doesn't tell the origin story either.
No origin
Yep.
story. You don't know what his superpower is. The people that were shown off, Yaira and Alpha Core, they're in it,
Right.
but barely, and you don't know anything
Barely,
really about
yeah.
them either, apparently.
Yeah, doesn't he just like randomly meet what's her name?
Yaira.
Yeah, just like he's fighting some villains or whatever, and then he just bumps into her, and then she's like, "Oh, I'll help you" or whatever, and it's like, what the hell?
So
Weird.
we have a
So-
few images from the book that will show.
Yeah. So,
So some asshole named Tony TGD put him on his Twitters. Put him on his Twitters.
that also. I know him well.
Yeah. I put. I don't think that he's gonna topple Marvel or DC. Maybe Malibu Comics. Is Malibu Comics still a thing? He might be able to take down Malibu. I'm not sure. I mean, it's competent, right? From what I could see, it's not awful, but it is just bland. Apparently, he can't draw shoelaces. As you can see, there's no shoelaces on any of the shoes.
Fan of Ugg boots then.
Yeah, everyone's wearing Uggs. I've heard a couple of reviews say that it's a lot of filler.
Not
Like
what you
he's-
want in your first book, and there's only going to be what, one every 6 months if we're lucky.
I think he said 96 pages. Like, for whatever reason, his brain was like, we're going to do 96 pages. And then it was like a kid doing a book report, like, this book was very, and like wrote really big. Like, what are you talking about? I made 96 pages. Yeah, but the font's like 36, like you're supposed to use 12-inch font, not or 12-point font, not 36-point font. And you repeated like the same sentence like 6 times, right? Like, I think that's the situation we have here. Like, where he gave himself this big number to hit in pages, and then he just didn't actually have that sort of content.
Oof.
Or he didn't like plot out the story, because that's what it seems like.
Well, it's a vanity project, surely.
As you can see, still no shoelaces. He's wearing Uggs.
This is your copy, right?
No, I haven't got a copy
Oh,
yet. These
damn
were,
it.
if I had got a copy, they'd be a review up and everything.
When did shipping start?
Like 3 days ago.
Okay. Because I was like, if they're doing 4,000 orders a day, like within 10 days of that, so it should be like next week if they're doing 4,000 a day.
All right, so I'm going to show another image. This is from the comic book, confirmed by Mr. July himself. In your 96-page comic, you will get an advertisement for a lifestyle brand. You want to buy some jewelry? Maybe a nice purse, some earrings. The Dream State Collective. We are a lifestyle boutique.
And this is his wife's business, right?
This is his wife's business.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I get like advertising your wife's business in your magazine, but like it's like so off topic, like jewelry for superhero comic book. Who's going to be wanting to buy jewelry while reading a superhero comic book?
The head page has more text than the entire comic.
Oof.
Oof.
As you can see, though, if you look real closely,
Yeah.
he didn't actually center the ad correctly. So instead of www.thedreamstate, it just says w dot, and instead of we are a lifestyle boutique, it says er. Which again worries me about whether or not there will be issues with any of the other pages not being properly aligned. Apparently, he didn't leave space. Usually, there's a space, white area. And apparently, the comic ends on a cliffhanger. This is the last page. This is him crashing into a car, and that's it. It's over. 96 pages does not tell a complete story, does not tell the origin of Isom, does not tell what powers Isom has. Apparently, he's very weak in setting up the world of the Ripperverse. There's still a lot of questions as to what things mean, how superheroes get their powers, what's going on. Is this the world that we live in? How has superheroes affected this world and changed and made it different from our own, right? Because if superheroes existed, things would be way different. We'd have like a superhero endorsing presidential candidates. We'd have superhero cops, superhero villains, superhero in the army. What's going to stop people from using superheroes to invade another country?
Or it'll just be the boys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, apparently it's like written as if it was like a 1970s where no one asked questions. Like, just don't ask any questions. He's just a superhero. Fuck it. The car's looking like it wasn't crashed into. I mean, it looks like he lightly fell on it.
I mean, if you're gonna title your series or whatever Ripperverse, you'd expect some verse in it. Some world
we're
building.
gonna take a quick look. Sorry, Bob. I didn't mean to jump over you. But yeah, he's right. This car does not look crashed into.
It's just the windshield.
Yeah, the windshield looks broken, but there's no dent. You would think there'd be like a dent.
Yeah.
Apparently, also, that happens a lot in the book. Apparently, you get a setup shot and then an after shot, right? Like there's two guys coming at each other with punches, and then you see them as they have passed each other up, right? You don't get the actual impact.
Oh man,
I don't know what's the arrangement was between Eric and the artist. If it was here, if Eric set up every shot and the artist just did what he was told, or if it was here's the basic and then the artist came up with things and he's like, no, fix this. There was a back and forth. I don't know, because I've seen Vito, and I've seen his work, and he's like, here's the thing, and then he's like, here's preview images, and I told the guy to tweak this, and then so I kind of seen that process, how he's doing it, with the way the art looks, it looks like it was just whatever the first draft was. Yeah, fuck it, that's the one. So
I just want to know what the story is because I think that's more important.
Yeah, same. I want to judge it on the quality of the story and the world he builds, and a little bit on the art. Obviously, it's a comic book, so the art's got to be a criteria.
I said, apparently we don't get any of that. You just kind of left hanging. You're just kind of huh?
Yeah,
that was a thing that I read.
I wish someone would just put up a spoiler review.
Well, that was the weird thing because nobody, anybody who has it, they've said almost nothing about.
Yeah, most of them were out of respect and stuff, and I'm like, okay, I can kind of get that, but at the same time, I feel like you should also put out a spoiler review. You know what I mean? Do both? Why not?
I think Eric told him not to. I'm pretty sure Eric, because I remember him saying that he didn't want fans, right? He only wanted certain fans. He was gatekeeping his own comic. I don't want everybody. It's not for everybody. So don't let them in. Don't let them get the book. So I think his fans are they're already under the idea. Don't show this off. Don't let people see it. Don't let people know what's going on. They're going to criticize.
There was only one video I saw that actually did criticize. It was like so frustrating watching the other ones. It's like, okay, it's great, it's better than Marvel and DC, yada yada, but like, what is good about it?
Yeah, why is it better, right? Because it is.
Yes.
It's just better.
Yeah, it was just so mind-numbingly painful.
Yeah. Yes. So hopefully I get my comic soon. There's a lot of crosses also in the book.
Mm.
Right.
Oh, Cliff Richards is the artist.
What has he done? I haven't even
No idea.
I'm not Googling Cliff Richards because I know what's going to come up and it's not going to be what I want.
I have found it. He's worked on Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Birds of Prey, Wonder Woman. Doesn't say which Wonder Woman. He did the new Thunderbolts. So he's like an established artist.
We have a nice picture here. We actually got. I just found a new image of the inside of the comic. Oh my god!
Oh,
So I mean, it looks a little busy. Some of this already, I'm looking at this and I'm like, I don't want to be like an asshole, right? But okay, so you got this white box around these, right? So these are separated by a white box. But this yellow, what the hell is this yellow going to?
it's yeah. This is like weird paneling. The white is actually part of the lower panel.
Yeah, so it's like the lower panel, and then he put panels over the lower panel because it looks the same way here because you got the blue. So he made it's like one panel is the main image, and then the other panels are on top of it. I can't make out any of the words. Apparently there was one. I think this might be the review, but someone said that they blurred out all the words.
Right.
Because you can't when I make it bigger, you can't see any of the words.
Yeah.
That might just be the lens, though.
Yeah.
In our first year of high school, you and I competed for roster spots on the freshman team. Compelling. Not. It looks so just generic, right? Like I don't know how to describe it. It has the art style of the Ultimate line. Like looks very glossy. Is the best way I could describe it, right? Like it doesn't have that classic Marvel look. It has more of a 2000s. Like even like he's just sitting there like hunched over like a fucking nerd at a fucking computer screen. His face has no like where's his eyes? There's no detail on the forehead.
It is a little bit weird because at the bottom here, it's also like stylized. Like the lighting is stylized, which doesn't match.
Well, yeah. And I was just looking at all the panels as a whole. Apart from that one at the bottom left, all of them look very static. Isn't part of like writing a good comic book or doing the art for a good comic book is to convey action in your panels and like something?
It sort of depends though, because like if you go back and you look at stuff like Watchmen, the paneling is like very how do I describe it? It's very like precise, where it's not really leading into an action, right? It sort of depends on what story you're telling, right? Because paneling is important.
Finbarr says, "Lol, Tony, I don't want to be an asshole." Yeah, you fucking do that, your Ultimate brothers. Sort of is. It kind of is my shtick, right? Why I say that? What I'm saying really means is, I'm going to say things that make me sound like an asshole, But I'm not saying it to be mean. Like, I'm not saying things with the intention. Like, I'm not lying, and I'm not like intentionally being asshole-ish. I'm just saying the truth. Like, this is what I feel when I look at this, right?
Mhm.
And it just looks so fucking weird. Because like this, like, look, okay, so this black around these, right? But then this one goes all the way to the edge.
Mm.
Then like this white, so the way the white looks, it almost makes it look like an old school or the paneling. But then this paneling's long. Which way do I read it? I'm gonna go here, then here, then here, right? Like,
Oh, it's
Bob
left
said,
to right. So first panel, second, third, and then the bottom.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So you're gonna go like clockwise.
Yeah.
It's just so weird. Because why is this panel so long? What's the necessity of this panel being long?
Yeah, like I think the long panel should have led into these two other panels here, and then you have the bottom one standalone.
And it,
I mean, there's a lot of ways you could have done it.
Is his leg going through the fucking? I don't know. So is he sitting? Because okay, so he's sitting here, right? And because look, he's the same height as I. Again, I don't want to be an asshole, right? But he's the same height as Isom sitting down, right? Apparently, he's not sitting in this one because he's taller than him, right?
Yeah.
But look
I
at
think
his
he's
leg.
going to sit down. It looks almost like he's bending his leg, like
But
he's
this
resting
other
his leg
leg-
on the chair.
Yeah, but it's like he's got like half an ass cheek on the thing. His other leg's forward. It's
Or
like in
he's
mid.
standing, because it's like the black part near his leg looks like like a shadow, like a really weird shadow.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, where would that shadow? The light is coming from this side, right? Because his shadow's here.
Mhm.
Isom shadow's here. Apparently, somehow.
Well, I mean the shadow. Do you see how like Isom has like this black?
Yeah.
That looks like a shadow. It's like you have the shadow that's like being casted by the light, and then you have a different shadow.
The
It's a
mystery
little
shadow.
bit weird.
Well, look at this shadow here, right? This is the light shadow. So the light source would be coming sort of over his shoulder, right? From this direction.
Mhm.
So that means there should be shadow from Isom over here. This little shadow is from the light source, but that would mean the light source would be closer to Isom.
Mm. Like you see how like the bottom character with the blonde hair has like the stylized black shadow.
Yeah.
That looks like the shadow that's in between.
But how does he have a shadow here
Yeah.
and no shadow here?
Yeah, that's the thing that it just looks like it's stylized. Like let's just put shadow here.
Yeah, let's just throw a shadow. Does it make sense? No, just fucking just have a shadow. We're gonna separate his head with the shadow for no, like if the whole thing was shadowed, right? Like the whole back of the head, and then it stops at the hairline. Like we're just gonna.
But it's also kind of like too dark. Like you wouldn't have like a dark shadow like that, right? You would have a lighter shadow because the light is like being diffused a little bit across the face. So
like even this, like he's shadowed in blue.
yeah, like that again is like stylized. That reminds me of some of like the Ultimate Comics where a lot of the times the shadow was like blue, right? So
this
a little bit weird.
Okay, this is weird right here because this is not what a suit does. Because again, you got the stylized shadow, so it almost makes it look like his bicep is popping out. Like this is like he's got like a fucking armband. Right? The way it looks.
Like they're trying to say that the suit is tight on him or something.
Also, am I retarded or is this orange and this is pink?
Pink. Yeah.
And that one's orange, right?
Yes. I don't know if this is like is this the same scene?
Yeah, because the dude is right here.
The dude is right here.
They're talking. He points to him. He says, "Hey, go fucking whoop his ass." See, because the dude's right here.
But it's not.
Here's the scene.
Oh, this is the dude.
He's like, "Go fucking whoop his ass." and it's magic. He's like, orange shirt.
Yeah, that's weird.
Maybe his power is to change his clothes orange, like how the Hulk changes all his clothes purple. No, really. Marvel said that whatever the Hulk's wearing turns into purple from the gamma radiation. Because that's why the Hulk's always wearing purple shorts. So maybe the reason Isom wears orange is because when he uses his power, things turn orange.
Yeah, maybe this is another stylized thing because it looks like they're having like he's looking at him almost like the blonde dude is like a villain. And then that's why you have the orange. It's like a reminder, oh, these two are like hero and villain kind of looking at each other. I don't know.
It's a hyper-color shirt from the 80s. There you go.
It's a mood shirt.
That's a mood shirt. To be fair to this Cliff Richard guy, at least he's not Humberto Ramos or Kelly Jones Shutter.
Or Rob Liefeld.
Oh, fuck. I know he's got there was someone else that he just announced as being writing the second book or writing a different book.
Right.
Oh, man, we got some more pages. This one actually has writing on it. Man, when I get this book, I'm gonna have a fucking field day. Field day. So let's take a look at this panel. This wasn't planned, by the way. This was just happy coincidence.
Off the rip.
So West Flores Park is the thing. Flores Park. So when he made the typo, it was not Flores Park. It's Flores.
Okay.
This page, one whole page.
Wow.
A whole page. And the only information on this page is 2 weeks ago, West Flores Park, Uptown.
If you're gonna do if you're gonna do a splash page like this, there should be like some visual information that's important. Usually, you would possibly want to do a splash page at the end of of a scene to emphasize something. Also, the perspective here is a little bit wonky.
Yeah, because it's like it's not straight on. It's like angled, but they're not angled with. Yeah.
Well, it looks like the people in the background are with the perspective, but the guy here is not. Like the guy is throwing off the perspective.
The police guy?
No. The guy in the hat in the foreground. Yeah.
It's really weird. It's a waste of a panel. It's a waste of a page, really.
Yeah.
See, now look at this. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, this one looks like a regular fucking comic, right? All these panels are even. There's no stylization going on. Apparently, they are still leading into the bottom panel. So apparently, all the pages, the bottom panel is the main panel, and everything else is just slapped on top of it. Because that art bleeds into everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
So J. Jonah Jameson, not J. Jonah Jameson. Because, my God, that fucking looks like.
It also looks like Thunderbolt Ross, too.
Yeah. Combine the two, so it's different. We've seen violent crime decrease by 12%, and we're only 6 months into my term. So, police station, police guys looking at a thing. I guess it's the mayor. Mayor talks. Police chief, he's upset. I ain't getting no credit. Talking to some dudes. Get the hell out of my office. That was a fucking another waste of a page. Just filler. Have you seen
You could
the
start
chick with
the
the red
bottom
hair?
page as the splash page.
Yeah, the get the hell out of here page.
Yeah. That would have emphasized. Yeah, that would have been like, oh shit.
There's a lot of like empty walls. I've noticed like just Also these like I don't understand like in some panels you just like it's just black. Just black for no reason.
Like filling out the edge.
Like, hey, look, we're just gonna put black here and black here, because fuck it, black here. In this panel, we'll just make this black, which is weird because look at like it kind of cuts through the dude's head. And we're gonna put black here. You guys are all in shadow because reasons,
lazy.
right? Because
Save
like
money on ink.
we've drawn these people. It's not like if this started it, like we don't know who they are, so they're kind of in shadow, and then the reveal of the people, right? But it's like, am I being too harsh?
No.
They're gonna say so.
Oh, apparently there is a bonus page at the end with a picture of his band.
Yes, I saw that one.
And there's a No Africa. Apparently, that's the next book coming out because there's like it's like a one page. I don't want to call it a splash page, but it's just a one page image. I can't get it's small. I can't get a big image of it. Let me see. Yeah, and apparently the cross is the symbol, right? That's like the fuck. Apparently, it's like almost like full page splash pages. Like it's like that's like a constant thing in this book. Apparently.
Oh wow! Okay.
And he also teases that Yaira will return, gentlemen. I know you were worried that she might not come back.
Very.
See? Yaira will return.
Wait, so there's no Africa for what?
No, that's the name of the group. No Africa.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you've seen there was like a dude who kind of looked like a Viking. He had like a braid in his hair and kind of like a Viking look. Like in the image,
no.
it's him, and then some like
I didn't
African
see
American
that.
dudes. It's just like just says no Africa, and it's not even no Africa. It's like no Africa.
Huh. Weird.
Yeah. 1 inch biceps blesses the range down in Africa. That's why there's no vampires in Africa. We had sort of seen these other images before already.
That guy's in
gun.
the gun. Look at the hand on the gun. The way
Which one?
Bottom left.
Bottom.
Left.
Oh, that one?
Yes.
What about him?
Yeah, and the arm, the way it twists around, it looks weird.
He's also got no trigger. Like where the hell is the trigger? Because he just looks like he's holding it.
Looks like there's no trigger and he's not pulling anything.
He's totally got the gun squeezed. He's pointing it.
It's like, don't worry, this thing does work.
And apparently there's shadow under her. I think.
Or is that like a shirt?
No, I think it's shadow because it goes around. There's shadow here. It's trying to emphasize that her boobs are so big that her shirt hangs and there's nothing but shadow underneath it.
Okay.
Also, she's a little thick in the waist. So this whole thing is Norfrica. It's not No Africa. That's an R. That's not a. I'm fucking dumb. It is literally Norfrica.
Norfrica.
I'll show the image. It's kind of small. I guess it's going to be Norse Africa.
Oh. I just want to know, why is it called ISOM? What is the in-world explanation?
See, Norfolk.
Norfolk. Okay. So they're like what, the North Africa Vikings or something, like black
Well, this guy
Vikings?
has like a he looks like a Viking. He has no shirt on. He has like a pelt or something. And then this dude just wearing jeans. And this guy's got jeans and he's got like green pants and like a backwards cap. And he's just like, oh, fuck it. It's like he's the only one that dressed up for the group, and the rest of them are just like, no, dude, we're just normal people.
And then there's a cross in the background, of course.
A Jesus cross.
Yeah.
No, I think that's supposed to be the telephone line, but it does look like a cross.
I feel like that's like too intentionally placed.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, totally.
Yes, that's definitely a cross.
Well,
Like
the way they
symbolism.
drew it kind of does look like not just a cross, but like the Jesus cross with Jesus on it.
Hmm.
But if you think that's intentionally placed, just wait.
Just wait. There's more.
Shut up, Bob.
Don't you get my
Jesus.
movie reference?
No.
Yeah.
I mean,
Item ill-advised. That's stating it.
ill-advised is part 1. That's the name of the.
He didn't
So-
even put a summary of who Isom is. He just put like the thank you letter.
Yeah. He also reminds you, get the Dokemon cards. Who's Dokemon? He's just a dude. He's Documon. He's like fucking the Pokemon. For documenting stuff.
Oh man.
Derivative.
Yeah, so
I
again,
have some powers and shit. Finbarr.
He does the things.
The name is just so weird. Isom.
Oh,
I
someone
suck
made.
off men.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
the
Jesus.
acronym I was trying to remember.
Oh, and apparently, the advertisement is not at the end of the book. Everyone was trying to claim that it was at the end of the book. It's in the middle of the book.
Oof. So then the car wasn't him
Unless
slamming
there's-
on the car wasn't a cliffhanger?
Apparently it is, but apparently there's like several pages after. Like it's not like the last page. I guess there's like the bonus pages or whatever.
So it wasn't 96 pages of story.
No.
No, well, there's a couple of what do they call them? Splash pages, an advert,
Mhm.
intro, band picture.
I need to see this book. I'm
We're all like,
I'm more curious. Like,
yeah, I'm surprised it hasn't leaked all over the place yet.
It's only being sent out to select few at the moment by the looks of it.
and did he say, like, is there a teaser for the second book? Like, oh, you can expect it around this time. At the ending of the book, nothing.
No, there's no teaser at the end of the book.
Okay.
There is a. He did say he's working on 2 more books, Isom number 2 and another one by. I don't want to say Cliff Richard. Maybe it's Cliff Richardson. Maybe it's someone else. Chuck Dixon. Chuck Dixon
Mhm.
is working on a book, but he didn't say what it was. Just that he's working on a book.
Oh dear.
But EVS says it's great. So there's that.
I haven't also found any sort of like critical reviews of Cyberfrog either.
I don't think I've seen any reviews of Cyberpunk, critical or not critical.
Mhm. Yeah, it's a bit weird.
Yeah, there's like a image of his band. So in case you didn't know he was in a band, Black Words.
I'm also guessing Isom is going to be like just like a ton of his like philosophy and stuff, right? I mean, the symbolism is already there, so no one has yet to mention that.
So you're saying
So-
he's going to have Jesus powers?
Yeah, I think so, something like that.
You think he's gonna have Jesus powers? He's gonna walk on water?
Hmm. I mean, they said that they didn't explain it, so it's like, why didn't they explain it?
Is it one of those, like, he hasn't actually decided what Isem's powers are yet? He's waiting to see a reaction for issue 2. And
He
then he's
wants the
gonna,
fans to come up with the power, and he'll just be like, "Yeah, that's what it was all along. You guys guessed it. You're so fucking smart."
yeah, that kind of deal.
Oh no.
Because at the moment, I don't know what his powers are. Like, might be strong. He might be able to fly. He might not be able to fly. Maybe he can just jump really high.
Maybe he's.
I think he
super
can fly. From what it seems like, he can fly, and then he has super strength, and that's about it.
Well, when I criticized the art of the covers, I was told that he can jump really well. That he wasn't flying, and he was getting ready to jump.
Oh, okay. Because someone was saying that he was like in the air flying, right? And that's how he meets up with Yara or whatever. So I was like, okay, well, I guess he can fly.
So I don't know. It's whatever. Either way, sounds good. I can't wait to get my hands on Isem #1. I can't wait to the long and drawn out campaign for Isem #2. I guess I got to get the Chuck Dixon book. I guess I got to get all the books now. I'm going to be the Ripper guy.
Unless he puts it up digitally. Yeah, I'm not gonna.
No, he said he doesn't want any digital.
No.
No digital for him.
That sucks.
Because he said that he didn't want anyone spoiling
Pirating it. Oh, spoiling it.
Because, the fans deserve to see it. Spoiler free. So I think that's
But
it.
it's okay to spoil Marvel and DC?
No. Remember, you cannot criticize the Ripperverse because it's unique and special, and it's not for you if you don't like it. But you can criticize Marvel because it's woke and evil and it's bad.
You're not a real comic book fan unless you're buying the Ripperverse.
That's what I've heard.
Well.
Heard that. I'm trying to look for. There was something on Twitter that I wanted to show you guys
about the Ripperverse.
About the Ripperverse, about Mr. July himself. I should really save these tweets somewhere.
Bookmark it on Twitter.
You can bookmark stuff on Twitter?
Yes.
Why am I just finding out about this? How do you do that? How do you bookmark stuff?
Let me open up Twitter. You have to click on the dots, click on a tweet, and then on the share button, click share. Sorry, not share. Actually, yeah, it should be share. What the heck? Yes. Yeah, if you click on share, and then at the bottom, it would say bookmark. And then on the side, where it says homes, all the different tabs, you have bookmarks. Right above profile, the profile tab.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, it makes it a lot more convenient to finding tweets. Because Twitter's search is terrible. It's awful.
All right. Well, thank you for telling us that.
No problem.
I think maybe the account that I'm looking for got yeeted. Maybe that's why I can't find it.
Oh, damn. What was the tweet about?
But I found someone else who has the tweet that I'm looking for.
Okay.
It's Mr. July himself.
Oof.
So let's go. Because remember, I brought up the motherfucking roads. And I promise you, you ain't stumping no libertarian by bringing up the motherfucking roads. So let's hear from Mr. Klein.
All right, man, this should go without saying. It should, but unfortunately, you fucking level 1 rookie bitch ass commentators on Twitter, I don't understand it. You not fooling a libertarian by bringing up them bitch ass roads. How many times is that we say we oppose taxation, and the first goddamn level 1 rookie childish kindergarten ass bitch made argument that you throw out there is, what about the roads? You must drive on the roads. You must hate the roads. You think we ain't of all the things that could stump libertarians, which tend to be smarter people.
Libertarians are smarter people
by way of economic reasons. And you somehow think that the thing that's going to stump us and be like, damn, fuck this libertarian shit, is the motherfucking roads.
He hates them motherfucking roads. This is like from 2019.
Wait. I thought he hates Marvel, though.
No, he hates Marvel, too. Marvel's just a road.
Man.
It's a metaphor for roads.
Jesus
Got
Christ.
a lot of Marvel merch.
Block has a long form write-up.
Well, that's pre-woke Marvel. See, that Marvel's okay. Oh. It's new Marvel that's bad.
Oh, God.
Of the privatization of roads and highways. This is level 1 shit.
I like how he calls them libertarians.
Just because maybe you can't figure it out, which is okay. This is why we're for free markets. Just because you can't figure out how minus taxation, people would say, damn, I need to get over there. What if we built a goddamn flat space? If you think people can't figure that shit out, or you can't figure out how people would do that, so you.
He does realize that years and years ago, before we tax people for roads, there was just dirt that people would travel on, right? He realizes that that's like no one made roads because no one's paying for that shit for other people to travel on, right?
Yeah.
Like they're like, the dark ages back in medieval times, no one was paving that shit. They were just like, fuck it. It's just a dirt. This dirt path is what we're gonna walk down. And that's it.
I'm guessing this guy's anti-taxes.
Yeah, all libertarians.
Yeah,
Right.
Taxation is theft.
Well, that's retarded.
Yeah, it is. Well, the whole roads thing is retarded because, again, you can't just build roads like this. Like, if I built a road, I don't want you to use it. It's my fucking road, right? Pay me to use it. And if you're like, I don't want to use your road, you can't just build another road. I can't just go outside in front of my house and build a second road. There's nowhere to build the road, first off, right? Like, maybe in like Kansas, where there's like wide open plains, you can start building extra roads. You can't build no roads. And secondly, we already have the roads, right? Like, so the government says no taxes, like just fucking, it's gonna be Mad Max out there. Like the first person to claim the road just gets it, right? Like, fuck, we're gonna fight each other for these fucking roads. These motherfucking roads.
That's okay. This is why we're free market. Let the smart people kind of figure that shit out and allocate those resources. But I promise,
isn't allocating resources just taxation? Isn't that what taxation is? Allocating the resources, which happen to be your personal finances, in order to facilitate a society to have motherfucking roads. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I promise you, homies, you not fooling now libertarian by bringing up them bitch ass roads. Fuck them hoe ass roads, man.
You don't like them hoe ass roads.
What a weird rant.
Yeah.
He always goes on weird rants where it's like, I feel like he just doesn't care anyway, so why respond?
It seems to me like he's one of those guys who thinks he's got 500k subscribers, and because he has 500k subscribers, his opinion's better than everyone else. He can be right because his clout is bigger than others, and this artificial internet number makes his e-penis bigger, and what he's got to say is more important than someone else just because they haven't got as big of an e-penis.
I never measured my e-penis. I can promise you that. But that was the Ripperverse update. Surely by next week, I'll have the comic book in my hands. I will read it, and I'm actually going to do something that no one else has done before. I'm going to give the Ripperverse comic to my old man. He's a lifelong Marvel fan. He is not a culture warrior. He doesn't know any of this shit. He's not on here following Ripper online. He doesn't follow anti-SJWs, the SJWs. He's just an old school Mexican dude that likes comic books. I'm going to give it to him. I'm going to say, here, read this and give me your thoughts on it. Tell me what you think. Are you interested in? Do you want more of it? And I'll report it to you guys, along with my own thoughts and opinions and feelings. So look forward to that.
I want a full breakdown.
Full breakdown.
From your dad.
1 Inch Biceps is penis is so hard right now. I think we got 21 people here. I think we're ready.
Damn.
Are we ready for it, gentlemen?
I hope it's yeah, I'm ready. But if you blue ball me again, I'm going to be upset. I have an idea which way this is going to go, and I don't think it's going to go the way I want.
Eating Pace says that's an interesting idea. It is. Because like I said, my dad loves Marvel Comics. He's read them since he was a kid. Huge Doctor Strange fan. We talk comics. We talk MCU. He does have some opinions about the MCU that they're straying too far from the source material. So it would be interesting to see what his opinion, like I said, someone who is outside the bubble of the SJW, anti-SJW culture war, someone who doesn't really get into any of that. He's just a dude that lives his life, old school, blue collar, salt of the earth type of person. Drama, oh no. That's just the tip. Send out the bat signal. Bad signal's going out. All right. So I'm going to pull something up from Twitter's real quick because Bob was talking about e-penis, and he's not the only one lately. So let me see.
You're going to talk about your e-penis?
I'm going to talk about how ginormous it is. Speaking of e-penis, we got like, I want to say 50 new subs this last couple of days, which is fucking awesome. Really appreciate it. I really appreciate all you Arcade 1-Ups, whether you're fans, haters, you hate the Arcade 1-Up, you hate the guys who shill, you like the guys that shill. I'm not involved in either way. I don't have Arcade 1-Ups. I think they are vanity things to show off to other people. Like, look at this cool thing I got, because I can't really afford a giant arcade machine, but I'm just some yokel that saw this little $400 thing inside Walmart and was like, I can bring this home and put it in my basement and show off to people. I don't think it's a thing that real gamers are like wanting. Like, hey, we need a fucking Arcade 1-Up. Because again, if you're gonna play, you're probably gonna play either on a PlayStation or an Xbox or PC. Something dedicated to.
Yes,
I know that I have, because they're small. They look uncomfortable. I'm kind of a big, like I said, I'm 6'2", kind of a tall guy. I don't want to hunch over, right? I want to relax. The buttons look weird.
Well, there's stuff which I've researched about it, but I don't want to derail what you're saying.
No, derail away. Say whatever you want, Bob.
Well, yeah, I mostly agree. Like, Arcade 1-Up's a company which has been on my periphery for a while. I'm into fighting games. I've always wanted an arcade cab. And the little bit that I've looked at Arcade 1-Up in the past, I wasn't very impressed with their specs or hardware. And I kind of didn't really look too deeply into it. And then I've done some recent research and I've looked at some reviews, and the stuff I assumed before was mostly right. I mean, it's not a modular designed arcade cab. If you want to swap out the buttons, you've got to know a bit of soldering and be able to do a bit of hardware work. So it's not really user upgradable easily. The stick and the buttons aren't great. I hear the stick has improved quite a bit. The screens on them have been hit or miss depending on which cab you get. Mostly they've been okay. There's a TN on the Mortal Kombat 30th anniversary screen. There's a TN panel on it, and I heard that's not very good. But for the MVC2 cabinet, they've changed it back to a better one. But overall, like the chipset is, I think they're still using the same chipset that they've used for a long time from 2012, and it's an all-winner A13 1 gigahertz chipset. I don't think they've upgraded it, which kind of leads into this one-up NFL Blitz controversy that this current model and the MVC2 model, which we should also talk a little bit about, is the NFL Blitz is launching without online.
It not is launching, Bob. It has launched.
Yeah, it has launched without online in the box when they advertised online as a feature. So, and on the packaging it says online, and they've sold it, and there's no online, and there's been a couple of reviews done on it, and there's a lot of glitch, and it doesn't look great. But yeah, that's another thing I wanted to say. The online looks really fun and awesome. That's one of the key selling points I can see for the Arcade 1-Up, which I wanted to briefly talk about. Thanks, Console Fanboy, for bringing that up. Because unless you're like into like emulation hardcore and you want to get Fightcade to play your classic beat 'em ups online, Arcade 1-Up can be a great way to get into the online scene. If you're not really technically advanced with emulators and stuff, you can just buy one of their online cabs, connect to Wi-Fi, and play versus with people. Some of the cabs have lobbies and I think they have spectator mode, but some of them don't. So it's kind of hit or miss which features you get. And MVC2 is also launching in a few days, I believe. And that
breathe, Bob. Breathe.
And that's not going to have online features at launch either. So this seems to be a trend which has started with the Arcade 1-Ups, that they're not going to be shipping with the online feature enabled, even though they're advertising it as a feature at launch.
All right. So from my understanding, now see, this is where the controversy part of the controversy comes in. Arcade 1-Up through John D has claimed that the cabinets were not supposed to be made available to the public until mid-October. And that's when online is going to be fixed and enabled, right? It's not working correctly. They said they were having issues because of the 3D nature of the game, and because the game is, they've tuned it up to 60 FPS, and getting it to work online is giving them more trouble than they had. But it wasn't supposed to launch, so it wasn't supposed to come out. What happened was Walmart and other retailers just decided, fuck it, we're just going to put them out there, which kind of makes no sense. And I'll go through the reasons why again. If Arcade 1-Up was not supposed to launch until mid-October, then the cabinets shouldn't have been arriving to the Walmart distribution center until today, right? Because then you get 2 weeks from the distribution centers to the stores. That should be plenty of time to get them. You don't need like 2 months lead in, right? So them sending it early is kind of weird. Secondly, they were released the first week of football season, which seems like something that would be coordinated between 1-Up and the retailers, right? Thirdly, if Walmart broke street date, they can be sued, and then 1-Up would make a shit ton of money. Now, people were saying, well, if they do that, then Walmart just won't carry their products no more, right? No. See, that's not how it works. Walmart would still carry their products because their products make them money, right? They would fire the employee who decided to break street date, and then they would just pay the fine, and everything would be copacetic. Except for it wasn't one Walmart. It was a chain-wide thing, which means that has to come from high up, right? Because the way things work in a corporation is it comes from the top and it trickles down, right? This wasn't like some one rogue Walmart that just decided to push it. No, it was pushed out at all of them, as far as I know, right? So again, that means someone from high up on the chain had to sent the thing down. Hey, send them out, and they would only do that. No one in an executive position is telling you to break street date, right? Because they
Yeah.
like their job. They don't like to be sued. They don't want to be thrown under the bus by Walmart. They get a nice cushy job. Why are they going to risk that? So to me, it seems like either Arcade 1-Up didn't give them a street date, and they were like, hey, you know what? It's football season. Let's put them out. Or Arcade 1-Up was like, hey, put them out at football season.
Well, still, I want to call Bravo Sierra on that, because what does it matter on the street date if you're going to have to download a patch or an update to get online
Well,
functionality?
you weren't going to have to, because apparently when you turn them on, they already have patches. You know, when you enable the Wi-Fi and stuff,
Right.
just like any video game. You know, day one patch.
Yeah.
So it would have been just a day one patch. Anyway.
It would have just been automatically pushed when you connect.
Yeah.
Mm,
Was it only Walmart or was it all retailers? From my understanding, like I didn't like dive into it as deep as like Potion, but they named several retailers because like Walmart and then like some other place and like some Canadian place was doing it. So then I was like, at first it popped up like in one location and then it was like popping up in several. Let's see. One Inch Bicep says my Walmart had Zelda game and watches out early last year. I tried to check out and the register flagged it. Yeah, exactly. Unless the system is set for it to be sold, even if it's set out on the floor, the redundancy in the register system will just be like, no, this isn't supposed to be out. I used to work at Walmart, both in the front end and through the back end.
that's what she said.
Yeah, I know. So it's very sus. It seems like I said, either a mistake and Arcade 1-Up should just own it. Say, hey guys, we forgot to tell them not to put them out, right? Or even if Walmart, strong armed them and said, hey, we would really appreciate it if we were able to sell these cabs when football season started, and then Arcade 1-Up relented, then just say that. Say, hey, we didn't want to. Walmart was pressuring us. So we just went ahead and released them even though it wasn't ready, right? And everyone would be okay with that. And it's the same thing like the Amico situation, right? The truth is never as bad as the cover-up, the lies, and all the other stuff that goes around it, right? Just tell the truth.
Totally.
So this is the tweet that I wanted to highlight. This comes from somebody called... I don't want to use his real name, but he uses it on Twitter. Stephen Haywood, the Tech Buzz, says, wow, the internet police is out in full force. A channel with 800 subs is telling other YouTubers what they, and now me, are wrong about. I didn't know YouTube had police.
I hate this attitude. Because you're highlighting something in terms and service, or even going and bringing up stuff in the FTC violations, you're instantly policing. You're not trying to inform people. Can't these people be like, oh, we weren't aware of this, thank you? Like, I mean, I saw your stream with Michael B, the Game Genie, and Mike of All Trades, and those guys seem genuinely surprised about the FTC stuff, and I think they've tried to do things to kind of remedy that situation in the last few days.
Yeah. So I'm glad you brought up Michael B and Mike of All Trades. So again, take this with grains of salt. I don't know if it's true. It is only what I've been told. Apparently, everybody has left the private Facebook Messenger group that John D was a part of. They said everyone left. I don't know if it was just closed down, if only the YouTubers left and people who are not on YouTube are still in the group talking amongst themselves. But they all claim that everybody's left. They're all out of the group. And the other thing that was brought up on the live stream was that Michael B said he was going to give money to charity. Apparently there was an issue with a Simpsons cab. Someone had put in, hey, let's raise money to get Mike a Simpsons cab. And then Mike kind of egged it on and people were donating. And the donations started coming in. And Rexer's like, dude, that's fucking wrong. You shouldn't be, getting your audience to buy you a Simpsons cab. So then he's
In
like, well,
public,
fuck
he
it.
did it.
Yeah. So he's
Rexer
like, fuck it, that I'll give the money to charity. But then Rexer was on his ass. And he's like, fuck you, I'm not giving it to charity. I want my money. I need my YouTube money. And there was a back and forth. And there was a lot of ego. A lot of people, I'm not going to give in. I'm not going to give you the win. That's what Michael B says, that he did donate to charity, but he just wasn't going to give Rexer the satisfaction. So he was always playing it up that he didn't. Right?
Yeah.
So he did eventually show me charity receipts. Everything, his address and personal information were removed from the receipts, but I did see them. So I did verify he did donate money to charity. It lined up with what he raised, minus YouTube fees, because YouTube takes 30% of your super chats. So it wouldn't be right that if he raised, say, $500 in super chats, for him to donate 500, because then he's out 30%, which would be what, $150, right? So it lined up as far as how much he raised minus the YouTube fees. The dates kind of lined up. And then after it was all said and done, Rexer was very upset that I said that I saw the receipts. He wanted the receipts. I said, I can't give you the receipts. It's not my receipts. It's not what I do. It's not what I'm about. So he was very upset about that. He said he didn't believe him, that Mike's lying to me, like Mike's trying to trick me. I said, dude, I don't get time for all this shit, right? So show me receipts. They lined up. It's the end of it. As far as I'm concerned, that's the end of it, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, well, someone gave him money and he bought the cab anyway. I don't care, right? I honestly don't care. If Michael B raised a bunch of money, then took that money and gave it to charity, then someone else came and gave him more money to buy the Simpsons cab, that's dude's problem, right? If dude wants to give Mike B money to buy a Simpsons cab, that's on them, right?
Yeah, I ain't got a problem with that at all. Like, I don't see, like not to go over, like, my point of view from my perspective, from what I've heard secondhand from Rexer and seeing him pop off at Michael B. I like Rexer, he's all right. But like, it just seems like some Fifi's got hurt on Rex's side. He made a big show about it in public, and Michael B didn't take it very kindly and did what he had to do. So I don't think either side's great in this, but like, Michael B did donate to the charity and did what he was accused, what Rexer thought he should do, but it's all a mess.
Yeah.
Sounds like them two were friends at one point and had a falling out. So I don't know, like, if Rex is a bit biased against Michael B and stuff. Because are we going to go into talking about this shilling business?
Oh, we are. So, but before we get into the shilling business, we got to finish up with Mr. What the hell's his name? Tech Buzz? Tech Buzz.
Who?
The guy whose tweet that we highlighted. The internet police guy.
Right.
Come on. Keep up, Bob.
Yeah, sorry.
I wasn't here for the last how many minutes, so I have no clue what's going on.
Oh, we're just getting to the juicy parts.
Okay.
But so there was a bit of, I don't want to say controversy, but it was kind of vague who he was talking about, right? Because both myself and Gen X Gamer have about 800 subs at the time when the tweet was made. Gen X thought maybe he was talking about him, but I know for a fact that he was talking about me. Why do I know this? Because he made this live stream here. It says, "Are we being censored? Game Time episode 9." And in this video, he talks about the stream, the epic stream that we had. And he talks about Mike being on stream. And I left a comment that ended up with a 13 reply chain. We'll go over it.
Jesus.
Wow.
But first, we're going to hear what Mr. Tech Buzz has to say.
Here and says, well, you only got these 3/4 scale cabinets in here. No, everybody plays them every week, week in and week out, and they have a blast doing it. We're the difference. I get that. But I look at Moat. Moat got grilled the other day on a stream. Him.
That was our stream. I don't understand why these guys. He only has 7,000 subs. You could mention my name. You could mention the name of the stream. Your audience is not going to come harass me. You're not going to be punching down because I have 800 subs, right? I'm on a stream with a guy with 500,000 subs almost every week, right? So I'm up there with the big boys. I'm rolling in the shit with all the big guys. So don't worry about me, right? Mention my name. I'm all good. But these guys, they like to play this coy.
And Michael B. And I hope they don't mind me mentioning this, but they got grilled, and I thought they handled it very well. And
I don't think I grilled them. Do you guys think I grilled them?
No. Grilled is like being facetious at that point.
Grilled would be like, I want the truth. Give me the truth. Like maybe Rexer was a little hot, but I wasn't hot. I was just like, hey, dude, are you in a group chat? I heard you in a group chat.
I feel like if they were being grilled, they would have said they were being grilled.
Yeah. I also
they
feel
walked
like
away pretty happy. So
I also feel like I didn't plan on them being there, right? Like they just showed up. So it was like,
yes, that's also a good point.
Papa Brad says, after community posting your videos, I did not get a single comment. Read the whole stream from the chat. What does that tell you? Tells me that there's clicks. Tells me that there's, you're now on the bad side, Papa Brad.
And listen, if you don't watch Moat and can laugh when he starts laughing and he's talking about this stuff, there's something wrong with you. He just got like an infectious laugh. And these guys don't deserve. They're working hard. They're grinding. They're putting these videos out. They had no idea we were going to talk about this. But it's time as a community, like Glenn said, we need to come together and stop looking at it as, well, this guy's selling out to this, and this guy's doing this, and this guy's doing. Just take everybody's review and make your own decision, right, Jade?
Okay, so this is going to be the stupidest thing that I've ever heard in my life. Okay, they're going to talk about that you shouldn't listen. Like, if you're just watching one review and then buying something, well, then you're a fucking moron, and it's your fault that you got ripped off. If this guy's super positive about stuff on a review, and then you go out and buy the thing, well, that's your fault. Well, why were you listening to him? You should have watched like 50 reviews and then got the whole picture. This guy's shilling for Mike. They're shilling for Mike hard.
It seems like too, like with the level that the community is at now, where a lot of people within the community seem to know each other and know who they are in this community especially. And it's like everybody is aware enough of what is.
Yeah, here's another weird thing. Why is everybody in the arcade 1-up scene wear sunglasses inside?
No clue.
Maybe she wants to hide her identity, or maybe she has a sight problem.
No, all of them wear them. Like, watch the streams, right? I've watched enough of these fucking 1-up streams. Like, I want to say 70% of these people will go on stream with sunglasses on. I think they're hiding their lying eyes, right? Like, because you can lie, and you don't have to worry about where the eyes are going, right? Because when people lie, your eyes dart all over the place. You're looking away. But you got sunglasses on. No one can tell. That's just my 2 cents.
What's going on at this point? Like, I don't know. I mean, it's just the whole negative aspect of it just needs to go away. If you got beef with somebody, like, go hit them up about it. If you don't feel comfortable with somebody because of something that they've done and you feel wronged by it, then block them or ignore them. Do what you have to do to keep yourself safe from that. But that's your prerogative. I mean, it is entirely your prerogative. But
why can't people just take shit on the nose? You know what I mean? And then just like leave it as it is.
Well,
like, why is it
always
always?
It is definitely showing us how not to handle criticism. He says, "You guys are ridiculous, hating just to hate. I haven't hated anything. I haven't said I hated
Who's
anything.
hating on anything?
I
No.
haven't demonstrated any hate towards any product, any person. You might not like my criticism. You might not like the way I deliver my criticism. But I've always been fair, open, and honest about the things I say and the feelings I have. I don't hate anybody, and I don't hate anything. Being critical of a product, being critical of people promoting a product is
I
not
think
hate.
you're taking the comment out of context.
No, not you guys, the chat. Well, you don't know the chat either because the chat's the same as us. I'm sticking up for the chat.
I think some of the chat are joking around at the moment because we're still, quite a lot of us are still learning about this story and learning the players and people who are in the 1UP arcade community and even the iArcadian community. So there's the Illuminati, the Arcadians. So there's a lot to digest and for us to get our heads around.
The chat is not hating on her. Jokes are not hate. Okay, people are making jokes, saying was she blind or what's going on? Because I brought up the sunglasses. It's not hate. This community is a very unserious. We joke around. We joke around a lot. Let's continue.
But you don't go around taking out your crap on other people, because they don't agree with your opinion.
Yeah,
It's the typical keyboard warriors, and it's just sad
Opinion.
because you don't talk. You would never
God.
talk to someone like that face to face.
Nope.
This is just deflection. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
And I also hate this argument. Well, you would never say that to someone. Fuck that. I would say that to someone face to face. Let's get one thing very clear. You call people keyboard warriors. You're saying they would never say this face to face. That's you puffing up your chest. You're the fucking keyboard warrior because you're like, you're not going to say that to my face because I'll beat you up. That's the implication that you're fucking making. And it's not true. Right?
But even so, though, like, if the criticism is valid, what's the problem of telling that openly in a public space? What's the problem?
And when is facts opinions? These guys need to sort out their fucking lingo. The stuff we've presented to them when we're discussing certain things, or you have, Tony, has been on the facts of the situation. And these guys try to spin it that we're giving our opinion.
Like, if they're saying this, why don't they take their own advice? Why are they talking about it on the show then?
Because they are the keyboard.
Ridiculous.
Projection. It's always projection with these people. Eating Pace says the thirst for more Amico content. Let us hear. I 100% believe that. No, what let us hear is Genovi said, "Hey, check this out," and then I fell down this giant rabbit hole. Yeah. Papa says She-Lion has vision problems with the light and is a veteran. UAG and his crew of Arcade 1UP. I have no idea why they all wear sunglasses. Okay, so She-Lion does have vision problems, so we apologize to She-Lion. We lumped her in with the rest of them, but it is amazing the amount of people that wear sunglasses in this community.
Would have a discussion,
Right.
But
Right.
because you're behind a screen, they go off the top end like feelings don't matter, like people don't matter.
You're behind the
It's
screen.
just not respectful. It's just not.
Right.
It's not respectful.
It's two-way traffic, man. These guys are YouTubers. They're being like, oh, because you're behind the screen, behind the keyboard. Dude, you're behind the screen. You're behind the keyboard. You're all brave and well saying this. Would you come on and discuss it with us? Double standards, man.
Not just that. And I have to say this as disrespectfully as I can. This is the fucking internet, all right? This whole idea of being kind and nice and that's why I named this show Politically Incorrect, right? This episode's politically incorrect because I want you guys to realize, okay, we don't give a fuck about your feelings, okay? I care about facts, care about truth, honesty, and that's it, okay? If I hurt people's feelings, oh, well, fucking see you later. Don't got time for that
But the
shit.
thing is,
Not your therapist.
if you want to have like a nice safe space or whatever, right? Why not accept the criticism, look at it face value, and then just move on? Like, instead of harping on it like this, like how many minutes? Like, this makes no sense to me. Like, you're the one. Like, this is just hypocritical. It's ridiculous.
So we're not seriously hating on sunglasses. It's actually quite the opposite. Console fanboy, for you and other people who might be watching, not only is this show informative, it's also entertaining, right? And sometimes we have to say things that are funny, right? Because that entertains people. And making jokes about people wearing sunglasses inside is one of those things, okay?
As Days used to say, it's a sarcastic boomer podcast.
Yeah, it is quite. We used to have a guy on the podcast here that was pretty much blind, right? It's probably the reason why Carl left. Yeah, it was all the eye jokes. Couldn't take them.
Yeah, and I think somebody had
So
it.
this guy says most of you have full-time jobs and family and kids on top of that. Of all the YouTube stuff, everyone needs to relax. Look, that's no excuse, right? No excuse for shilling. No excuse for putting out shitty content. It's no excuse for putting out misinformation. I also have a child. I also have a full-time job. I also have other responsibilities. But when I put stuff out, I put it out to the best of my ability in the most factual information that I have.
In here, and I apologize. I pulled it up as we were going here about content creators need to stick together. But I think everybody is. Like, I watched people, like, because Travis made some kind of comment about, I see it in here too. He made something about Code Mystic and NFL Blitz, and I'm not going to go down that road.
See, this is another thing. He's not going to go down that road, guys. Travis said, I know 100% that Code Mystics is working on the Blitz Online situation. 100%. And he said he had a reason that he couldn't tell people, but it was a reason that he was 100% sure. Now, instead of discussing that, instead of saying, hey, Travis said something, I don't understand why he would say this and 100% sure, be 100% sure on something when it wasn't true. It was 100% inaccurate, false. Whoever gave him that information lied to him, played him, or they were mistaken themselves, and that person needs to be outed and removed from the community, because that person is obviously someone who's giving bad information to Travis and probably other people, right? But we don't want to discuss that. We don't want to go down that road. Why? Because that would make somebody within the community look bad. That would make somebody in the circle look bad. We can't have that. We can't have that. And that's why people call people shills. That's why people are fed up and frustrated. That's why they're all like, hey, look at these people from the outside looking in, and they're saying the things that we've been saying, but you ain't listening to us because you've called us haters, right? We've been in that situation, right? We've been the quote-unquote haters who no one wants to listen to because you're just hating on a product. No. Sometimes the truth hurts, and sometimes the truth is harsh, but it is what it is, and you need to go down that route. You need to talk about these things and discuss them like adults and not hide from it, not be like, oh, we don't really sweep that under the rug. That's why people get fucking mad. That's why I get aggravated. That's why we're here. That's why this podcast is discussing this right now. You brought it on yourselves.
He actually came out and said, you know what, guys, I screwed up. That takes guts. That's something in this community that I've seen, even from people. I'm not talking content creators.
Console fanboy says, and One Up doesn't give me free cabs. You need to stop saying that. You're lying. Didn't you get a free cab?
He did get a free cab that he gifted to KAG, but you still received a free cab.
Yeah. It doesn't matter what you do with it. You got it free. If you get something for free and then you give it to somebody else, you still got it for free, right?
And maybe this is the point I need to say this. Like, I'm still not too, like, I kind of hate the word shill because it gets thrown around a lot. But I think
it's a funny word to say. Let's keep it real.
Yeah, there's different levels. Like, you've got your, like, hardcore fanboys of a product or company, and they will quote unquote shill for it. And then you've got like the paid shills who are receiving products and favors and all that sort of stuff, which is like what I would consider an actual shill, like when you're getting paid by a company or endorsed or free gifts or free products. And then there's kind of like a middle area. And then I was like thinking about this, like, just because people have a contact within the company, like we've all been soured by Tommy Tallarico and the way he carried on and the way he treated the Cole and spread misinformation. I don't know yet I haven't done enough research. Maybe you guys are going to correct me on this completely as this comes out my mouth, but I haven't done enough research to know that John D is on anywhere near a level of Tommy Tallarico. I don't know how much information he's spreading. I know he's been on people's live streams and stuff and sharing news and answering questions, but he could be just a public face of the company dealing with YouTubers and stuff. And I actually watched a couple of videos by Michael B, the Game Genie, and Mike of All Trades, seeing how they talked about Arcade 1-Up. And Michael B, the Game Genie, I watched one interview from like 6 months ago and one from 1 month ago, and his review seemed quite comprehensive and fair, criticizing Arcade 1-Up where they needed to be criticized and praising them where he praised them. And Mike of All Trades was calling out bullshit he was seeing on Arcade 1-Up. So these guys aren't like entirely always, from what I can see so far, like 100% positive on the company all the time.
Okay, so now I have not been able to get the live stream yet. Someone's working on it. But apparently there was a controversy with the SNK license. Arcade 1-Up wasn't able to get it. Another company got it. So then John D on a live stream basically instructed his Illuminati to talk down the other product, to basically sabotage the other company.
I've heard murmurs of this. I haven't seen evidence of it myself, but I've seen a couple of rumors of this, and that's really shady behavior, man.
Now,
And there's even someone said that I think it was Rex that said that he even asked people to sabotage a cab.
Yeah, that was the one that I'm talking about.
All right.
Okay, so since you brought up Mike of All Trades, I guess we gotta go there. So full disclosure, I did join Mike of All Trades Discord, and I'm sure that I will be banned shortly as we discuss what we're about to discuss.
Oof.
So I did a video the other day. I don't know if you guys seen it. It was basically showing that Kongs R Us and Your Average Gamer were part of a giveaway that was sponsored by Arcade 1-Up, but it wasn't properly marked as a sponsored giveaway. They had forms that were unique to each individual to get on the loyalty list for Arcade 1-Up. And then it came to light. People were very upset. They said, Tony, why are you singling these two out? There were several other people involved in this. I said, well, I didn't know, right? I just seen the video from Kongs, and Kongs points out that UAG didn't talk about anyone else, so I thought that was it, right? So it wasn't quite it. So this is Mike of All Trades MVC2 loyalty list. And you'll notice the questions on this list, which are, did you subscribe to the Arcade 1-Up official? Did you subscribe to Moat's YouTube channel? And then it wants your full name, address, email, and phone number. Now, again, the thing is, why would they want to know? Why would Arcade 1-Up want to know if you were subscribed to Moat's channel? Well, the only reason why is because they want to know who's bringing them the most eyes. Which YouTuber is the best for outreach? Which YouTuber is the best to give the bump to, give the rub to, right? Because each one has their own list. Each one has their own unique MVC2 loyalty list. They might be saying, no, obviously this is just a blanket list, right? This is obviously just the one that everybody gets, right? Well, no, not really. So there actually was one just from Arcade 1-Up. Because if you went to the Arcade 1-Up website and you signed up on the loyalty list, you would get this form. It's an identical form, nearly identical. But you'll notice it does not have neither Kongs, neither Moat, neither UAG's YouTube channel. It doesn't even ask if you're subscribed to the 1UP Arcade YouTube channel. In fact, YouTube, it's not mentioned there. It asks you other questions, which cabinets you're interested in, ask you for your name, your address, email, phone number. It says this or this, Project Cade or Baby Cade, 4-inch cabinets, counter cades, party cades, head-to-head. I'm guessing there was something on the website, because I don't know if this is what you're interested in or what you already own. There's no question. There's just numbers and words, right? It's kind of a bad form, kind of a shitty form. Arcade 1UP, just saying.
We kind of, I mean, it kind of looks like Arcade 1UP is even playing these YouTubers off against each other. They're sending one guy a cab and then not the other guys, and the other guys will get riled up, and then they start making content and drama. It's all publicity for Arcade 1UP at the end of the day, isn't it?
Yeah. So then here you go. Here's the Kongs form once again, so you can see that there is different forms. Kongs. You subscribe to the Kongs channel. You subscribe to the 1UP channel. But the other questions, they're not there. Not there. So these are unique forms made just for this. Apparently, I haven't found the form for the other person. But they also said Console Kits was involved. I think he was named, and someone else. I got Kongs, Mike of All Trades, Your Average Gamer. And someone else. I forget who the hell.
Did you say, is Michael B the game genie on there? One of those with the list?
No, it was. Also, so again, this is what I'm being told. I don't have proof. You'll probably find the stream, or the stream will get taken down and mysteriously be lost in a boating accident. But apparently, when I asked Mike of All Trades if he received anything from Arcade 1UP during the Las Vegas trip, he lied. Apparently, he was given an Arcade 1UP branded hooded sweatshirt.
Oh.
So, again, these are not big deals, right? It's not a big deal to receive items from companies as long as you disclose that, right? As long as people are made aware. And I'm going to tell you this, all these people have audiences, right? Your audience is probably not going to give a shit, right? At the end of the day, they're already your audience. They like you. They like your content. They like what you do. They're not going to be concerned when you go, hey, by the way, Arcade 1UP did send me a sweatshirt once, or they gave me a free cab. Control Pay says, oh, man, you guys make such a big thing out of getting stuff like a T-shirt. It's the principle of the matter, eating paste. It's principle.
And it's the law.
Oh, yeah, that too. Like I said, at the end of the day, because here's the thing, right? We want people to be honest on YouTube. We want reviews to be honest. If people start taking items, then you're going to have a situation where other people are like, I'll just lie. I'll say some good things and get free stuff. And then you're going to have a bunch of reviews out there that are just praising companies in hopes of receiving free items. Reciprocation is a pretty powerful thing. It is. When you get stuff for free, you like the person, right? Hey, John D's a great guy. He gave me a free sweater. And in the back of your head, it's not such a big deal that things the buttons are a little sticky, they're a little spongy. The angle might not be the best, but you overlook it.
Well, in fairness, looking at Michael B, the Game Genie's reviews of the Arcade 1UP, he has mentioned in the 2 reviews I looked at, he mentioned all the issues that he would have with it, including how they adjusted the angles on the newer cabs to be easier to look at from standing and the leveling. I don't know about that guy. Was it also him who left out? No, that was Overthink Gaming who left out about the carpal tunnel on the one cab.
Yeah, but
Wasn't
here's the
it?
thing, and this is why I asked Mike, the two Mikes. I said, when I asked him, I said, "Do you think you would be the same amount of critical if you weren't friends with John, right?" Because, and they said, yeah, they think they would, right? But the thing is, they actually wouldn't, right? When you know somebody, when you're friendly with somebody, there's always that thing in the back of your head, not to go full tilt, not to go all the way. If he tells you, don't worry about it, I'm going to get it fixed, you're like, you believe him. You want to believe people that are your friends. It happens with everything. We saw it happen with the Amico time and time again, where people would give Tommy the benefit of the doubt, and they would come out and say things that they knew weren't true, but hoped would get fixed or hoped would be dealt with behind the scenes, right?
Mm.
And that's the same way. That's the same thing you're seeing here. And again, maybe they would be the same level, but them being dishonest about things like being their friend, them being, playing coy with getting a sweatshirt or not, that tells me that they know what they're doing is wrong, and they know that they're probably being a little nicer than they should be.
Yeah.
Again, that's just my opinion on the situation. But that's not all, because it's never enough, right? It's never like. So apparently, our good friend Potion Sword Run, he did a video, and I'm looking for the thread because it was a long thread. Okay, here it is. I found the thread. So he did a video. This video was from the 26th, and I'm going to bring it up right now. And then we'll go back to the other video because it's not done. But this is Arcade 1-Up NFL Blitz Cabinet a scam, a new cult? So the pinned comment is from the Rexer show. It's a pretty long comment. But we're not really going to focus on Rexer's comment. What we're focusing on is Andrea F's comment. It says, if you want a piece of advice, do not believe what Rexer have said to you. He have been lying a beef. You've been having a beef against John D for a verbal fight over Twitter. His opinion is heavily biased against Arcade 1-Up and people who do not bash this company. Now, anybody want to know why I've highlighted this comment, why I've discussed this particular comment? Can you venture a guess?
Is it because it's not true or it is true? I don't know. I had no idea.
Well, look at all these comments. It's a huge thread. It's a huge thread.
Yeah.
But none of these, and now we go back to Andrea F. She says, you never disappoint me, Rexy, never. Most likely because all the bashing brings more views. What would he talk otherwise? At Retro Ralph, finally someone speaking the truth about Rexer being a liar. Thank you, at Retro Ralph. Here's another comment. It says, at the Rexer show, I might let you. So tell me, why do I feel like that about Arcade 1-Up? Wait, brainwashing, right? By the way, instead of thinking about me looking for Ralph support, you'd better be thinking about you not losing support and friendship over, calling out people. Please do not follow my piece of advice. I will keep following your, quote, adventures from far away with my popcorn on one hand and a beer on the other. Come on now. Why would I just highlight this random person's account? This random person who has no icon. We go to their channel. They got 1 subscriber, no videos, no content.
When was the account created?
Created in 2007.
Do you know who it is?
Why would I highlight this account? Come on, Bob. I know you don't like to be teased, but come on.
What? They're telling the truth? What?
Come on, we've seen this in the Amico sphere. It's because
It's Tommy
Andrea
Tallarico.
What'd you say? It's not Tommy Tallarico.
I'm lost. Just bury the lead, man. Come on.
So alt
Andrea
account.
F. What'd you say, Planet?
It's an alt account.
Andrea F. is an employee of Arcade 1-Up.
No way.
What a twist!
What a twist.
Apparently, they admitted it in a live stream. That again, my sources are collecting the receipts as we speak. Says the user let it slip that they are an employee of the company once during a live chat. I am looking to get a screenshot of it now. It'll probably take a while, but we'll have that receipt.
Oof.
Oh man.
Oof.
Papa Brad said alt account also attacked me frequently. 56K warning says it's Relic Gamer. Very frequently. Now it makes sense. Papa Brad, now it makes sense why this person kept attacking you.
There's so much to find out about this whole situation.
Zero Hero says, I agree. I think you get close. Your opinion is jaded. I don't know who he's talking to, but he says, I apologize. I'm not trying to attack you, but you're basically attacking YouTubers for the same thing that you've done with a different company.
He's talking to Papa Brad's Gaming. They've been going back and forth. Papa Brad has issues with Console Fanboy, and I think Console Fanboy is trying to give the olive branch to try to like smooth bridges over, but Papa Brad ain't having it.
Oh, so here it is. He says you're hurting John in the long run, Brad. I know you realize that. You'll never admit it, but I know you know. Man, I remember this kind of devotion to Tommy Tallarico. Don't say bad things about the company because that'll hurt Tommy. And he even says, what you're doing is not good for his livelihood. Guys, don't call out the scammer. Don't call out the liar because he might lose his job. He might not be able to afford his lifestyle if people expose him for lying and manipulating and creating a situation that got YouTubers in trouble.
Yeah.
You're mean to John. You're sharing these videos. It hurts everyone. Everyone gets hurt by the truth, guys. Guys, bury the truth. Don't let any of this come out. Don't let people know. Because it's too much money and too many subs and views on the line.
And too many people's reputations on the line at this stage. Because this is... If these people are being influenced by this John D character, if he's manipulating these YouTubers, these guys, if this all gets shed some light on, these guys are screwed. Like they're going to lose their credibility, like we saw with the Amico cult. Once Tommy Tallarico was finally properly outed, as we say, or whatever, you've seen the reputations of the Amico cult. Like it's devastated, and some of them are still trying to like reclaim some dignity.
Tommy Amico says, lol, he lied. It isn't possible he forgot about the sweatshirt. I'm pretty sure when we said, hey, did you get anything specifically at Las Vegas, which wasn't that long ago, unless Moat has memory issues. I'm not putting it past anybody from having memory issues. I'm pretty sure he would remember, hey, yeah, they gave me a sweater.
I mean, I would be hyped if I got a free sweater from Arcade 1-Up in Las Vegas from a MVC2 reveal thing. Like, yeah, it's probably an MVC2 branded one as well. So I'm assuming.
Papa Brad says, if you don't play along, the leaks and inside information dries up. That's how they play them. They use the leaks to get big views. They get info before the company releases the information. Yeah.
Where have we heard that before?
Tommy's going to start making Arcade 1-Up music. That's not what I meant. Second time you took what I said out of. How did I take what you said out of context? I literally read what you wrote. Right? You want to come on? I'll let you on, Console Fanboy, if you want to come on and explain your position. We do allow that here. We're very open.
I think he's talking to Papa Brad.
No, he's talking to me. He said this is the second time you took what I said out of context. Because the first time was when I said about the sunglasses thing. And he says, Arcade 1UP has never told me to do shit. I hate iArcade because iArcade is pure dog shit. It has nothing to do with anything. More lies from... See, he's calling Brad a liar now.
Yeah.
Does 1UP Arcade have any rapping juggalos as fans? Eating Pace says, I would absolutely love an MVC2 sweater that there's no way he forgot. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It says, Tony, you're forgetting most of these guys started making content for 1UP. Only guys like Moat. He has over 2,000 videos and no subs. It's weird. It's weird. But, all right, let's get back to the video that we were watching before we got sidetracked. Because there's still more comedy gold in here.
That they're afraid to admit that they were wrong.
Right.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. It's okay to be wrong.
Yes, there's nothing wrong with that. And I just think, like, going forward, like, I watched, and I know P-Dubs apologized for what happened, and I don't think there was anything wrong with that. There comes a point, like, there is so much, and I know, Glenn, you said we...
Yeah, you don't have to... We don't have any cameras here. Like, why would you need a camera? You want to talk about iArcade, though? No. Why the hell would I have you come on to talk about iArcade? If you want to come on to talk about the Arcade 1UP situation, to talk about something about Arcade 1UP, that's fine. If you want to come on to talk about iArcade, that's not what we're talking about right now. David Hernandez, he has 2K videos and 2K subs. Yeah. Carl O says, they seem surprised to me. Good that they were straightened out. Rexer is keeping them honest.
You all have to have thick skin, and I feel bad for like Bill and Sheline because they're just coming into this community as content creators. Mm-hmm. You have to have thick skin, but there's a lot of work that goes into these shows. There's a lot of...
So this is where he's basically saying, hey, don't criticize these people because they put a lot of time into their content.
Prep that goes into these shows. There's a lot of B-roll content that goes into these shows.
There's no B-roll on this show. I'm telling you right now. I don't have a single second of B-roll footage on my computer, on my laptop, anywhere in my house. There's no B-roll. What you see is what you get, right?
He wouldn't even be able to, even if he could.
I wouldn't.
He's a boomer and bad with tech.
Everything that we have to say is said. We don't do multiple angles. There's no multiple takes. It's all done one take. Just let it all out. There's no bacon roll.
Bacon roll.
I want to wrap like a jalapeno with bacon. Put a little cream cheese in the middle. Put that in the oven. Delicious.
On topic, Tony.
They do shill for 1UP. They're addicted to buying cabs, though, and John D. finessed them all. Why these guys fell on the sword, I do not get. They are the least culpable. I was shocked.
They probably want to get in with these guys. I don't know if they're already in with them, but they're probably jumping to their defense, showing a unified front. An attack on you is an attack on all of us. We need to come together as a community to stop these outsiders shedding a light on the bullshit going on.
Or like I said, I don't know the hierarchy in the whole 1UP sphere, but I know that there's a lot of people who make content based on other people's content, right? So if Moat and them are getting the the leaks, then we can make videos on their leaks, right? And if their shit gets dried up, then we have nothing to make content on because the things that we make content on are gone, right?
Mm.
Console Fanboy says, I just want to say I'm not a shill for 1UP just because I hate iArcade. If I was a shill for 1UP, I would praise that MK30 cab. I've been very vocal for my hatred for that MK30. That's not true. We need to stop this idea that if you're a shill, that you can't say anything negative or that you can't shit on the company or shit on certain products from the company. You can have selective shilling, right? A lot of companies will be like, they don't want to make it obvious. So they go out there and shit on that one cab. So then people will be like, look, see, I did that one video where I shit on this one cab. So I can't be a shill, guys. So trust my opinion on the other 40 cabs that I talk about.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
David Hernandez says, Michael B. posts leaks and speculation videos. I tell been a trend of his. Ooh. A lot of people do that. Pretend like it's not a leak, it's a speculation or a rumor that I've heard. Then it comes true, and everyone claps along. Like to see it. Let's get back into it.
Videos, live shows that these guys are taken away from their families to sit and
Guys. They're taking away time from their families to provide content. Stop criticizing them.
That's on them. That's not on us. Like, if you want to take time away from your family to do YouTube, that's all good and well, but that doesn't mean you're free from criticism. That's not a good defense at all.
Mm-hmm.
It's a terrible defense.
Yeah.
entertain you, whether you like them, love them, or hate them.
Mm-hmm.
Even like I'll pull up Rexer. I mean, Rexer does stuff that people absolutely despise, but you know what? He entertains them, and they'll watch, even if they 100% disagree with anything he has to say. He entertains them, and that takes time away from his family.
And here's the thing with that too. I mean, look, as a content creator, I watch a lot of other content creators. There are some that I enjoy their content, and
I don't watch any of you motherfuckers. I don't watch any other content because there's only one content creator, and that's Tony TGD. And maybe Bob. Go watch Bob sometimes.
been people I've seen that I don't particularly care for the way they do things. But you know what? They have 100% every right to put up the content they put up. If I don't like it, who cares? Other people do.
Yeah, I actually heard there might be more than one video on YouTube. You can always go to the next video.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. 100%.
They say that after previously complaining about people complaining.
And I think I told you guys all this story before. One of the first videos, like either the second or third video I ever made when I started, was the review on the Tempest cab. It was one of the reasons I started my channel. I bought it. I wanted to review it. And one day I'm looking and I go into like the comments that get like flagged by YouTube, and somebody had called me a GD shill and other not so nice things when it got flagged. I'm like, dude, I have 12 subs maybe.
Wow.
I'm a shill. I'm doing a crap job at it.
Wait a second. Bill, you're going down in history as the lowest subscribing shill.
Yeah.
I think everybody in the chat room will agree with that one.
Serious.
Everybody starts from somewhere. I mean, this show here had only 13 subs when Tommy Tellerico graced us with his presence. Rainwater Games says, can Papa Brad and Console stop acting like children to each other for once, for one effing stream? I'm so sick of both of you attacking each other in every live stream chat. You're both my friend, but you both he's leaving us hanging. Need to mature up a bit and knock off this crap. I'm so tired of it. They're arguing over whose views are legit.
Yeah, jeez.
I don't know. I haven't watched either of your content, so I can't tell you whose views are legit. I remember the old days of Tony not being comfortable doing live shit. Good times. I remember those days too. I wouldn't get on. I wouldn't say anything. It would take me about an hour just to turn the mic on. Arcade 1-up drama. Yeah, let's fucking go.
Honestly, I'm like, really?
12
And I
steps
laugh at the
chill.
video
That's
now
what I feel
because, you know, I've learned, I mean, in the few months I've been doing this, I've learned so much. I like laugh at the video now, but I'm like, really?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
we don't want this to be like, and this wasn't supposed to be a negative stream, but we want to get that out of the way, because we're going to get into something here with a video that popped up of some of the issues with Blitz, and we're not going to spend a lot of time with this.
We're not going to go through much more of the video. That's all I wanted to highlight. But he did say we're not going to spend a lot of time with it, right? This video who highlights all the negative things about Blitz, and we'll talk about it for a couple seconds. That way we don't look like we're biased. So I love a comment here. This is what kicked off the tweet, the 800 subscriber channel trying to police the internet. When Tony hits it big, I will be able to say I was there when he interviewed PT. When I hit it big, I'm bringing all you guys with me. And we're going to have a big party. We're going to have a big meetup. It's going to be fantastic. So I simply put, pointing out FTC regulations and YouTube terms of service is not an attack. Very innocuous comment. He says it's how it's done. I'm not going to argue with you, despite going on a 13 reply chain. I'm not going to argue with you. You are entitled to your opinion as I am. You came off not trying to help, but to try and make them look bad and create drama. They clearly didn't know about the sponsorship stuff. So I said...
They came on the show themselves.
Yeah.
That they did. I says, fucking train coming, so I got to wait. Fucking Domino's. I love Domino's pizza. Finbarr says subs and views are a crazy thing on YouTube, though. On my other channel, I've got 225 subs with average views of about 300 each video, except one video which has almost 100K. Yeah. Hell yeah, Domino's pizza at the party. We're going to have a Domino's pizza, one Harry's pizza that will split. All right, so I replied, ignorance is no excuse. Sorry, but these are adults, not children. And neither Mike was expected on the show. They decided to hop in. Again, nothing here is policing anything, right? I'm not telling anyone how to do anything. I'm not telling anyone how to run their channel. So he says, you're splitting hairs. I'm splitting hairs. You are the host. You control the narrative, the dialogue, the temperament of the show. It was very distasteful. And if that's how you want to do perceived, I think he meant be perceived, that's fine. You're grown men, and you'll appeal to that negative crowd. It sounds like he's trying to tell me how to run my channel.
Yes.
So I replied. I said, I appeal to the crowd that wants facts. This isn't my first experience with this kind of situation. If you want to have more thorough discussion, then let's set a time and place. My door is always open.
This next comment, Jesus.
Tech Buzz replies, facts according to who? You? Come on, man. Seriously, things that slow in the Amico community, you need to, quote, watch people here. Like I said, you're entitled to your opinion, but keep it at that, your opinion. You don't work for YouTube, so there's no need to police for them. What he should have said was, hey, stop shining a light on shit. You're making everyone in the Arcade 1-Up community look bad, and it's going to hurt our views and everyone's opinion of us. Rainwater says, nobody called me in. I am camping. I saw this going for 3 hours, so I popped in, and all I see is my two friends at each other's throat. I hate it. Please, can you just stop? It's your birthday. Oh, happy birthday, Rainwater.
Happy birthday.
Yeah. Eating pace is right. Ignorance isn't an excuse, but also getting a T-shirt from a company isn't an issue. Getting free cabs, on the other hand, is pretty bad. But see, the T-shirt leads into the cabs, right? It's like buttering you up. You start off with a T-shirt, and you go, oh, it wasn't so bad. It's just a T-shirt. And then it's two T-shirts. Then it's a T-shirt and a mug. And then it's a T-shirt, a mug, and dinner. Then it's an Arcade 1-Up cab. They don't just start off with the big thing, right? You got to lube it up. You got to get it ready.
Even still, a product provided for free from a company is a product provided for free from the company. You got to declare that shit.
Yeah.
Bonafide picker, yeah.
Bonafide picker just popped in. Why are they talking about Tech Buzz? He's not in the Illuminati. Missed the mark on this one, gentlemen. What mark? Did I ever say he was in the Illuminati? You just popped in and you have no idea what the fuck we're talking about, but somehow we've missed the mark. I don't know, Mr. Bonafide picker. Think perhaps you might be mistaken, boys. You might be mistaken. Bo Knows says he was mysteriously timed out on the UAG stream earlier. Well, I was banned from the channel for simply super chatting. I gave him money. He banned me. Now, we are a negative crowd. We're not negative. We're very critical. We have a high opinion of ourselves. We have morals, ethics. Yeah, and it's the responsibility of the influencer to not accept gifts beyond a T-shirt or two.
Any gifts, like a gift is a gift, whether it's a T-shirt, a hoodie, a bloody pin, anything.
Control Eating Pace says, if you think a T-shirt is a problem, go tell the authority that handles these things and see how much they care. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Everyone says it, and again, I can't stress this enough. You can do something 1,000 times and get away with it 999 times and then get caught on your 100th. All it takes is one prick at the office who's having a bad day and says, fuck it, I'm going to bust this small YouTuber to make myself feel better. Right? That's all I'm saying. You don't have to wear your seatbelt, right? You could drive your car up and down the roads, no seatbelt on. You probably won't get into a car crash. Fairly confident that you probably won't get into a car crash unless you're a shitty driver or a woman. You probably won't get into a car crash. But if you do, it's going to be fucked up when you go flying through the windshield, right? Because you didn't wear a seatbelt.
And also, it's illegal.
Well, yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying you might not get caught. Most people who don't wear the seatbelt don't get caught, right?
Yeah, and most people who use their cell phone while driving don't get caught in this country.
But it's still illegal.
Still illegal.
Right? And that's all we're pointing out. This is still illegal. This is still a violation of FTC regulations. Whether or not they get caught is irrelevant to the discussion. Whether or not they get a fine or anybody gives a shit beyond us is not relevant to the discussion. This is for information. This is for people to know what it is they need, what their obligation is when they're on YouTube. If you don't appreciate that, it's fine, right? You don't have to watch. Or you can watch. I prefer you watch because I like the viewers. Crash Test Dummy is going to be all up in Tony's grill for say that. Yeah. Gen X said there would be a roast. I assume this was it. No. This is not Gen X. Gen X has his own stuff, right? He said he was roasting some people. That's his channel. It's not our channel. Or a woman. That was a joke, Wiley, because women are bad drivers, allegedly.
According to Andrew Tate.
Yeah. Get real. No one cares that a company gives someone that they've worked with a T-shirt. You guys are absolutely out of your mind. Well, apparently there's 3 people on a panel that care. There's people in the chat that care. There's 30 people besides you watching that care. So if no one cared, we wouldn't have 32 people now watching us. Right? That's the thing. People keep saying no one cares. And we keep pulling in numbers and people that are watching and commenting because they obviously care one way or the other.
Yeah, and I definitely do care. Not to jump ahead in what you're saying on your discussion with Tech Buzz, but I covered the Amico because I cared about the consumer and I saw a bad consumer product. And I've been thinking whether I'm going to cover this Arcade 1-Up topic on my channel. Tony's been doing a great job. Potion Sword's been doing a great job. I don't know about I've seen Retro Bros video. I thought it was okay. But like, I want to come at this from my angle and I want to see how the consumer's being treated and the information they're being fed. And if it's coming from a biased point of view, if it's coming from someone who's receiving gifts, whether it's big or small, that has a weight to the relevance of the guy's opinion.
Rainwater Games says, I sent John D a free Rainwater Games t-shirt. Does he need to disclose that I sponsored Arcade 1-Up whenever he mentions my channel? Well, actually, he does. If he's mentioning your channel, he needs to disclose that, hey, by the way, Rainwater Games sent us a t-shirt. And whenever you mention Arcade 1-Up, you should mention that you did send them a free sweater to John D. Well, thank you for disclosing that on the stream. People think this is a joke. People think this is like fun and games, and right? But when you, like I said, 1,000 YouTubers can break the regulations and never get caught, and then you do it and you get caught, and you're gonna be like, oh, why didn't no one tell me? I'm like, yeah, I kind of told you, right?
Yep, and it's when these bigger YouTubers, or with a couple of thousand, or 10,000, or 30,000, people see them getting away with doing this stuff, and they think they can get away with it, and then they get in trouble. Who are they going to blame? They're going to look at the other. They're going to be like, oh, look, Mr. 30,000 subscribers doing it. Why am I getting in trouble? That's not how it works.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, Eating Paste says he doesn't think anyone cares. I'm going to put a poll right now. Do you care if a YouTuber receives a free sweater from a company? Okay, cover.
I think they do care. It depends on the situation.
Well, there you go. There's now in the chat, there's a poll. Take the poll. We'll find out. Then we'll discuss it later. And when we get to the poll section of the stream. Mario Man says cabinet is way overpriced anyway. Mario Man, by the way, the things that you read on Reddit about me, completely untrue. Completely untrue. I'm Mexican. There's no way that I'm a white supremacist. It's kind of a weird thing that I get accused of all the time. Balding Bob Ross, let's keep people's moms out of it. Come on. Mr. Beefy says, I think getting a t-shirt isn't a big deal. I also think it's easy to say, hey, I got shit from this company, or talk with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But these people don't want to say that because they're worried about how it will look to their audience and how people will perceive them if they start telling everyone all the time, oh yeah, I'm in talks with John D regularly.
Rainwater says, then I should also disclose that I sent Kongs R Us wife a t-shirt, as well as I sent Michael B a tumbler. Also, Papa Brad gave me an Atari. Okay. Sometimes people test me. The Lord is testing me, and I will pass.
Oh, people are taking it way too literal, but
Yeah. So I have a question for the panel. Why do we only focus on 1-Up? What about @Games, who has history with telling YouTubers what to say? Actually, the Rexer Show has a relationship with this company.
there's a ton of people on YouTube. Tons of people.
So Zero Hero, you might be confused. Okay, I just started talking about Arcade 1-Up this week, right? Just like 5 days ago. It's like the first time we've ever really mentioned Arcade 1-Up on the channel. Okay. The only reason, and again, only reason I even talked about Arcade 1-Up was because they started selling Blitz cabs without the online, and a friend of the channel pointed it out and said, hey, take a look at this bullshit. And I looked at it and I said, hey, this is something that might interest my audience. And we started talking about it. And through that, we fell down the rabbit hole of the Illuminati. If there is something specific that @Games has done that you want me to look at or you want me to highlight, I have an email, I have a Twitter, I have a comment section. Let me know. I am very open. I am very willing to put in the legwork to find out what a company's doing when it's coming.
Same. I think we're going to have to take a look at all sides of this. We're going to have to look at Arcade 1-Up, iArcade, and @Games, because it kind of seems to me there's two sides. There's like the iArcadians and the arcade and the Illuminati, who are the Arcade 1-Up guys, and they seem to be bashing heads. And then you've got @Games as well. So I think all three of these companies need a bit of an investigation.
I mean, I feel like this happens in the gaming community in general.
Yeah.
Zero Hero says, I apologize. You guys said y'all were going to watch our community. If that's not you, I'm sorry. I don't want to come in your house and be... No, you're not being disrespectful. I'm just saying. It was a Potion that said it. I did kind of agree with him. And I'm going to watch because I'm already invested now, right? You've got me invested. And just like the Amico community, I'm invested in this now. But like I said, if you want me to be invested in the @games stuff, then point me to something, right? Pique my interest into what scummy things they're doing.
Yeah, link us a video or something good, something with some evidence to show what's going on. Because if we've got some evidence to go off of, that's even better. That's really a good place to start. If you've got a video or clip which points to these things going on, it helps.
Mario Man says, I'm sure all these companies love their shills. Cheap advertising for a free shirt. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, look at what happened with Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk is like one of the biggest examples of shillings in the AAA games I've ever seen, and no one talks about it.
Beefy says he likes @games.
@games have made some shoddy products over the years, man.
I've heard. I don't think I've ever bought an @games product.
No, I've never bought one, and I wouldn't. I would never advise someone. From the stuff I've seen, like their Mega Drive knockoff consoles are terrible. Their handhelds are iffy. They're not great.
Rainwater says, it sounds like I'm being silly, but I literally have a video talking about Taco Bell. That's a thing. I mean, we have... I don't just do this, right? Like everyone thinks whenever a new person comes to the channel or pops into a stream, they think this is all I do. Mostly I review games and talk about video games, right? And then I do some silly stuff.
We spent a whole 2 hours talking about Marvel.
Yeah. So I don't know. But let's get back to the long comment chain because it's long. So I said, I replied to him. I says, I work for consumers. When I see shadiness, I look onto it. I just said into it and call it out. The FTC guidelines and YouTube terms of service can be found on the respective websites. So he says, I'm well aware. I'm not disputing that. In fact, I agreed with you on that. You're not exposing, quote unquote, anyone. Educating your creator to make them better, I can get behind. With how you're doing it, you remind me of those cop block activists. I have no issue with having a conversation with anyone. I'm happy to go on any shows, but I'm not going to be used as a tool to spread hate or be used to make others look bad. Your community doesn't care about the home arcade community. Just like I could care less what the Amico community is doing because I have no interest in it. But I do appreciate you commenting the info. I don't agree with your methods. Engagement is engagement. He says this while also having blocked me on Twitter, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I, for one, am very interested in the arcade community. I've been interested in MAME cabs and Pandora cabs, and Arcade 1-Up has been on my peripheral. I even almost built my own arcade cab. It's just the community itself is something I haven't quite looked into yet, but I'm going to be looking into it a lot because, I mean, I'm interested in the MVC2 cab. Like, I wasn't even aware that was coming out until a few days ago, and then I was like, shit, I really want this, but it is what it is, so yeah. Sorry, I'm derailing your comments straight again.
That's fine because I'm going to get to a comment here. Rainwater Games, he says, serious question, if I make a video crapping on @games products, do I have to disclose I got free stuff from iArcade since they are competition? Not unless you mention iArcade. If your video is crapping on @games products without comparing them to iArcade, then no, you would be fine. But if you're like, iArcade does it this way and @games is crappy because they do it that way, then yes, you would have to definitely disclose it because you and your audience might think that your coverage is a little skewed, you're a little biased because of the free stuff from iArcade. Oh my God, not the shirts. What are you, Nicolas Cage? Not the bees. Not the bees.
if we want to go there, 1-inch biceps, I was actually interested in building my own pinball machine in my electronic engineering days because it would have been a cool project to do.
Zero Hero says there are numerous content creators in the community who have said that Ant Games has called them and said, "Don't talk about this, talk about that." Well, link me to something, right? Don't just say a thing. On this channel, for you and anyone else who is new, while we do love being told things, we kind of need proof, right? I'm not going to talk about stuff unless I see some sort of proof, some sort of evidence, whether that's a video, a tweet, an email, something. I need something tangible that I can present to my audience. I can't just go, well, here's a comment from Zero Hero, guys, and then make a 20-minute video. I probably could make a 20-minute video on your comment, but I don't like to because that's not really proof. It's not really evidence. Just saying. It's not my thing. I was just talking to Brad. Well, stop it. Brad don't need no attention. You know I get cranky when I don't get attention. So I said, my community cares about consumer advocacy. I treat every guest fairly and allow them to explain their points. That said, are you a member of any private groups, chats, discords with 1UP employees? So TechBuzz says nope. So if it ever comes out that TechBuzz was in a private group, chat, Discord, phone calls, text messages, etc., then he lied to me. I said, thumbs up. I'm not the bad guy you think I am. I just don't like to waste time doing the same song and dance routine I've done for the last 20 years. He says, again, you have your opinions, but everyone that does the show with me is independent. We aren't close with the companies. Probably why we are not in certain circles, but I'm okay with that. Some guy popped in, Ren Kane. I don't know what the fuck this is. That want facts. Whatever makes you feel better, kid. And I just told him to cope. Cope. Cope with that shit. All right. So that is the saga of Mr. TechBuzz. Anything else in this 1UP controversy?
Yeah, so what's the? I mean, so the Illuminati is allegedly disbanded because of this group chat, but we don't know if that's true or not. The group chat is over from the charity stream, but that's just one group chat. There could be other group chats. There could be individual chats. There could be direct emailing going on. We don't know.
I mean, they could have phone numbers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said,
I mean, I like giving people the benefit of the doubt and taking them at face value for what they say to a degree. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of smoke here, and where there's smoke, there's usually fire. But if Michael B, the Game Genie, and Mike of All Trades and all of them have left this Illuminati group chat, I'd like to believe them.
Okay, so hold on. Bonafide Picker says, Rexer never been wrong about how the 1UP influencers review cabs, glosses over problems, or ignores legit questions. Community knows it and is over it as the 1UP products are getting worse. Okay. David Hernandez says, I heard through the grapevine John D sent at Games a lawsuit threat.
How long has this can I ask these guys while they're here? How long has this Illuminati been around? Like, is it a recent thing? Has it been going on a year, 2 years, longer? I'm trying to get a grasp on the timescales of these things. Because apparently this charity stream was, 4 months ago? And they've been in this chat since then. Was that when the Illuminati started? Or was it long before that? A long time, Papa Brad's Gaming says. Right. Oh, At Games with the Legends product has taken it. Oh. Who said?
2 years.
Rain. Rainwater Games. That group chat wasn't from the charity stream. Michael B admitted in one of his streams like a year ago he was in that group chat. Oh.
Rainwater says I've had several long private phone calls with John D, but I wouldn't say he likes me. Quite the opposite, most likely. That could be problematic. I mean, if you're not going to discuss the what was said, if it was a strictly business call, right? Like you don't have to disclose. Like let's say I call up Sony and I'm asking them about their new PlayStation or something, right? I wouldn't have to disclose. That's not a relationship. However, if this phone call is also accompanied with you send them stuff, you send them gifts, you talk to them, say in Twitter or DMs or something, and it's been on your show, then yeah, it would be the combination of things, right? Where's Carl been? Carl left YouTube.
He'll be back.
Well, they all claim the chat started with the charity stream, but it was way before then. Again, I gotta have proof, right? I can only. There have always been content creators close to one up. The Illuminati nickname, I believe, Rainwater started it, and then they started a group chat allegedly during the charity stream. Bonafide says it's firmed up over this last year. If you think they closed down the private group chat, I got a bridge to tell you. It's not about what I think. Life is never about what you think. Life is about what you can prove, right? And until I can prove that the group chat is not closed down, I can't report on it, right? I can tell you, hey, they've told me that they've left the group chat. They've told me that they're no longer talking to John D privately. But unless I have proof otherwise, that's all I can say.
Well, there's talk here. I'm just Googling it, YouTube searching it briefly. Arcade 1-Up Illuminati is real. From CT Jason Nation 7 months ago, which predates the charity stream. I don't know if CT is pro or anti Arcade Illuminati.
Rainwater Game says John D told me personally that they coordinate live streams, not overlapping and such, in their chat, and that was way before the charity thing was even a thing. Interesting. Eating Pace says they 100% closed that Discord server since you can't delete Discord messages that aren't your own unless the server's deleted. Well, it wasn't a Discord; it was a Facebook Messenger thing. I don't know how Facebook Messenger works because I don't have Facebook. All these comments are true. Has the Amico talk happened already? Not really. No. The link I shared is where it started. What link, Papa Brad?
It might go blocked.
Yeah, if you try to post a link, it's not going to pop up. Unless you're a mod, links won't pop up. So someone sent me a message on Twitter, on the Twitters. Says, Jong of iArcade is a criminal and was arrested for his failed Hopi Kickstarter.
Oh, Jesus.
And then they sent me a video of Papa Brad saying he was a shill for iArcade. I'm not sure what they got to do with anything, but that's what I was sent. Now, here's the thing, right? Him being a criminal, it's kind of fucked up, right? Not gonna lie, not gonna sugarcoat that. I wouldn't want a criminal being the owner of a company that I promote this product for or talk about that product, I'd be concerned. I'd have my concerns that he might be continuing his criminal nature. But we have a judicial system based on rehabilitation, right? You did your crime, you did your time. You're supposed to be copacetic. So now, if he's doing new things that you can say, hey, that's like the old thing that he did, that's one thing. But just saying, hey, this guy's a criminal, or he was a criminal, or he got arrested for being a criminal, it's not going to fly. Now, if he was arrested for some sort of deviancy, right? Then I'd be like, yeah, no, fuck this dude completely, right? Zero Hero says, I don't think he's a criminal. I'm just going off of what was said. CT Jason is a truthful dude, shoots from the hip and tells it like it is. Facebook, what a bunch of boomers. Yeah. David says, Facebook Messenger saves all the messages if you recover it.
Right. Yeah, eating pace. We already covered Overwatch 2. That was one of the. I think that was the first thing we discussed.
Yeah. Ha ha ha. That was Messiah Drummond, probably known John Hater, probably. We don't know all the personalities in the home arcade scene, right? But we'll get there. We'll get there.
Yeah, it's going to take some time for us to figure out who the major players, who the Illuminati is, who the iArcadians are, and figure out how involved John D is, and well, I'm sure Tony has a better idea than me at this stage, how involved John D is with all these guys and how much of an influence he is on them. Because I influence on these YouTubers because I care, because I'm interested in arcade cabs, and also I'm very pro-consumer. Like I feel very strongly about consumer electronics, and I mean, not to throw shaded Arcade 1 up, but their products look really expensive for what they are.
So Ronan Drummond says, no clown, you kicked me out. You was fired from being a moderator. That's why Tokyo Cade fired you. You guys, man, I thought Amico people had like weird beefs. You guys got weird ass beefs. Zero Hero says, oh, John D will go radio silent until CES. Wasn't he supposed to like come out and reveal when the online was going to be ready? I just saw one tweet from One Up Official that was like a reply to somebody saying the 15th of October, and then John D retweeted it, and that was like it. John D stole Glenn Pelamento's patent design on Tron sticks. He's mentioned it on a channel.
Oof.
Man.
Oh, Jesus.
That's going in my notes file I've got at the moment.
In the files it goes.
Yep.
Bo says John D won't come back until they're releasing a new product. He is ghosting everyone right now.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
my
his
God.
previous live streams will still be there to research, I'm sure, for now.
For now. I think that's it. I think we've covered all the one-up news for the day.
Damn, we're gonna have to get like swatted up on this and figure out what's going on by next week. I mean, we could do a whole show on this, man.
We could do several shows on this.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that there's going to be people making streams about this stream, about the other stream.
Yeah. See, I have to be completely honest here. I'm still not entirely sold on this Illuminati, Arcade 1-Up Illuminati. I mean, I'm getting there. I'm hearing stuff. But you know, like I need to see some stuff for myself. I need to do some research for myself. I need to see how much this John D character is influencing these guys, because I'm not quite there yet with like being like these guys are unforgivable shills or whatever. Because at surface level, from what I've seen from Michael B, the Game Genie, and Michael Trades, they seem like passionate guys into their arcade cabs and they're supporting this company, but like they've lied. Like they straight up lied the other day on your show when asked if they received. Well, Michael of all trades lied about that sweater, and then yeah, there's where there's smoke, there's usually fire in it. That's why I haven't like ran and rushed into making a video like I think some people are.
Are you talking about me?
No, not you. Jumping on the bandwagon without like doing their own research and looking into it. I think Potion Sword Run's done a ton of research into it and knows what he's talking about. And some people are just jumping on this without doing their own research and just going off hearsay.
Yeah.
But that's just me saying, like, I want to be making sure if I'm going to report on this, if I'm going to do if I want to do some videos on this, of course. But I want to make sure that I'm covering it from my angle, my POV, from what I care about, and also with like confirmation that what's going on.
All right. I think it says, in fact, the one-up shows got very bland since you guys got involved. Facts.
Oh.
I'm sorry that we dumped cold water on your parade. Let me see. You got fired from your own show. Blah blah blah. It says whatever you do, don't watch the Friday night arcade show.
That's going in the notes to watch.
We got to name these files, man.
Spanky says we've graduated from vaporware to particle board that'll be in a landfill in 10 years. John D's not coming out now. You guys turned up the heat. Watch Tech Buzz channel. Glenn says he won't buy another arcade cab from them. They tried to play it off as a joke, but John D threatened legal action for him talking. I might have to reach out to this Glenn fella. Arcade one-up people are like a cult. They pounce on anyone who does not give them glowing praise. Sound familiar, Amico? Brooklyn Menace says everyone will forget about this as soon as the next cabinet comes out. Facts. Possibly.
Well, I think the next... Well, it depends. What's after MVC2? Because there's NFL Blitz without online, possibly MVC2 without online. What's the next one going to be?
I know that they were having problems with the Killer Instinct Pro or whatever. There was an issue.
I mean...
Thinking Fox says John D was the guy who shilled for Capcom after they secretly installed rootkits for the PC version of Street Fighter V. Console Kits is another shill who's toned into hiding. I think he meant gone into hiding. No, it's cool. They're not being untruthful at the moment. Kind of cool. The fucking videos on Arcade One Up just like no more videos coming out.
These guys shit bricks and cleaned up their acts fast by the sounds of it.
That's good. I hope. I really do. I'm not looking for these guys to be in trouble. I'm not looking for anybody to have issues. You know, I hope they said, hey, fuck, we didn't realize we're doing something we shouldn't. Let's fix this going forward and just make regular content. Console Kits was on today and he'll be on Sunday. Maybe I'll sell more Where's John D t-shirts than Brad. Ooh, One Inch Bicep says, when you went to the arcades back in the day, you saw nothing like these junk cabs they're selling today. It took me years before I actually saw a real arcade. Because in my neighborhood, there was just like arcade cabinets and like the grocery store and like maybe the laundromat. Like, but an actual arcade, like you see in the movies, like the kids walk into an arcade with the guy with the little change thing. I think it was like 15, 16 years before I saw one.
Yeah,
Michael B just released a review.
Yeah, we were pretty starved with arcades in the UK. There's the odd cab here or there. I remember playing a Street Fighter 2 when I was really young, a Ghouls and Ghosts arcade. Then we had the Trocadero in central London, which had a Sega section, and they had loads of arcades. And then we had Sega Dome open up in Colindale, which had arcades and bowling and bumper cars and all sorts of shit. So I saw all of that, but most of that's gone now.
Yeah. Someone said Michael B just released a review, and I'm not seeing it. Unless you're talking about the Shaq one. Is it the NBA Jam?
I should have got a notification. I'm subscribed to Michael B now.
I'm not seeing it on his channel. YouTube's being stupid again. But yeah, 5 hours ago, or streamed live 2 hours ago, Arcade 1-Up Shaq NBA Jam XL live gameplay and first impressions. Not really a review, more of a first impressions, but I mean, that's an hour video. That's a long ass video. I don't know if I'm gonna watch that. Would I like a free iArcadians t-shirt? No, not really. No. Not really. Retro Ralph left the 1-Up community for a reason. It got so shilly he could not stand it. That's what I've heard, but I've also heard him say like just wasn't interested. Console kids and Retro Ralph should be respected for building up this community. Without them, there would be no community. Console fanboy, don't be calling people pieces of shit. I told you. You can call us pieces of shit, but not other people in the chat. That's how it works here.
Brooklyn Menace has got a good comment.
Imagine how many people we would have to say we are sponsored by covering iArcade. Every game we like is from different developers. Too much work. Not really.
It'd be the people who produce the product, because the licensing's done by iArcade. It's iArcade you got to say you're sponsored with if you're sponsored by iArcade. You wouldn't have to go into be like whatever games are supplied by the developer for the cab, because that's on a licensing issue of iArcade. So it'd just be the one you'd have to announce that you're being sponsored by.
Console fanboy, you can state facts all you want, all day long. But if that fact is a negative fact about somebody in the chat, then I'm going to have to give you a timeout. It's just a rule here. We be respectful to each other in the chat. Like I said, if you want to attack people on the stream, that's one thing, right? You want to talk about me? You want to talk about Bob? You want to talk about Schwab down there? That's one thing. But don't attack each other, because that just spirals out. And then I got problems with YouTube because you guys start breaking terms of service and harassing each other in my comment section. I don't need that.
Yeah, I mean, that goes to everyone, not just Console Fanboy, because Papa Brad's been going back and forth. So you guys need to keep it a bit chill and not attack each other personally. Talk about the issues you have with the company, the coverage, but don't attack each other.
Yeah, I think that's it for Arcade 1-Up this week. We might be back next week. We don't know. So I think we got two more topics. One of them is our favorite, the Intellivision Amico.
Yay! Straight into the vein.
Straight into the vein. There is no news from the Intellivision Amico company. That's it. 2 weeks have gone by. No Amico Forever, which is kind of weird because DJC still uploaded a video the day before Wednesday and yesterday.
I heard a rumor Amico Forever got cancelled. I heard it got cancelled. Then I heard it was on a week's break. No, I think I heard it was on a week's break, and then I heard it got cancelled after that. I have no verifiable information. Sorry, dude.
I think maybe they went on a 2 weeks break in order to quietly get into a cancellation.
Right.
Or maybe during the break they told them, "Hey, that's it. It's over."
Ooh.
Post Amico Forever world is scary. It is a scary world.
But I thought the Amico Forever was going to go on forever, regardless of whether the Amico came out or not. DJC lied to us.
Just like the company, just like the Amico company. But we have one more small piece of Amico news. I don't know if it's small because we're now in October, Bob. And you know what that means, don't you?
10/10/2022?
10/10/2022. That was the original release date, if you're not aware, was 10/10/2020. And they released no Amicos. And then after several delays, they pushed it to 10/10/2021. And they released no Amicos. This will be the 2-year anniversary from the original release date. But it's also would mark the 1-year anniversary from a different release, Bob.
All right.
Because last year, something else came out. It wasn't an Amico.
Steam Deck?
No. We're not talking about Google. We're not talking about who the hell makes
Steam. Steam
No.
make the Steam Deck. Valve.
no. Who makes Playdate? What did I say?
Playdate?
Google. I said Google, didn't I? I meant
Uh,
Valve. Yeah. But who makes Playdate?
I don't know. Ask Gary.
Gary's not here. When Gary's not here, you're the guy.
Gary's going to show up in a few minutes.
Yeah, just out of respect, like 10/10 was the day Tommy Tallarico's sister died. Is that right? Or her birthday? So R.I.P. to her. Like,
It was her birthday.
yeah.
But it was also the cutoff date for the Ultimate Television Amico Guidebook Volume 1, 10/10/2020 to 10/10/2021 edition.
Oh my
And
god.
soon, Volume 2 is going to be released, gentlemen. The Ultimate Television Guidebook Volume 2, 10/10/2021 to 10/10/2022 edition. I'm going to cover every single Amico game that was released in this last year.
No spoilers.
No spoilers. I did it last year. It was a harrowing time. I had to sit down. I had to really focus. I had to take time away from my family, time away from work, time away from live streaming, making content. I sat down and I played those games from beginning to end. I searched every nook and cranny, every secret, every trick. I was beating high scores left and right. And it's all there in the first volume, Television Amico Guidebook Volume 1. $5 right now. You can buy it on Amazon. I'm going to go ahead and put that link in the chat in case you want to buy the book. You want to buy an Amico book? And that is the Intellivision Amico shell right there on the cover of the book. You get that nice on the cover of the book. And the back of the book, of course, buying the book makes you part of the Amico No Access You get the nice Amico No Access logo on the back of the book. And the Frog King avatar. Because I am legally allowed to use that for merchandising purposes. So you get that. And it also has a little blurb about me because I am, as you know, Tony TGG is the #1 Intelligent Amico YouTube content creator. He has purchased over $2,000 in Amico-related items and is still waiting for his pre-order. I'm not waiting for my pre-order anymore because I canceled it. I got to update that blurb. The blurb needs to be updated. And in Amico Blue, it says, this is the only book that covers all the Intelligent Amico games released between 10/10/2020 and 10/10/2021. I got to figure out a way to get them in like a set. You could buy both of them, like individually, $5, $8 for the set. I got to contact Amazon. Got to work on something. What pick are you going to put on the cover of Volume 2? I don't know yet. We'll find out. You should clip out your Eric July section. I probably will. And no roads where we're going. No roads. None of them hoe-ass roads. Not for us. That's it. There's really nothing else in Amico land going on. I just wanted to point out that my new book is coming out. I'm looking forward to being the #1 in television Amico bookseller 2 years in a row. I've sold more books than Tommy has sold Amicos.
Oof.
I'm watching the stream, and I just got to the July on the bitch-ass road. Yeah. Is this book covering all released Amico games just a book with blank pages? No. It's actually a book with several placeholder pages. The pages literally say placeholder page. Go on, dox yourself. Now we know your real name is Anthony. Damn it. They caught me. All right. We only got one more thing to do.
The
That's to go over the polls, the fan polls. We had a bonus poll today. That's very funny. I bet the fact that the book exists each time you're alive. I'm actually going to work on a real book. I was thinking of interviewing all the Amico people involved in the Amico, whether good or bad. People that were on the inside, people that were on the outside, give their lived experiences. See if we can make something.
Even Mike Marlis?
I mean, I'll reach out, obviously, but whether or not that actually comes to anything.
Turbo Joe?
Again, we'll reach out, but
yeah,
it doesn't necessarily mean anybody's going to answer. Right?
Well, Smash JT will definitely be on that. I'm sure he'll do anything for a bit of attention.
I know you love him. I know you love your Smash JT.
Oh, he's my favorite.
Man, we got so many things here. All right. So we're going to go over the first poll. I actually have to end it right now. I have to end this poll. So let me go to the view on YouTube option here. Watch my own video. Ending the poll. Okay. So with 53% of the votes, says, the question is, do you care if a YouTuber receives a free sweater from a company they cover? 47 people voted. Thank you for voting. Thank you for watching. 53% said yes. So it looks like eating paste is wrong. People do care. Ronan Drummond says, have any of you guys in the stream received a free product? I've received very many products to review. I've reviewed video games. So yes, I've received free products. And I disclose each and every time that I receive them. And each and every
Never
time
got any.
Yeah, I got a microphone and I reviewed it, a Finbarr microphone. got it for free, reviewed it, disclosed it, made it clear it was a free product for review.
What about you, Blinded? Have you received any free products?
No, I don't. I don't like taking free stuff, to be honest.
Yeah, after getting that free microphone and reviewing it, it did, like, getting something for free, whether you want it to or not, I feel does color your review a bit. I don't know if that was speaking to my inexperience with YouTube when I got it, because it was like years ago when I first did YouTube, before I hit 1,000 subs, so I was a little bit inexperienced. I'd hope that these days I'd be a little bit more, able to get a free product for review and then review it unbiasedly without the free affecting it. But even when it comes to games cost money, and getting a game for free is still gonna color you slightly, I believe.
Oh, we got a question here from the chat. Eating Paste wants to know, how did I spend $2,000 on Amico stuff? Does anybody want to tell him? I'm gonna mute myself real quick.
Because Tony bidded on the Amico Shell charity auction, and it got to like 2,000, and some guy was bidding against him. I think it got to like something like $2,049 or something close to that, and it was like Tony's absolute last bid, and then he won the auction, and then he had troubles even getting the shell, because when they realized it was Tony who won it, then he was having trouble getting the shell from the company, and he kind of had to fight to get it. And it was pretty much like, look, it's a charity auction. If you don't give me the product, it's going to call. If you don't give me like what I deserve, then yeah, there's going to be trouble, basically. And they very reluctantly sent the signed Amico shell to Tony.
Jesus.
Bob forgets to mention, as a lot of people forget, the charity auction was supposed to end on like Friday night, but it actually ran like 5 hours into Saturday. So it wasn't supposed to go. I had won it at like 1,500, so they got like an extra 5,000 off me, or 500, not 5,000. Jesus, that'd be way too much.
Yeah.
So real quick, I will dox myself and put my camera on.
Face reveal.
Face reveal. Smiling next to the nice Amico show. Hell no, I'm not gonna face reveal. I'm just gonna put my phone camera on so you guys can see the show. So you can see in all loving detail that it still exists. I still have it.
Get ready to clip that screen in case he slips and reveals his face.
Is that what you think? Eating Pace says, I think the bias of your audience agreeing with you by a margin of 7% is a win for me, bro. Apparently, you don't know my audience very well. My audience does not like me.
They all show up for me and Blinded.
No, they only show up for Bob. That part's a lie.
I know, man. I'm boring, Bob.
Yeah, but you have an accent.
True.
This is true.
USP, man. Gotta use it.
Just get a view of his dong.
Hell yeah. You want a view of my phone?
It would just be a frog dong.
I gotta mute the mic. Hold on.
Do frogs have dongs?
Who knows? I guess they do.
Oh, that's a pretty... Where's your signature?
Hold on.
Where's Tony TGD?
Right in the middle.
Oh, they could have put. Oh, they left that space open specifically for you, dude. Why would you leave the center, the right in the center, open like that?
Fuck if I know. Hold on, let me put the flashlight on so you guys can get it. It won't let the flashlight won't let me on because the camera's fucking on.
Bruh.
Lame as fuck.
He's got to sell it for a profit, man. If he decides to sell it, it's the only one. Once it's gone, it's gone. If there's none released,
I think he said he wasn't going to sell it.
I'm not going to sell it. No.
Ooh, did Doug Tenapple sign it?
No.
Good, because if he had, I would have advised you to scrub that off.
Is that serious, Bob?
Yeah. Like he's from this. If it's the same guy I'm thinking of, he's a awful person.
Oh yeah, Doug is completely awful. Well, I wouldn't scrub it off. I mean, so yeah, the people who have signed the shell are Phil Adam, Tommy Tellerico, obviously, Bill Fisher, Steve Roney, John Alvarado, Mike Dietz.
Is Dave Perry on there?
I think so. It's hard to tell. I can't make out all these signatures.
He might. I don't know. Where is Dave?
Todd's on there.
Jay Allard?
No Jay Allard. And Tony TGD. Also, I signed A&A on the show. So it is Amico, no access. Oh, that's right. You won the auction? Yeah, that's right. The King of the Trolls, yeah. I try. Spoiler, he looks like a frog. I do.
Can confirm.
Can confirm. Who was the fourth guy? That was my phone.
Yo, Rabbit Dude.
What's up?
Cross Tommy's name out.
He said, "Who's the third guy?" It's Schwab. What the hell's his first name?
Brendan
Schwab. Can you tell me the inspiration behind your frog avatar? Oh, yeah, it's very simple. Originally, I had a different avatar. Originally, I had this avatar. The channel logo, the original channel logo, not Gregory's Coffee logo, by the way, but the original channel logo. As you can see, it had eyeballs, and you can't tell, but the glasses had like a little color change, so it made it look like a lens flare type thing. But I didn't really like it, so we changed. So then people started calling me Kermit. So then we went to this avatar. And then I was like, well, if I'm going to have an avatar, I'm not sure of the legalities of using something like this, because if I start making money off of YouTube, this is a copyrighted image. So then I went and licensed this image, and so now I'm the Frog King. Occasionally, if I'm on other streams, I might use this handsome fellow here.
Or the other one. What's his name? We keeping that low profile.
Or I might use.
Jesus. Oh
man.
This is my young Karen.
Oh jeez.
So there you go. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. Thank you. It says, oh, thank God. I was going to ask, is it mean if I said you sound like Kermit for a second?
Ooh.
No.
I really don't get the Kermit thing.
I don't either. I don't hear it myself.
I'm starting to hear it now that
Shut
Ronan
up, Bob.
mentioned it.
I think Young Karen is my fave. Yeah, all right. So, time to get to the real polls. We've proven that people do care, despite eating paste, thinking that my audience likes me.
Those stripper polls.
All right. So, first thing of note is that I did take over Mad Max's channel for a little bit because he was late. So I was like, fuck it, taking over. And then he popped in eventually. All right, so 79 votes. I said, who was your first celebrity crush? The choices were,
Haven't you done this poll before?
no. Before we just asked, who did you prefer from Saved by the Bell? So I said the Pink Ranger, which got 22% of the vote. Kelly from Saved by the Bell, which got 19% of the vote. Jennifer Love Hewitt only got 9%. Wow. Topanga from Boy Meets World got 13%, beating out Jennifer Love Hewitt. But the winner, I guess, technically, would be the other put in the comments. So let's just see what people have to say. Just another viewer says, my dad exposed me to Sharon Stone at a very young age. Very early age. Andy Author says, I'm going to date myself with this, but Dinah Girl from Electra Woman and Dinah Girl. Specky Horace says, Dana Plato from Different Strokes. She was cute in Different Strokes. Then she got all drugged out. And by the time she was in the, what was it that she was in, Bob? That FMV? That video game that she's in. Night Trap. By the time she's in Night Trap, she's all fucked up. XXNO says Ace, Sophie Elred from Doctor Who. Joshua Perez says Zooey Deschanel from Elf. Melchitos says Joy on the Bugaloos. She was pretty hot to a 5-year-old in the 70s.
Huh?
Joy from the Bugaloos.
She was pretty hot to a 5-year-old in the mid-70s.
Yeah, I guess it's a children's show. So he's saying that when he was 5 watching it.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, whoa.
Not 4. She wasn't pretty hot for a 5-year-old. Oh.
Whoa.
Trying to see who played that. Carolyn Ellis. All right, let's continue on. King Crab says Mr. Krabs was his first celebrity crush. Mr. Goss says Paula Abdul, The Opposites Attract music video with the animated wolf. It is a good video. I like that song. Sigma M says Blanche Devereaux. Just kidding. It was Alyssa Milano. Myself, I'm not a big fan of Blanche, as we all know. Who's my favorite Golden Girl, Bob?
B. Arthur.
That's right, B. Arthur. Tommy Miko says Shirley from What's Happening. You Super J said Aaron Gray from Buck Rogers. Noah Jett said Carmen Electra and Gwen Stefani. I had a thing for Gwen Stefani when I was in high school. Bellstar said Demi Moore. Myself in comics says none. She's straight. Carmen Electra, Kristen Kruick, and Krista Allen was Celine's comment. Blinded Braille says Boomer. Boomer is who he likes, apparently.
Said Boomer choices.
I don't have to say everyone's last name. Whoever Boomer choices is. I mean, Astro Blast says Melissa Joan Hart. She was was that Clarissa Knows It All? Explains It All?
Yeah, and Sabrina the Teenage Witch. I got a soft spot for Melissa, but she wasn't my first celebrity crush.
All right. So again, I was on Monday Night Grift. Check me out. We were talking about G4. That was from Monday. And I also, on that same day, I popped into Mad Max's stream right after. I was everywhere that day. Of course, then I said, what's up, meatbags? Do you think G4 ever had a chance to succeed on YouTube? Choices were yes, a small one, or no, they were doomed from jump. 68% of you out of the 65 who voted said doomed from the start. Never had a chance. Do you guys agree or disagree with this?
They were doomed from the start.
Yeah, doomed from the start. That's what I voted.
Oh, I almost missed this. 1 Inch Bicep says Kelly Bundy needed to be added to the list. Nice and ripe at 60. Hell yeah. Aren't these ladies like 60 now? The question wasn't who do you like now, Potion. The question was when your first celebrity crush. Blossom. I mean, Blossom was cute. Not so much now that she's sleeping in a bed full of cat piss.
Good Lord.
Yeah, she made like this video. Like her husband left her, and she made like a Instagram video, like where she was like just laying in a cat piss bed and like crying about it. It was weird, fucking weird.
Jesus.
And she's got like a astrophysicist degree or some shit like that, or a neuroscience degree.
God.
She's like,
what happened?
yeah. Eating Pace says G4 had a chance, but not with the staff they picked. I think even with the staff, I don't think it was the staff. I think it was the direction of the channel, plus all the overhead. They had way too many producers and executives and camera people and editors and all that shit.
Yeah.
Ronan Drummond says Punky Brewster. Soleil Moon Fry. Yeah. Potion says, I guess you get a discount on early bird dinner dating with an oldie. You always have pudding in the fridge. Yeah.
Oh, good. Oh, my God.
Papa Brad said, Carrie Fisher, Princess Leia from A New Hope. I'm really old. Not really that old. We're all old. We're all old.
No.
Who was your first? Oh, yeah, that's right, young kid. Who was your first celebrity crush?
I have no clue.
Oh, that excuse bullshit.
Yeah,
I have to like think about it.
Everyone remembers. I remember watching Power Rangers just because the Pink Ranger would be in them tight little outfits where she'd on the balance beam and shit. I remember that.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, I think my first celebrity crush was Topanga from Boy Meets World, but I'm a bit sketchy on the timing and dates of that because that was like one of the first shows I remember watching and an awakening happening in me as a child.
Don't ever use the word awakening in that context again, Bob.
Yeah.
Oh, I use it all the time. It makes people so awkward. I love it.
Yeah. Ronan Drummond says Yellow Ranger. Yeah, she was cute. She was cute. So who's your celebrity crush now then, Blinded?
None.
None?
No. I've never cared to
Jenny McCarthy was pretty hot to
this.
think about. I watched the fucking Jenny McCarthy show just because Jenny McCarthy was so hot. It was stupid and not funny at all. But I sat there and watched it every fucking week.
Yeah, see, when I'm watching celebrities in a show doing a job, their sex appeal is something which just goes over my head. I get too engrossed in the story that I'm not interested in how hot they are. I came out, not to drop Mobius in it, we watched Captain Marvel in the cinema, and we come out and he was like, oh yeah, Brie Larson, she was fit. And I was like, really? I didn't even pay attention. I was watching the story.
Yeah, I'm kind of weird like that too. I really don't care.
All right. You can tell us off stream who it is. I'm sure he's a nice guy. So what do you think? Did G4 have a chance from the start?
Not Snowball's chance in hell.
See, Willie gets it.
It's Wiley, not Willie.
Oh, sorry, man.
So Blinded likes real girls, not fake celebrities. I don't know. If Taylor Swift called me up or Anya Taylor-Joy, I'd be there in a heartbeat. I don't care how fake.
Anya Taylor-Joy kind of, she kind of creeps me out a little bit.
She got a weird look. That's what excites me. She looks weird.
I've seen her in too many horror movies. No, I'm good.
You never know what you're missing. All right. Has YouTube ever influenced your gaming purchases? 107 votes, 69% nice said yes.
And 31% lied.
Has YouTube ever influenced your choices, Bob?
Yeah, definitely.
In what way? Negatively, positively?
Both. Like Hades, for example. I didn't hear about Hades until well late from YouTube videos. And I saw it getting like massively praised by a few people I follow. So I got it. There's been games I've avoided because of YouTubers, products
Yeah.
I've bought because of YouTubers. If it wasn't for YouTubers, I wouldn't even know what an Elgato was.
Yeah. Eating Pace says I absolutely go to YouTube for information on games. It's insane to say no to this question.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You got to be living in a bubble to fucking answer that question.
Well, Ronan Drummond says I don't think YouTube ever has because I never watched a YouTube show me anything I already decided on.
All right.
Yeah, I'm sort of like Ronan. Like, I'm not looking up anything on YouTube with the intention of trying to purchase things, right? Every once in a while, like, because I'm subscribed to like Nintendo and Capcom and stuff like that, right? Like, something will pop up, like, oh, this new game's coming out on Switch. I'm like, oh, yeah, that looks fucking awesome. I should probably pick that up. But I'm not, like, actually actively. So, they do, but only sort of, like, to alert me to things that exist, right? Not, like, whether the thing is good or bad.
Yeah.
I always have to watch reviews before I buy something.
It depends for me. I don't always have to watch a review. I mean, if we're talking specifically gaming purchases, yes, I agree with Potion. Some reviews have influenced me not to buy games that he likes. Yeah. I get what you're saying there, Potion, but yeah,
I think everybody here is influenced by Gary. If Gary says a game is good, they all don't buy it.
Yeah.
If Gary says a game is bad, they all pick it up.
Oh, Potion, fuck you. I just realized what you're saying. In the most loving way, fuck you.
All right, so 3 days ago, I just put the tweet out about Code Mystics verifying the NFL Blitz info that I had. All right, so this was a personal question. Bob didn't understand it, but he really wasn't meant to understand it. This was a discussion that me and Sidekick Max was having at the dinner table. And we were discussing what constitutes a sandwich. And so he said, 3 pieces of bread is a bread sandwich. I said, no, it's just a stack of bread, right? You have to have something other than bread between the bread in order to make it a sandwich. Bread between bread doesn't make it a sandwich.
I don't know, man.
Bread between bread doesn't make it a sandwich?
It depends, though. Like, if you have 3 slices of bread in a stack and you're going to eat it, then it's a bread sandwich. If you just have 3 slices of bread in a stack and you're not going to eat it, it's a stack of bread.
If I have a slice of bread, a thing of meat, and another slice of bread, and I don't eat it, is it not a sandwich still? Whether or not I eat something does not determine whether or not it's a sandwich, Bob.
Yes and no, but I disagree in this circumstance because
it's Schrodinger's sandwich. It's only a sandwich after you observe it.
I don't think it's a sandwich. Let me look this up.
Let me look this up.
A sandwich is a food typically consistent of vegetables, slice of cheese, or meat placed in between slices of bread.
Potion says, "Is a loaf of bread a sandwich if it's stacked?"
No.
Depends.
It's a gaggle of bread sandwiches.
I think intent matters. If you intend,
Finbarr says no, Bob. That's bollocks.
so you're saying I can't eat. If I eat a bread sandwich,
It doesn't exist. There's no such
If
thing.
you eat a bread sandwich, it means
okay, let me put
you're
it this way.
stupid.
If I say what is a bread sandwich? Yeah, what's the response? Answer.
it
What is
doesn't
a bread?
exist.
It doesn't.
Bullshit.
Here's the only way that would work, Bob. I will give you it this way. If you had a slice of wheat, a slice of white, and then another slice of wheat, then it would be a white bread sandwich on wheat. I could
That's
give you
racist.
Nah, it's still stacks of bread.
that. Even if they're
Nah.
different breads, you're not even
Yeah.
gonna give them that, huh?
Yep.
No, I disagree. I believe if you put the bread
White
on a,
Bicep says sandwiches come from those triangle containers in the gas station.
look, what you have to construct a sandwich, yeah. If you put a piece of bread down, then another piece of bread, then another piece of bread on a plate with the intent to eat, that's a bread sandwich. You've
I just
made a
think
bread
it's a
sandwich.
stack of
Mayo
bread.
with bread is also not a sandwich, Ronan. I don't count that.
Bob, if I put 3 crackers on top of each other, is it now a cracker sandwich? Or is it just a stack of crackers, right?
Don't know. It could be a cracker sandwich.
That makes
If I
no
stack
sense.
3 white people up, white person, is that cracker sandwich? Potion says still a stack. See, still a stack.
Exactly.
That's a
No.
mayo sandwich. Yeah, if you put mayo
It's not.
between the
It's
bread,
not a
it's a mayo
sandwich.
sandwich. It's a mayo
So if
sandwich.
It's not a
if you-
sandwich.
If you
It's
take a
moldy
taco
too.
shell and put a taco shell inside it, is that not a taco?
That's
No.
just lunacy now. What are you talking about, Bob?
A taco? No.
'Cause you have
Bread
beef
is one
tacos.
ingredient in a sandwich. You'd have to have at least one more ingredient. Yeah, exactly. You need a secondary ingredient to constitute a sandwich.
I don't
Yes.
think you need.
And it can't be mayo.
It can't be a condiment. You're not
And
giving
yes,
it a condiment sandwich.
It can't be a condiment. No.
Spoken like a true gaming racist. Yeah, Finbar's right. You need one alternate item as a filling.
Yeah, cream cheese is a sandwich. Mayo is not. That's not going to count as a sandwich.
I don't know, man. I know people who eat ketchup sandwiches.
They must
Bonafide
be-
is
that's
going
sad.
with the white bread, rye bread, white bread, bread sandwich east.
What monster would want to eat ketchup sandwich? You got to be
I
sick
don't,
in the head.
I don't know, but I'm a bit partial to a salad cream sandwich.
Peanut butter sandwiches, that counts, not mayo.
Yeah. Peanut butter is not a condiment.
Honey sandwich does not count
Mayo has egg. Mayo's made from egg. Why can't mayo be a sandwich?
because it's a condiment.
Yeah, but it's got egg in it.
It's a condiment. You do not eat mayo by itself.
You can.
You can
Have,
eat,
have
you
you
can
met
eat
white
peanut butter
people?
by
They
itself.
eat mayo by itself. They just eat mayo right out of the jar.
That's sick.
Just
That's sickening.
Honey sandwich, true. Butter sandwich,
No.
true.
Butter
Bread
sandwich,
sandwich,
not as
true.
butter sandwich is just a toast. It's just toast.
Sugar sandwich. I've heard of sugar puff sandwiches as well.
Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
hey, look, I'm gonna prove to Blinded that he is incorrect about mayo.
Mayo can
I'm
be a
sure
sandwich.
if people do it. Oh God.
Hey, folks. Boogie tonight coming at you live once again. And right now, for your enjoyment, I'm going to eat this entire jar of great value real mayonnaise. Now,
No,
let me
no.
doing this. There's a guy right now on YouTube. We all know about Epic Meal Time and that shit. This guy on YouTube right now eats weird shit.
All right, let's just skip ahead. We want
I
to see
wanna
the
see-
mayo.
He better guzzle it down. I want to see mayo all over his face. No, why is he using a spoon?
Look at that.
Ooh, that makes me sick.
He's enjoying that. That's just eating that meal.
This is how you make people vomit. Oh my god.
Please God, no, Tony would even done for that.
Yes.
Can you put us on the side so we can
maybe
see
I
this
am right.
story?
It's
Yeah.
not a damn sandwich. No one would want to eat mayo
Just
by
swallow.
itself.
This guy is. Look.
Well, this guy's like, I mean, he's
not
not
that fat
anymore.
anymore. He had the surgery.
I mean, if you have surgery, does it count? You know, I don't really count that.
Wiley
Ugh.
says, Sidekick Max made you make a poll and debate the
Stop
subject.
this. You got to
He
stop
manipulated
this.
you. He wins. He did admit. I said when we were arguing, I was like, "Well, I'm going to make a poll and I'm going to put it on YouTube."
This is making me sick, man.
Look
Okay.
at that. Oh, he's loving it. Speed ahead.
He's
He's always
actually-
got the whole jar.
180 calories a tablespoon. I can do this.
He can do
Okay.
it. Oh, he's doing it, Bob.
Oh my god.
Okay. According to Minnesota law review, the Merriam-Webster defines a sandwich to be 2 or more slices of bread or a split roll having a filling in between.
Blinded, don't.
Oh, I missed the money shot, man. I was reading shit.
This is disgusting. Oh my god.
Yes, Boogie. You absolute beast.
You can hear his arteries clogging.
Hell yeah. Let's go. Oh, straight with the hand.
Don't
This
make
is
fun of Boogie too
torture.
much. I invited him to be on stream with us one day.
This is torture.
I love Boogie. He this ain't making fun of Boogie. Boogie did this for entertainment, man.
If he did it with a jar of mustard, I'd be impressed. I could look that up. We can get a jar of mustard.
Disgusting.
I love Boogie. He's great. I miss like when he could do Francis, like because of all the YouTube censorship and stuff. He can't really do Francis anymore, which
He
sucks.
could do Francis. The problem is that he's not going to make as much money from doing Francis.
Yeah, that's true.
That's all it is. We want to impress. Who was it? They wanted to see the mustard.
Finbarr.
Finbarr. We want to impress Finbarr. It's
Taco.
not Boogie. It's not Boogie.
Yeah, Bob pronounces taco weird.
Basically, a bottle's worth of mustard, French's classic yellow.
Oh,
About
that's
30
weak.
seconds.
That's
And
weak
so
sauce.
Alex thinks he can beat that. So we've got a timer here getting ready to go. And
He's going to speed eat
Alex, you ready?
It
Okay.
ain't that hot.
In
That's
three,
This is child abuse.
2, 1, go.
Ew.
that mustard ain't that hot. I know that mustard.
It's not about hot. It's just about mustard.
Go, kids, go.
Holy moly. You're going to beat it, dude. All right.
No, good
I'd say
lord.
that's pretty good. Stop.
He's wiping the table.
you did
too.
20.
Jesus.
Oh, wow. I stopped you already.
Cleaning the bowl.
Oh, nasty. Ugh.
So again, do condiments now count as a meal?
No.
Yes.
Everyone wants to hear you say taco again, Bob.
Taco flavored kisses.
Taco. All right. We got sidetracked here. We got a little sidetracked. So 77% said it's a stack of bread. It's not a bread sandwich.
And I concede three pieces of bread is not a sandwich.
And that's the end of the polls. Thank you guys for joining us. The 21 of you who lasted, who watched Boogie eat mayonnaise out of a jar, and some kid eat some mustard.
Some people died watching that.
Yeah, we had 40 people at one point, and
Then the mayo came out.
then the mayo. But again, thank you. it was like 5.5 hours. I don't know. Are we gonna keep talking, doing a gaming stream, or are we just gonna call it a night?
It's been 5 hours.
5.5 hours.
Oh my god.
I think we're gonna call it a night. No gaming stream tonight. Usually there is a gaming stream right after. If you're new here, we do a gaming stream where we still talk, but one of us plays a game. I think tonight we're going to take the night off from that, but I will be back tomorrow, technically today because it's already today, Sunday, probably 8 o'clock. I'll stream some more Biomutant, and there'll probably be a review of Moonlighter. I'm working on that.
Oh, by the way, that game's on PlayStation Extra.
Is it?
Damn it.
Yes.
Fuck you, Tony, making me buy it on Steam. Nah, kid.
It was like $3, wasn't it? When you bought it?
Yeah. It was like $3.99, but still make me spend my valuable money when I could have got it for free.
Finbarr says, I watched one of my colleagues dip hot dogs in a jar of mustard. He misunderstood the point of mustard and confused it with dip. I've seen people dip stuff in the mustard jar just because it's easier.
That's not that bad. Yeah.
I'm more disturbed by the metal on metal bowl and spoon.
Yeah, same.
Oh,
I hate scraping. I hate when people scrape their knife and fork on the plate or metal bowl. Ugh. It makes my teeth.
I still feel sick. Fuck you, Tony. Why did you do this? It's because I love you guys. I do it because I care.
You eat paste, Boogie eats mayo.
Yeah. And one day, Boogie will be on the stream and we'll ask him why the hell he did that.
For views, obviously, and entertainment.
Maybe he just really liked mayo and was like, fuck it, I could also record it.
Sick.
How long ago was that?
I don't know. I just looked up eating mayo from a jar and the first thing that popped up was fucking Boogie.
That's probably like almost 10 years ago now.
Yeah.
Yeah, 10 years it says.
All right. Once again, thank you guys for coming. We appreciate you guys. If you made it this far, leave a like on the video. Share it with your friends. Let everybody know. We're probably going to clip some of these sections because there was some good stuff in here. We got to clip them hoe-ass roads. I don't know. Maybe we'll clip the Arcade 1-Up stuff. We went really long today. Didn't feel that long, but we went pretty long. That's what she said. Love, peace, booty grease. We out this bitch.
Mayo bath.